Es una de esas mañanas donde siento que algo me falta. Espero que estén muy bien todos ustedes. Ayer, como les prometí, estoy hecho pedazos, no les puedo explicar. En la mañana me paré ahorita como viejito a caminar una hora. Porque ayer me fui a escalar, les conté, justamente ayer les estaba contando que me iba a ir a escalar, iba a intentar hacer 20 kilómetros, 20 y tantos kilómetros en una tirada. Entonces dije, ok, tengo que irme a donde yo conozco primero antes de ir a intentar la grande antes de probar la grande, antes de ir a intentar la escalada grande, porque, güey, cuando te vas por tanto tiempo y te toma tanto tiempo, tienes que ir al baño, tienes que ir a hacer pipí, ¿no? No hay de otra. Y aparte tienes que tomar agua para no morirte. Mi cuerpo no está contento conmigo y ahorita ya me había quitado el dolor de espalda, les digo, como completo viejito, me había quitado el dolor de espalda y ahora me duele otra cosa adelante, no sé, como el abdomen, no sé qué mierdas, pero bueno, es parte de ser viejito. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana, un día muy interesante en el mercado. Nos dieron CPI, el Consumer Price Index. Sabemos que eso es lo que nos mide la inflación en Estados Unidos. Muy interesante los datos, interesante reacción del mercado. El mercado se volteó completamente alcista para todos ustedes que están en ETA, en el E-Trading Academy. Les mandamos ayer la señal para el long. Creo que ya llegamos al Take Profit 1 y estamos por buscar ese Take Profit 2. Creo, no estoy completamente seguro. Así que a los que entraron, viento, señores. Los saludo. Por ahora, ¿qué fue lo que pasó en la mañana? Y también quiero ponerles un escenario enfrente a todos ustedes. ¿Ok? Primero vamos a hablar de la inflación y después de cómo el mercado podría seguir subiendo sin lugar a dudas y obviamente la inflación lo acompañaría y esto de cierta forma me explicaría a mí qué es lo que estamos viendo en las tablas, aunque recuerda, cuando estás viendo las tablas tienes que estar al día. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente en el tope se ve más alcista y en el fondo se ve más bajista. Entonces siempre tenemos que estar pendientes de estos movimientos todo el tiempo, no casarte con soy bajista, soy alcista, simplemente seguir esos movimientos es lo importante de trading. Todo el mundo quiere cachar altos picos y todo el mundo quiere comprar el fondo. Es muy difícil hacer eso, muy difícil hacer eso. Pero vamos a empezar rápidamente con CPI, que es lo que nos dice la inflación. Número uno, el mercado reaccionó completamente positivo. ¿Por qué? Porque las leídas de CPI llegaron de acuerdo a expectativas, ni arriba ni abajo. Me parece que el mes a mes vino un 0.1% abajo, pero sobre todo, eso fue lo que hizo que el mercado subiera y todo el mundo diría, pues sí, güey, está bien, ¿no? Vino la inflación y estuvo justo en expectativas. ¿Ok? Esto se me hace interesante y esto es algo que quiero que vean. Normalmente el primer movimiento del mercado es falso y después te da el de verdad. ¿Qué ocurrió cuando nos dieron estos datos de CPI? Por ejemplo, Bitcoin subió de a madre creo que estaba en 96, 95 en la mañana y ahorita llegó a 99,000 y cacho. No estoy viendo mi tabla enfrente de mí. Ahorita obviamente las vamos a sacar. Los bonos del Tesoro americano cayeron bastante también relacionado a esto por las grandes noticias que llegamos justo a expectativas. Lo interesante es, si pones tantita atención de verdad, la inflación actual, la de antes, llegó en 2.7% y la de hoy llegó en 2.9%, que es más alta que la de antes. Esto querría decir que se está levantando la inflación, por lo que deberían de haber menos probabilidades de que corten tipos, que es lo que trae al mercado ahorita en rollo, porque creen, todo el mundo de verdad cree que porque están cortando tipos, están bajando, no están bajando los tipos. Entonces, esto es algo que no tiene sentido. Es buena noticia porque le atinaste al número que iba a ser peor del que estamos ahorita. Díganme cómo eso tiene sentido. Esto quiere decir que la inflación continúa subiendo. Simplemente eso. Solamente quiero que lo tengan en la parte de atrás de su cabeza para que lo anotemos en lo que estamos en la sesión de hoy haciendo trading, porque es tonto. Es absolutamente tonto. Es como, oye, en este accidente esperamos que no haya sobrevivientes. Entonces vas, no hay sobrevivientes. Buenas noticias, le atinamos, no hay sobrevivientes. Sigue siendo una mala noticia. Es como la inflación, señores. La inflación, literalmente, estoy malas noticias siguen arriba de lo pasado, pero buenas noticias porque le atinamos al número. Ok, Vale, se las voy a dar, todo el mercado está contento. ¡Woo! Bitcoin a la luna, ahorita todo el SP 500 y todos estos van a abrir y ya abrieron en realidad, todo hasta arriba, vámonos, porque ya se acabó el problema de la inflación que sigue subiendo. Ah, no, se acabó ok, no, no se acabó nada. Vale, entendido. Ahora, eso es importante con inflación. La inflación va a continuar repuntando para adelante porque vamos a seguir creando más dinero, a menos de que nos vayamos al escenario de Milei, que lo hemos platicado 1000 veces, ¿no? En este canal, donde eso nos pondría en una oportunidad para todos los que queramos entrar en el mercado una vez más diferente a la que estamos ahorita. Está bien si se da, está bien si no se da. Lo que nos podría llevar un mercado súper alcista, y yo creo que es lo que estamos viviendo con el empuje de los mercados todavía y de la positividad que existe, es en la última vez que Trump estuvo al mando de Estados Unidos, bajó los impuestos corporativos bastante. Y ahorita, y eso ayudó al mercado, cuando ya estábamos todos de, güey, no hay manera de que este mercado continúe subiendo, bajó impuestos. Cuando bajas impuestos, eso quiere decir que las empresas se quedan con más dinero, se ve mejor para todos los resultados, etcétera. Trump ha estado diciendo que quiere eliminar los impuestos. Está buscando cómo, tal vez ponerlos todos en las tarifas, en todas las cosas que compres, pero eliminar los impuestos de entrada para ti cuando estás haciendo dinero, por ingresar dinero. Eso sería muy bueno. Esto nos pondría en un nivel competitivo alrededor del mundo, porque es lo que necesitamos. Queremos competir con Dubái, queremos competir con todas estas megapotencias que están absorbiendo toda la nueva inversión del mundo. Tenemos que ponernos al parejo. ¿Y qué querría decir esto? Esto querría decir que Estados Unidos sería un hub para todo el mundo de ir e invertir, poner su dinero y también tal vez traer dinero de otros lugares que tenías antes, que es un poco riesgoso, pero lo tienes fuera de Estados Unidos, simplemente porque tienes una estructura que te ayuda, permite a no pagar impuestos. Ese dinero puede volver a entrar también al mercado. ¿Qué causaría esto? Esto causaría un super bull run como nunca hemos visto, lo que justificaría las tablas, porque de nuevo las tablas todas se ven alcistas de a madre, y eso justificaría que va a haber crecimiento todavía, que vamos a ver precios continuar a la alza todavía, que vamos a ver la inflación continuar para arriba, porque recuerda que la inflación también está a este punto está ligada con el mercado, porque estamos separando a la gente que tiene y la gente que no. La gente que no tiene acciones, no está invertida, no tiene nada, y la gente que tiene está simplemente haciendo mucho, mucho, mucho más dinero. Y esa gente es la que sigue empujando el mercado. Esto lo platicamos antes de que la inflación fuera una cosa, que iba a haber un sector de la población que pudiera seguir repuntando. ¿Y qué quiere decir esto? Esto también estaría un poco validado y apoyado en el hecho de que los intereses reales en el mercado continúan subiendo. ¿Por qué? Porque quiere decir que no hay forma de poder cortar cuando todo va a continuar subiendo, cuando la inflación claramente va a dar continuación. La otra forma de verlo también es que Estados Unidos está cambiando ese paradigma, están dispuestos a vivir con inflación, intereses más altos, en contra de recibir todo ese dinero. Ahora, no sabemos qué se vaya a dar. Esto, lo que odio más de estos mercados es sencillamente que nunca sabes las decisiones que puede tomar una persona. Si solamente estuviéramos viendo algo, cómo se comporta, cuál ha sido la experiencia de esto, de este organismo, etcétera, bien. Pero estamos literalmente, y esto fue lo que le hicimos con la Fed, le dimos todo el poder, toda la atención, cada que la Fed iba a hablar, se volvió un circo, y yo también por eso lo dejé de transmitir, porque no merecen la atención, discúlpenme. Y sobre todo cuando no tienen control del mercado. Una vez más, todo el mundo pensando que porque están bajando tipos, la Reserva Federal están bajando el mercado real, no están. ¿Quieres una hipoteca? Más cara. ¿Quieres un préstamo para tu coche? Más caro. Te lo va a dar, pero es mucho más caro. Y entonces, toda la gente que me ha preguntado todos estos años, que le dije, no compres pensando que vas a poder refinanciar, creo que podemos entender el por qué en esta situación. Y también el año pasado, por ahí de marzo, me parece que fue cuando compré mi McLaren, les había contado, güey, este es el punto de los intereses más bajos, yo creo. Y lo fue en ese entonces, que bastante interesante. Vamos a ver cómo se continúa esto, si vamos a continuar así o si va a haber un evento. Pero recuerden también, hay un evento con el dólar estando tan fuerte que se va a dar. Y eso es una probable crisis de liquidez mundial, porque el dólar costando más a tu moneda, poder crear esa cantidad de diferencia para pagar tus deudas en dólares, te puede llevar el pito. Pero en sí esto puede continuar, la fiesta puede continuar. Si nos cortan impuestos, si escuchan que Estados Unidos va a cortar impuestos, con todo, con todo. Con eso dicho y hecho, vámonos al casino del tío Salo. Vamos a ver cómo nos fue con estos longs de Bitcoin. Vamos a ver qué nos tiene que decir Farhan, el CEO de XRP, y también Alex, que anda por acá. Vamos a ver exactamente qué nos dice Mr. Garlic Bread y también Mr. Alex. My boys.
Yo.
Wait, you're muted.
Fuck. I wouldn't be a stream without it.
I said, good morning, boys. Happy CPI day and Pumperoonie day on Bitcoin.
Happy Pumperoonie Day, by the way. What a great CPI. Came just as expectations, which is higher than the past ones. Like, people are like, I was just saying in Spanish right now, like the metaphor that I was using was, all right, there's been a car crash and we're estimating that 4 people died. You show up to the car crash, the 4 people died. You're like, good news. We knew that the 4 people died. It's like, it's not good news. Still the 4 fucking people died.
And now most people are expecting rate cuts on the next meeting.
But why? If by the way, you nailed expectations, right? But still, it went above the prior one, which was 2.7%. Now it's 2.9.
Yeah, I think they were expecting it to be something that came in lower than that was. Like, it came in higher, but not as high as they expected it would. I think.
No, because the expectation was lower. So I'm sorry, the expectation was higher. So if the expectation was higher, you nailed it. But it is higher. There's nothing lower about it. This is why, and by the way, normally, now we're going to play it out, right? We're looking at the market right now. We're going to look at Bitcoin and all that stuff. Normally, the first move is the fake out. Normally. Like, I can't say every single time, but a lot of the times, the first move is the fake out. I want to see how that goes because it doesn't make any sense that we're celebrating that inflation went up just because they nailed it. All right, you nailed the number, dude. Awesome.
Normally I would say that if we didn't have the technical setups along with it.
Oh, no. Yeah.
The fake out usually ends up playing out in the favor of the current trend. And now the trend is just up after the divergence.
Like reverted. Yeah, from down to up. I understand what you're saying. I mean, like I said, I'm not married to any idea. I just find it really interesting that we're celebrating a tragedy, if you will, which is not a tragedy. It's just like higher inflation, just because we nailed the number.
Yeah, I mean, the government just got more Bitcoin.
It's just the degenerate nature of like crypto Twitter, I guess. We're just kind of in our eco bubble of, inflation is going up, but that's good because our coins are going up, the corn is going up. Yeah, but you are generally right. I mean, whenever we do either dump into these main events, you often then pump out of them, or when you pump into them, it usually leads to kind of like a BART move, where you just a reverse BART, where you go up and then you consolidate and then you just drop down. So today's daily will actually be really important for bulls.
Let's get it on, boys. We got Donald Trump on the chat. I shit you not. It says Trump, and Trump wants to see Bitcoin. Since that's his favorite coin. God, I love the Bitcoin.
Mr. President, such an honor.
It's Mr. President. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Please don't deport me.
He's like, I signed the order yesterday.
Yeah, by the way, I get a lot of people that are like, oh, you fucking idiot. No, you're going to get deported. I'm an American. I have an American passport. I've lived all of my adult life here. I've paid all of my taxes here. Like, come on, chill the fuck out.
Maybe that's why they go so crazy over Trump winning, is because they legitimately believe he's going to deport all Hispanics.
No, they're not. I mean, no one, like, Hispanics don't believe it. I went when he was winning
like the white people who are like, you're going to get deported type shit.
Well, the white people that are caring for us that know better, right? Like the normal people that vote for other parties.
You fucking idiot. You're voting to deport yourself.
It's fucking incredible.
And then you respond with what? Why? Do you think all Hispanics are illegal? And just ties them right up.
Oh, they can't do anything. No, as soon as he won the election, I was in one of my walks, and the people at the gas stations were like, Alejandro, they've seen the channel, and I go to that gas station. So you see me, they're like, Alejandro, come here. I'm like, what's going on? They're like, I'm worried. Are we going to get deported? I was like, nah, dude, we fucking need all of you motherfuckers more than ever. You ain't going nowhere. Look at that motherfucking Bitcoin chart.
Let me get my cat real quick out of my room because he's being.
So some of the Bitcoin that the government has, they're about to lose. Government says seized Bitcoin from the 2016 Bitfinex hacks should be returned to the customers.
What do you, one more time?
So the government seized a bunch of Bitcoin in 2016 from a exchange called Bitfinex that got hacked.
Yeah.
And they've been holding those coins. Now the court says that they have to return those coins to the original owners.
Oh, nice. That's good, no?
Yeah, so the government is losing more coins for that preserve.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to buy more coins. We're going to buy all the Bitcoin. We're going to mine it here. It's going to be great. People are going to love mining it.
Let me see.
What do you got, Alex?
You can hear and see me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect.
By the way, beautiful internet. I don't know what it is, but it's working quite well.
New Starlink. We finally got it.
Shout out to Elon Musk again.
Elongated Muskrat is the GOAT.
Elongated Dick. That's right. That's what he should change his name to that.
Okay, perfect. So, with this, I first want to just start with Tether dominance because, I think it's interesting actually to see. We actually got that nice pump up to that daily EMA 100, and then even viewing it on the weekly here, you can see we almost hit that EMA 21. A big spot here I was talking about on Tether. If that daily actually reclaimed that EMA 100, generally that's kind of where we get our big moves out of Tether being in that consolidation. You often get expansion once we actually reclaim that, leading to that SMA 200. Or this is just going to be a logical place to reject. We know that this EMA 100 on the daily for Tether dominance too is pretty massive. I mean, we talked about the scenario when we lose it, we often then just start rejecting pretty hard from it. We see that last rejection before basically price broke away from it and led to a pretty nasty dump. Here in this scenario, the price was ever so slightly front running it before even heading down. And so that's why, when we actually wicked up to this point, it was actually a major spot. The fact that actually bulls did not reclaim this, gave them less momentum, in my opinion, for Tether to go up. And now what we see is into that kind of wick high rejection here. You now have that expansion down that essentially lost that daily 9, which we were holding as support for, a few days here in this range. Got the expansion up, rejected, lost the daily 9. And then even today, you see we rallied up to it and then rejected it. So now what we see is, Tether dominance is in just the process of going down. We see this meme line kind of just channeled as showing the higher lows here. It's going to be really crucial for bulls not to essentially break the low that was formed in early January. Let me delete this so you can see. That low right now is 3.88%. If we actually break through that, it's actually going to lead us a lot more down. We're going to actually retest this 3.79%. And remember, the more times we test support, the weaker it gets. We've already tested this a few times. So if price actually ends up coming back into the zone, there's a good chance we're actually not going to hold it this time. And that could actually lead us to like a bigger breakdown. We are kind of now at the spot where we do want to see a bounce. Yes, we're on this channel. We also see we're on the 38.2% on the daily. It's going to be quite important because if bulls can actually hold this and then into next closure, we stay above it, we actually then could have a chance of going at least to the median, which is sitting right around, the 4.19%. You're going to want to see a bounce here though, because
wait, what happened? We were giving all that credit to Elon Musk, and now we have no internet? Is that what's going on?
8.6%, right around the 3.79 area on Tether. So right now it's looking quite corrective. Not the best sign here if you are a bear, let's say on crypto. And we even see here that weekly 9 solidly rejected us. The hopium was that weekly 9, we closed above the median. We were testing the weekly 9, but into this, weekly, we see we're heavily rejecting it. We're now under the median, and this is actually turning into a pretty nasty weekly candle as it stands. So it's going to be really important here for bulls to actually kind of step in here for Tether. We're going to actually see a bigger breakdown, which inherently will just be bullish for Bitcoin. I do still think that, this monthly, if we end up losing essentially the December low that we formed, this is just going to lead us down to another lower low. The December wick high will end up looking to me like a lower high. And then the next logical point for me is to actually look close to where this consolidation happened. right into this range here where we had a few months of consolidation before having that big break. That area is sitting right around where that monthly EMA 100 is, and also the 95% on the HBR. So it's logical to see some kind of reaction around here. We do see that we were very close to getting a BBWP monthly setup. Had it just come a little down, under 15%, but that's okay now. We see it starting to curve up. We're still under the moving average, so it's just something to monitor closely, especially if we do think that there's a lower low looming, especially on the monthly, for Tether dominance. The 2-day actually turned into a pretty nasty shooting star. You see, we for just like for like a day, we were above the 2-day median, but quickly got rejected, came back down, and now on this closure, which is happening in 1 day, in 10 hours, we're possibly going to lose the median, reject from it, and then even lose that 2-day EMA 9. So again, just a very crucial spot for bulls here to actually step in, and it actually makes sense that we're kind of at this very important spot for Tether dominance, simply just because of what I'm going to show on Bitcoin. We're at a pretty important spot on Bitcoin as well. Lastly, let me just look at the monthly here. We also had a pretty big bias of, if we ended up getting a big rally up to that 4.69%, to just be cautious, especially because, we know that monthly 9 was sitting right around there with the daily EMA 100 and that weekly 21. It definitely was an area where you wanted to see bulls at least step in and reclaim the daily EMA 100. Rejecting it definitely is not a good sign. That resistance is looking like what it's been doing. And we simply have just been rejecting away from that EMA 100 since we lost it all the way back around October. So, Tether dominance to me is really looking corrective. BBWP is still it's expanding from this point. It slightly gave us a volatility setup back, in January 3rd. So it's just something to monitor if you're a bull, or no, if you're a bull on Tether dominance, because it's definitely not looking bullish to me. We even see here, let me just make sure that the 9 is, about to cross under the 21 on the daily, possibly within today's next closure. So, it just plays into the bearish momentum that Tether dominance is now getting. And then now what we see with Bitcoin, Bitcoin's actually looking quite good. It's funny because, this is just how trading is. You're going to have moments where you're bearish and then bullish and then bearish again. That's just how it is. You have to be very fluid when you're trading. And for me now, Bitcoin is still looking good. I mean, going on the weekly first, we see, even on that aggressive move down all the way when Bitcoin went, to the low 90s, essentially, we still held that EMA 9. That weekly EMA 9 is very important for bulls to hold. We essentially have been holding that for multiple months now, since essentially the start of the rally that occurred back in the low 60,000s. So as a bull, you really want this area to hold. This was kind of guiding our bias on that long that we took kind of in late December, but we were also cautious going into this week, simply because, when we essentially broke down and lost this last low on December 30th, to me, that kind of confirmed that this was a big bull trap. We had that expansion down. From this point, we had a bounce. We broke the last lower high, forming that higher high break. We wanted then for this zone to hold for that higher low. Unfortunately, we fell through that, causing almost like a bull trap to me. We then flipped bearish. We had that, target being that like 87 to 88K, right around where that daily EMA 100 is. We saw 2 days ago, we dumped through there, went almost to that point, ever so slightly front running the daily EMA 100, a scenario even Alejandro was talking about, where, everyone's talking about a level, most likely is going to get front ran, or it's just going to blast through and we're going to go lower. To me now, Bitcoin is looking pretty good. We see it on yesterday's close that we actually reclaimed the daily 9. It's a pretty massive zone for Bitcoin. Generally when we're going up or starting that up only posturing, that daily 9, as simple as it is, does act as pretty good support. We were under here, we broke above it, and then from that point, just watching the daily 9, I mean, that gave us a pretty impressive bounce all the way from when it got reclaimed in the low 70s to when it got lost at 94,000. So reclaiming that to me is a good sign. What now we want to be cautious about for me is, watching the reaction where Bitcoin is currently. That 99,300 is a pretty massive zone for Bitcoin. And we were talking about that being the next target if we ended up reclaiming that 95.6 and 95.8 region on Bitcoin. Yesterday we did that, so now we're getting the expansion. Not surprised to see this number get hit, but now what I want to see for bulls is an actual reclaim of this, especially on the daily. Because if we can actually start reclaiming that 99.3, we can see Bitcoin, if we go to the 2-day, has been essentially caught in this range. It's been pretty tight. If I extend this line, you can just see anytime we're above that 99.3 often leads to big moves up. This was when we formed that all-time high. And anytime we're below it, we often do dump. Nothing sustained on the bear side. You can just see that with the wicks here, just often kept getting bought up. But now what we see is we're at the very top of the range. So if we end up breaking this 99.3 and actually closing above it, that can just bleed into then the 2-day closing above it, which then ideally will help the weekly here. If the weekly here can actually close a candle like this while bouncing off that EMA 9, never closed above it, to me, this is still looking quite nice. We quickly had that weekly trend shift, and this is why Bitcoin isn't always the most clean to trade. Once we took out that last higher low here on this wick low that occurred yesterday, this was a big, in my opinion, it's looking like a big liquidity grab now. So now the objective for bulls is actually to break up and take out essentially the January, in the beginning of January, the weekly candle we had where we had that run up all the way up to 102,000. Bulls are essentially going to try to break that now and shift the weekly trend back up. So it all will start though if we can get dailies back above 99.3. So this is the area I really wouldn't get, start opening new longs on. I would actually just be cautiously bullish at this point and just waiting for more confirmation, more data, which always comes when you get those daily 2-day closes. So it's actually a very important zone to see. Do bears reject us? This is kind of like, in my opinion, the last zone before we go and actually test above 100K again, even possibly testing the all-time high. Or are we just going to reject, and this is going to be somewhat of like a bearish retest after we lost it here. So I do think we should be, just watching today's close very, very range we have. The 38.2% is right where we're pressing now. It's currently at 99,200. So I look at that as good confluence. If Bitcoin can actually get dailies above 99.3, to me that opens the door of us actually breaking out here, especially with the HPDR, closing above the 38.2%, basing on this zone, would then give me, in my opinion, the next target being right around that $103,000, which lines up with the 61.8%, if not all the way back or right around the all-time high. And that's going to be a pretty big zone for Bitcoin, retesting its all-time high, because if we go to the monthly here, we can see that we have a nice 50% on the HPDR on the monthly, right at $110,000. So, it's closer to 111,000. To me, when I see that, it's really looking like Bitcoin wants to at least test its all-time high, if not break it. And remember, for this monthly, the objective is going to be to break this wick high. We saw a lot of people talking about this being a major local top on Bitcoin. Crypto Twitter got insanely bearish, talking about the tops in. And so the objective for bulls into this monthly will be to break still above this wick high and validating this massive shooting star that we had on the monthly. So to me, that's still going to be the objective. And in doing so, then I do think then we
One second, everyone.
Yeah, there we go. If we actually look at the 5-day here, a move is still brewing on Bitcoin, a pretty big move. Even though we've moved all the way up, we're now pressing almost 100,000. This is telling me that the volatility really hasn't expanded yet especially on like the 5-day. These often give pretty big moves. I believe it's like an 80% of getting, you have an 80% chance of getting like a 30 to 35% move upon expansion. So if we end up actually reclaiming this median here, these targets around 120 to 130,000 really aren't going to look that insane, especially with what we know on Tether dominance here, potentially looking like it's a lower low is just brewing here. On my chart here, even without looking at the HPDR.
Well, you kind of have like the same volatility setup starting to form.
Yeah, on the 5-day. So you're getting that on Bitcoin and you're getting it on Tether, while also it's looking like, a major lower high has just been put in, especially on the 5-day, but even the monthly, like I showed. And for me now, I mean, there's a pretty massive gap from this point. Once we end up losing that 3.78 to 3.79%, it's not out of the question for Tether just to kind of dump right to the next support pretty quickly too. This range, it's pretty big, I understand, but I mean, it's definitely not out of Tether dominance like nature at all. So, it's definitely something to really watch, because if we're dealing with a move that's going to drop us from 3.78 all the way back down to 2.4, 2.5, plus we're getting a 5-day volatility setup, it's definitely telling me that a bigger move on Bitcoin really could be brewing, which is really funny because, we already have had pretty big moves. We've essentially gone up all year long. I'm definitely not going to complain if we have another breakout scenario. So once we actually see this 5-day break above 15%, this will really start confirming, volatility is expanding here. And we really could then have a 30 to 35% move brewing on Bitcoin. Out of curiosity, let's say it breaks once we actually break that wick high right around here. Just in this scenario, it doesn't have to actually kind of expand at all yet. We can stay at zero volatility, but the goal would be to kind of get it to expand around 100K, if not a little above. That way, if we do end up getting that 30% move, we do see that $130,000 region actually get hit if we end up expanding, let's say, from this wick high right around 103,000. That would take us right around this zone closer to that 61.8% on the 5-day, which is pretty interesting to see. So Bitcoin to me is looking pretty bullish. I wouldn't get too bullish though, or at least opening new longs at this point. I'd be just patiently waiting to see where this daily actually closes. I'd be very aware that bears are essentially going to try to reject us. They're going to look at this as a major SFP, and they're going to be looking at this as a major bearish retest, which would mean to me we would need to close back under this resistance. Now we're back into this range where we easily could go back down closer to 95,500 to 95,600. Or we're going to actually break out. And if we get a daily closure, and that leads to possibly that 2-day closing above that 99,300 zone, then you actually could argue you're potentially going to get another long trigger here. So especially with what we see with the 2-day volatility setup already expanding very, very freshly now, while the posturing of Bitcoin is turning bullish. That's why getting back above, in my opinion, basically $103,000 is going to be a major zone for Bitcoin. And that way, then we can start shifting, the actual trend back up. And then the weekly can actually be back in an uptrend, in my opinion. Because and then we can actually call this just a liquidity grab. Took all the stops, quickly shifted the trend, got everyone bearish, just for that to, kind of turbo.
Sorry, everyone, we're having technical difficulties. And we also have no budget for the music. So this is all we have. I'm just going to give Alex 20 more minutes. If he's still frozen, we'll stop the stream. Wow, for real, this is bad.
I think he might have to. I think I might have to open his door.
Oh, that could be that.
Oh wow! How long was I out? I guess I was talking about to myself.
Well, you said this is a liquidity grab, and then we turboed up. That's where literally it stopped. I have no idea where. Yeah, how much more?
I see. Wow, I was like 2. Yeah, I was wondering why farmers yelling at me. So hopefully the connection will work. We did get Starlink. We need a mounted. So I mean that hopefully will help it. But yeah, that's interesting.
You could also need and I'm sorry, the Wi-Fi connectors, the stuff that you put in the house to distribute the Wi-Fi better.
I like the extenders.
Yeah, I have that all over my house. You're muted for it. Oh,
right.
I said I feel like the main issue is that it's sitting in our like balcony and the roof is covered, so we need to move it to the side to mount it on the wall to where there's no roof covering it.
Well, yep, that would make sense.
Yeah, we got to figure that out as soon as possible. But hopefully, me having my door open will help.
So far, so good, sir.
Good. So remember, this to me was like the last higher low. We see that, especially when we turn the trend wave catalyst on. We see the next low before the higher high. It was very, very important for this next low to hold and for this high to actually break the all-time high. Instead, we fell through that. So if we end up actually reclaiming the $99,300 zone, yeah, to me, then that'll really give bulls the upper hand to possibly then break this next high here, shifting the overall trend back up. Then to me, this will really start looking like a major liquidity grab where, essentially longs had no thesis at this point. We were very heavily away from the weekly 9. We just broke the last higher low on the weekly, overall breaking just the trend and any kind of structure of having a bull thesis. Those often then can, if you get like what we had, an aggressive move back up, just often liquidity grabs, longs close out, shorts scale open, major trap up, then you get this kind of like squeeze. So watch very closely the 99.3. You see where we're at there now. So I would not be opening new longs at this point. I'd be just watching and waiting carefully. Bears are really going to try to reject us, and they essentially just don't want price to get back above 102, 700 essentially on Bitcoin. Call it $103,000. If we get back above 103, I do think then we're going to start seeing that 5-day actually expand. But for now, bears are going to be looking at this as a major SFP. This is a major bearish retest. And, essentially you just short this and have your stop here for the easy short. So that to me is just what Bitcoin is looking like. It potentially, though, I'd be very cautious if you are going to short, to just make sure, to have your stop very tight. Logical area to have a stop is just at this wick high. Because if we don't reject and we close above the 38.2%, reclaim the median, this will really start looking like we're actually getting a breakout scenario. We do get those big moves once the daily actually does break above the 38.2%. We saw that here, retested it slightly, and then from that point, we broke out and actually went up 34%. Especially with what we know on the 5-day giving us a 30 to 35% move, it's definitely something to just be very cautious about if you're shorting. I will say, though, the 5-day median, we are still under it, and that is sitting at, close to $106,000. So, you are going to want to essentially break this wick high, make a move up to this, all-time high, and then actually break that, giving us a good chance, or bulls at least a good chance of reclaiming that 5-day median. And then once we do that, we really then start getting some pretty insane numbers, 120,000, if not all the way up to that $134,000 mark, which lines up right around, that 30% move that the 5-day signal often gives. So pretty insane.
Also,
on Bitcoin.
You're gonna close this one in 8 hours. This 5-day candle in 8 hours, which is also nice.
That is nice, and that's actually a good point. I didn't even notice that. So we now on this 5-day either want just a major green dildo to shoot us back above the median, or we want this median to actually start coming down, giving us a really good chance of at least testing it, or actually reclaiming it.
And that 8 hours for the closure makes it so that within the next 3 opens and closes, it's likely fires off. Like it's just 15 days at max.
Yeah. So maybe into this next close, we actually do get that expansion possibly, which possibly could mean, well, it's on a 5-day, so we get this candle maybe at the
3 times.
February.
3 times would be 15 days.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. Early February, possibly we see this actually start expanding, which could be why we're starting to see, this kind of gear up for a breakout, especially on the daily. Us actually getting this 5-day close today means that bears are really going to try hard to reject us. They don't want us to get this 5-day close back above 99.3, in my opinion. Getting back above 99.300 would be, the steps of a bigger breakout, especially when the daily is losing, potentially the top of the blue zone if it wants to load. And then also the 2-day is getting that expansion up on BBWP, possibly today, if not into tomorrow. So, just a lot of points for bulls now on why they definitely want to reclaim 99.3. Then, next target will be close to that $103,000. Get above there, then the trend can shift, in my opinion. And then we actually can start looking at the all-time high potentially again. So, very important zone though today for bulls to reclaim. It's nice to see the reaction. It was a pretty aggressive move up so far from that bottom too. 11%, so it's not too bad. So yeah, we'll have to see how today looks. Real quick, let me just look at Bitcoin dominance. Bitcoin dominance is still looking okay to me. Let me just see. Yeah, it's still looking okay. Curious to see how the 2-day looks. So you're essentially, as a Bitcoin dominance bull, you're essentially just going to want, let me see, the January 11th low to hold. So anywhere around here could just form another higher low. You're now just going to want to see that low hold. We see the dailies very close to potentially silver crossing. So the ideal scenario would be, we go down to possibly the 58%, maybe down to 57.97%, and then get the bounce on Bitcoin dominance and then form a higher low. I do think over time, though, we're just going to trek up and possibly test the 59.6% again. As long as we don't break this wick high, I'm still going to be on the camp that this has topped, though, and anywhere under this wick high will simply just be another lower high on the weekly. The hopium is, though, we have reclaimed the weekly EMA 9. We are above the median, and that's why I would not be surprised if we ended up testing this resistance again. But as long as we stay under this wick high, it's just going to look like another lower high to me. So still looking good, though, on Bitcoin dominance, as we would expect if Bitcoin, is going up and ETH BTC is, still nuking and going down. It's pretty big drop yesterday on, or I guess 2 days ago on ETH BTC. So, that's all I really see on Bitcoin as a whole, though. We're just going to have to watch really closely today and see, if that 99,300 zone gets reclaimed. If so, then, I could really see an argument of us testing at least back to the $104,000 level, 103,000, 104,000, if not all the way back to the all-time high. So it's going to be very interesting to see what we do today on the daily, especially with that 5-day closing.
I think we're getting an extension off the pump from the new announcement about Trump's SEC.
So you think that, well, the entire
we're getting
market,
it right now.
The entire market all around is green, like hard green, and yields are down hard.
And Dixie's even down pretty hard today too.
And the VIX too. Like, perfect scenario, guys. We did it. We fucking did it. Donald Trump saved everyone. Wait, how? Oh, it was the inflation number. Sorry, I forgot what was the good news.
Hey, we were right though. Remember last stream we said up or down?
Sure. Oh yeah, and it actually went up and down.
Pat on the back.
Good job. We're getting very good at this. Too. Throw me your chart, sir. Oh. Donald Pump. It's gonna be a great pump. Like the pump.
Inaugurating the best president in about 5 days. His name's Donald Pump.
Donald Pump.
Donald motherfucking Pump.
That sounds like the name of a porn store.
That's right. Yeah, I'm sure there's one. I'm not gonna look it up right now because it's probably a guy. So
it's most definitely a guy.
Yeah. No. Staying out of it, away from it.
On the weekly right now, we got a test to the bottom 38.2%, and not only did it hold as support, but it's being used as a spring up to the upside now. And from there, you would usually target the median. And right now, the median sits at $104,800. That would kind of break this little lower high wick that we have on the weekly before at 102,700, very likely gives us a retest of our previous all-time highs, sitting somewhere around 108,200 and something. Right now, momentum is starting to shift back up.
And the internet speed is starting to get stuck. All right, everyone, we'll be right back in 1 second. Blah, 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 blah. And I was going to do sorry, go on. You got caught.
61.8% is sitting at roughly $146,000. Pretty insane levels. And right now on our momentum, we did come lower than all of these lows over here, but we made a higher low. So that would give us hidden bullish divergence on the weekly as a potential as well. The way to confirm that divergence would be to close above this number of 102,753, which we would get if we closed over the median. That would be hidden bullish divergence as well as closing over the HPDR median. Very likely sends us upwards to that 50% to 61.8. That puts us between 133,000 and 145,800. If we did get that 5-day momentum volatility setup, the target of that is somewhere around this 50% at 133,600. And if we were to do higher than the average move, that could take us to the 146 or 145. Monthly right now is currently a rejection of the median as we sit. So 99,544. If we do close over that though, right now we're getting a monthly momentum and volatility setup where momentum is sitting at 0%, flip to the upside, volatility sitting at literally 0%. And to get a bias of which direction volatility is going to break, open up the jewel, and the jewel is starting to flip back around, holding this pink moving average, and the oscillator has turned light blue for the buy color. Makes it more likely that this volatility will break to the upside. Confirmed with a close over 99,544. That would at least minimum take us towards this 38.2%, which right now is sitting at a pretty high number of 163,584. Quarterly, this looks like follow through on this candle wick right here will be projected the median. So now we're getting another test of the median, and since this is a quarterly candle, within sometime by the end of March, we should get a move to test this median sitting at 118,888.
Damn. Sorry, everyone. We're having some Wi-Fi difficulties. I'm going to do a commercial. That's what you guys want. I'll do the commercial. Are you guys ready? I'm just giving Farhan more time. Let's see.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. You're back.
All right. So on the 2-week, we got to reconnect perfectly with our 9 EMA, and that's being used as support and spring up to right now. We're getting over this candle's close, which is at 98,344. We do close that over that. That should give us a target of hitting this 38.2% at a minimum. And right now, that is sitting at new all-time highs at 110,484. Momentum is currently shifted to the downside. Volatility is also shifted down, telling us that we should be seeing a correction, which maybe we've just seen the extent of on this move down to 89,224. Especially if we close over this high of 98,344, then likely this was the correction, and we go up towards the 38.2 or the 50%. That's between $110,000 and $125,000, and at that point, that 5-day setup would most likely be firing off. 5 days looking beautiful. We got to retest at this 61.8%, front running this 521 EMA just a little bit. Now we're using that 61.8% to spring us upwards above this bottom 38.2%. Right now, momentum is flipped to the downside, just about to test the edge of the bearish control zone with volatility flips up. If we do close over this bottom 38.2%, that number is at 98,514. Very likely this momentum flips back up, rejecting the bearish control zone while volatility still stays up. That gives us a target of this top 38.2%, which right now is at about $125,900. Very close also to that 5-day volatility versus stochastic momentum setup.
Very George number.
Oh yeah, 125, and then we got 160 after that.
I want to be. I wish George would live stream himself when Bitcoin went into those numbers. I would love to see him creaming his pants.
Nobody's going to be able to understand what he's saying because he's going to be so drunk off the Hennessy.
I mean, deserves so, right? Deserves so.
He deserves it.
Yeah.
On the 3-day, that's also closing in the next 5 days in 39. I mean, 8 days and 39 minutes. 8 hours and 39 minutes. I'm freaking retarded.
I'm like, dude, that's a 3-day candle. That sounds
So
a
the
little
3-day
bit
closes, the 5-day closes, 10-day. So I'm guessing the 15-day also closes if you do it by math. I just don't have. I'm not about to pull up the 15-day though.
You would be the first person to ever show me that. I don't think I've ever looked at a 15-day chart.
I just like to do the math in my head to see what are the higher time frame closures if this one's closing.
I'm actually looking at the 15-day chart now. Thanks.
That is a look. That's
me
1
see.
day more than 2 weeks.
Day 15.
Yeah, how does it look actually?
Let me see.
Let's pull it up.
I've never in my entire existence looked at that.
It's at the 50% right now. And it's going to close in 8 hours and 38 minutes exactly. And it's finding, like, literally our meme lines are the top of the 38%, and then above the other meme line where we're putting resistance right now that hopefully will pass at 101,632. That's the 50%.
Looks like a bull flag.
Momentum on 15 days flipping up now with volatility also.
Yeah, interesting.
Close over this 101,230. We should get a move with this volatility towards like 115, 145.
Wow.
Sheesh. Backwards. All right. So that 3-day is now also closing, getting over that 38.2%. First stop is going to be somewhere around the median. Median sits at 102,355. It's right around our previous projective highs of whenever we first flipped that trend back into an uptrend. And if we were able to close over that, that sends us towards the 50% maybe right now because momentum and volatility are pretty low. And that would be about like $116,000, maybe the 61.8%, which is $123,000. And no matter how ridiculous these numbers are, keep in mind, it's still not enough to buy a Lucid or Sapphire, which is a piece of shit. On the 2-day, we are now getting over the median. 2-day did confirm a fourth drive of hidden bullish divergence, which should theoretically be a retest of these all-time highs. But first, we got to get a close over this median. Median's at $99,024, a little bit above it right now. If we do close over that area, though, then almost certainly we're going to get a move up to the 50%, which is a little bit of a swipe of our previous all-time highs. That number is at about $109,104. Then if we were to get a close over that area, the 50%, that would take us towards somewhere around the 78.6, maybe the 88.3. Maybe I'm a little bit more inclined to say 88.3 just because the number lines up with that 5-day volatility and momentum target. Momentum and volatility are doing a full reset on the 2-day also, where momentum is sitting right all the way back down at almost 0%. Volatility is at almost 0%. And now the jewel is starting to flip back around from white to another cyan light blue bicolor. Especially if we close over this median, and we should very likely see that 5-day setup fire off to the upside. Daily is now getting pretty close to that top 38.2% at 100,358. If we do close over that area, then we should very likely, considering momentum volatility is coming from pretty low levels, while momentum is pointed up, go towards that 78.6. Which would be another like slightly swipe above our current all-time highs. This number sitting at 110,400. And we're very, 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 very close to hitting the first TP of the Academy loan.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that we either are close or we hit it already. So yeah, what was the TP?
I think it was around $100,000, the first one.
Yeah, pretty close.
On the 4-hour, we've just gotten a first silver cross to the upside. And have we gotten? Yeah, we've gotten a perfect retest of this 9 EMA. So this is what happens. Like I think I've mentioned this before, where price action is like kind of far away from the 5 EMA, 9 EMA. Whenever you're getting that silver cross, but then you get such a huge pump that the price drives the 9 EMA up into the bottom of the candle. So these kind of silver crosses are a little bit difficult to play because the pump has already happened after you've gotten your reconnect with the 9 EMA. So the first TP is at 100,350, pretty close. Right now we are over the 61.8%, and we're solidly over this 200 SMA, which was our last rejection point. So if we do close over that's also the more probability that we're going to go back and retest our previous all-time highs. Because at the very least, we get a move up to 102,000, which would break the levels on a whole bunch of other higher time frames, and it would also very likely set that 5-day setup off to volatility expansion. Probably breaks that and goes towards our previous all-time highs, and maybe a little bit higher towards 110, which is another significant HPDR level. Good thing I didn't just give out a short for Meta. I was thinking about it, and now it's putting in hidden bullish divergence.
Of course. Well, if they ban TikTok, it should. Imagine how happy Mark Zuckerberg is going to be.
But what if they sell it to Elon?
They said that was fake. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. And I also think TikTok is worth a lot of money. Like you're talking about probably in the $500 million range.
Elon could afford that.
I mean, his friends probably can.
This $500 million is like $500 million. I'm sure Elon could get that cash.
No, $500 billion.
Oh, trillion.
Yeah, dude.
Oh,
yeah, because think about how much Instagram is worth.
yeah, true. Mr. Beast is not buying that. Never mind.
No, he's completely out of his mind. Yeah. Like, listen, he does really well and he's killing it and whatnot, but it's a $500 million purchase on $500 billion.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Apple should buy it.
They have a lot of cash.
So this is what a lot of my bias is based off of right now. The 2-day did just confirm on the last close multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence that followed these higher lows. First target from there would be the bullish control zone, and right now the bullish, and plus we're expanding from about 12% volatility. So the first target would be the bullish control zone. Bullish control zone right now sits at $107,700, which is right under our current all-time highs. Very likely from there, since we're coming from such low volatility, probably go over that towards that HPDR target of $110,000. And in the next day and 9 hours, this number is going to change. So we're very likely not going to go to the critical zone within this next closure. So this number is going to change. But right now it sits at 46,277 for the critical zone. Interested to see where that number shifts to whenever we finally get around it. Maybe it'll be around 130, which would be that 5-day setup target. Monthly. There is some possible slight hidden bullish divergence between these points, but it's already played out since we've already hit the critical zone from there. So not much use there. 3 months still has that hidden bullish divergence active as long as we're closing above 58,890. So very unlikely that that'll confirm on this next open. It'll be the confirmation point will be 89,224. A lot easier to do, but now that number is $1,000 or $10,000 away from where we are. It's going to be targeting the critical zone unless it happens in the next 2 months and 17 days. I'm not gonna probably not this number, but if it does happen in the next 2 months and 17 days, that would be 169,138.
Very nice.
Still would not buy you a Lucid Sapphire Air.
Well, you can lease one for probably $200 a month.
Probably.
Yeah, dude. When we got the Rivian, Belen was like, "Oh, this is great. Should we buy it?" And I go, "Nah, dude. You fucking lease that bitch right now. You got all the incentives. We got $100 and some $1,000 car for $800 a month, and
Holy fucking shit.
yeah. But by the way, and they finished that, and now that car is $1,300 a month to $1,500. So we
That's
fucking
good ass
nailed
fucking
it.
deal.
You know, son, this is one thing I know how to do is be a Jew when it comes to buying things.
But he paid sticker for that for 219s.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, let's go.
A little thing to be worried about though is that the 6 months does have possible
Yeah.
bearish divergence, and it would be a third drive of bearish divergence. But every single one of these bearish divergence confirmations have been the market/cycle top. So whenever we have this divergence confirmed, this cycle top is going to be put in. And right now, to confirm the divergence is pretty close to impossible. I don't want to say impossible because nothing is impossible, but to confirm it, you'd have to close below $49,217. Probably not going to happen. Yeah, probably not going to happen. But in the next 6 month candle, the number is going to be 89,224. A lot easier to do. Nope.
No.
Oh, well, XRPP finally hit $3 right now.
Yep. Yeah,
Beautiful.
It's pumping like a motherfucker.
Garlic bread in the motherfucking house.
I'm getting some garlic bread today. After talking about it for so long, I finally made the decision that I needed in my life.
3 days now, about to put in a third drive of a hidden bullish divergence confirmed in about 8 hours, 8.5 hours. We're going to confirm it as long as we're closing above $95,840. That would give us, and we're getting volatility expansion on the 3 day. Very nice to see that along with hidden bullish divergence. First target is going to be the simple moving average and the bullish control zone. Right now, the simple moving average sits at 114,254. And 114,000. And the bullish control zone sits at, what is that? 117,540. Good lord, those are fucking high ass numbers. And then from there, with the next number is going to be quite illogical for the next 3 day close. Probably going to take several closes if it just even does happen, and the number is going to change. But the bullish critical zone right now, this is just for shits and giggles, is at $188,000. What's more likely is this simple moving average and the bullish control zone around 114 to 117. And even saying that sounds crazy. Daily has now confirmed a regular drive of bullish divergence between this low and this low because price made a lower closing low, but RSI went significantly higher on a higher low. That gives us bullish divergence between these 2 points. First target has been hit, the easy target, which is the bullish control zone. That number is at about 100,700. Oh no, it hasn't been hit yet. Interesting. We're very close to hitting it though.
You're at 100. No, 101. Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
And then the next target from there is going to be the critical zone. The critical zone right now is at 124,221. And we're about to get some volatility expansion on the daily as well. We're just crossing over the moving average. That would support that move towards about, since we're not coming that low, so maybe not 124. Maybe this number will change as well. Four-hour has some nice inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. So if we were drawing measured moves to there, that would take us even higher than the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone is at 103,476. That would break this previous lower high and target the previous all-time highs around 108. Let's do the monthly momentum. Volatility is getting pretty low. It's sitting at somewhere around 21%. It hasn't quite gotten to our extreme lows yet. It doesn't really have to. We could see
Good old Farhan just had a little freeze. 1 second, boys.
Yeah,
There you go.
little 2 weeks. In
Yeah.
about 2 weeks, we're expecting that to play out with the divergences. So probably it expands from somewhere around here and doesn't drop below the 15%. Monthly momentum is going to remain.
Oh boy.
I think he's gone again. I'm still on now. That seems like the Mexican Wi-Fi is working.
Yeah. Yeah. At least you have two options.
Yeah.
There you go. You're back, Farhan. I can see you moving.
What was the last thing you heard?
Man, like the last chop, you came back for like a second. And so it's been a while. I think, yeah, you were in the monthly.
All right, so I was saying on the monthly is that we're just about to get volatility expansion. It's not as likely that we'll go under the 15% and expand. More likely we expand from here because we have so many divergences on daily and the 2-day and the 3-day that we likely within the next 16 days end up getting a nice little pump, which would expand volatility on the monthly. And we're going to be flipped up as long as we're above 89,850. So it does kind of make sense that 89,000 was the low on this move to the downside because that 89,850 is significant support as that's the momentum pivot. Two-week is now pretty close to remaining to the upside. As long as we close above 101,200, 101,200, 101,250, that will remain to the upside, keeping our Hamas setup alive and not bombed to death yet. But if this does,
Damn it.
weekly volatility is still contracting. We're sitting at about 51%. It is reasonable to see volatility expansion from the 50% level. We'll very likely see it if we do close over $102,754. Then we'll probably get volatility expansion from the 50%. Otherwise, it's still likely to go a little bit lower before it starts officially expanding on the BPWP. Momentum is pointed down right now as long as we're below $107,120. And it's going to break within the out of the critical zone into the bullish control zone. In the next 4 days, however, though, if we do close over 107,150 or $107,200, it'll be a rejection of getting out of the critical zone and flipping back up within the critical zone. And usually that comes alongside a pretty decent pump. Here we go, that 5-day setup. 5 days at 2 periods of 0% volatility. Moving average still has not caught up yet. In this next close, very likely the moving average will be caught up, and then you can expect maybe 2 periods after that the setup plays out. So that would be maybe 10 to 15 days maximum before that setup actually does fire off from what we're looking at now. Because we're going to close in 8.5 hours, which will bring this moving average all the way down below 15.
God balls.
Now the pay $650. If we can in the next 8 days and 5 hours, close over, flip momentum back to the upside. Otherwise, we would just be waiting to see what the pivot goes to. If it goes down, which I kind of think it will, that would be extremely bullish. And if we get volatility expansion from there, then we're likely to flip or get that significant move in the direction of whichever way momentum is, which is why it's a big deal if this number goes down or remains around this number if price is above it. If price is above 103 and it doesn't change, then we likely get that move to the upside. Or if this number moves down below, ow, fuck you.
Hold on.
If this number goes down to where below price action is, then also 85% chance that we get that 30 to 35% move to the upside. Go away, bud. He's in his hit and run mode, where he just runs, swipes with his claws, then runs away.
Fucking cats are so fucking strange. They're so different from dogs.
That's
More like the squirrel.
Piece of shit.
Yeah, the squirrel is like that.
Doing drive-bys.
Yep.
We just tapped the edge of that 15% on volatility and just started expanding from there. Didn't quite even get under it. And momentum, but we're still getting volatility expansion nonetheless. And momentum is flipping back up, rejecting getting into the bearish control, and it's going to be flipped to the upside as long as we're above $93,300, $93,350. Volatility expansion, rejection of the bearish control zone, we likely would get a retest of our current all-time highs at least from there, around $108,000. See. And we have significantly lower lows on these stochastic momentum than all of these other lows, while we're making significantly higher lows, giving us potential hidden bullish divergence from all of these points. It would be confirmed with a close above $102,513. That would send us significantly higher. Probably that 5-day setup plays out then, and we go towards 130. 2 days now, getting that volatility set up, dip below the 15%. Now we're crossing back above it. Need to get above this moving average to confirm volatility expansion. But if we do, then we're going to get a 2-day setup to the upside. I'm not exactly sure what the statistics are. I believe it's the same 85% accuracy, but I'm not sure what the percentage of the move is to the upside or downside. But we're going to flip back up, exiting the bearish control zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're closing above $96,900. That should, with this volatility expansion from such low levels, momentum to the upside, be at least a retest of current all-time highs. And now the daily is getting a nice volatility setup where we dropped below 15%, started expanding above it. Now we're expanding again, getting over the moving average, rejecting the bearish control zone, and pointed up as long as we're above $92,500. That also should be a setup towards hitting our current all-time highs. Four hours started expanding from 3 periods of 0% volatility. Went up all the way to where we are right now at 99,772, and now volatility is starting to contract, dropping below the moving average, but momentum is still pointed to the upside within the critical zone as long as we're above $98,600 and $98,700. This one's even to the upside. Interesting. On the 2-hour, we're getting volatility expansion after contraction from this little bit of sideways that we got after hitting $97,000. Now we're getting volatility expansion on this move to the upside. We're only at 64%, so we could easily keep going up towards our last lower high at around $102,000, which would then flip up volatility on our higher time frames like the 5-day. But we're going to flip back to the upside on the 2-hour, where we had been down during this correction, as long as we're closing over $99,000 basically. All right, so if we go all the way up, the monthly pivot was just basically tapped on our last move to the downside around $89,000. We ended up finding not only some decent support there, but some significant support right around that $89,000 number, where we're springing heavily above that by $10,000 above that. And that confirms that as a monthly momentum remaining to the upside as long as we close over that, holding the critical zone and flipping back up at the critical zone, which usually whenever we get that gives us very significant pumps. It's the same thing that we had whenever monthly momentum flipped back up after the several months of sideways during 2022, 2024, whenever we flipped back up during the spring after the election time.
Well,
And he's out.
Yeah, and he's out. You cannot see the screen where can you see me?
No.
All right,
It's
can you
just
hear me?
I can see. Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. On the 5-day, we're getting a setup where volatility dropped all the way to 0%, below 15%. And once it expands, we get a 30 to 35% move, or 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move in the direction of momentum. So if that number drops, or if price action moves above it by then that period of expansion, we're very likely to get a 30 to 35% move to the upside. That would take us somewhere around $130,000 to $135,000.
But
And then we
momentum is
also,
pointing down, no?
right now it's pointing down. So
Yeah.
and we're not getting volatility expansion yet. So we have to see where price is whenever volatility starts expanding,
Okay.
which will very likely.
Excellent. And so, also, it's in the interesting part, which is where it's very likely. Yeah.
Fucking A. Should we switch
What
back
would
to the
I-
other white store?
Yeah. You'll as soon as I get on this, you can switch back. You were saying, I'm sorry, that it is very on the 5-day one.
Yeah, so on the 5-day, to get volatility expansion on this close in 8 hours and 14 minutes. So we want to see where where that momentum pivot goes to. Right now it's at 103. Likely, it's possible that it comes down, and it's possible that it stays the same. But if it goes up, that's pretty bearish.
Okay.
What's likely now, since we're just entering into the bullish control zone, is that this number goes down a little bit. And ideally, we want to see it below price. If we see it below price, then from there, whenever volatility expansion happens, it's likely to play out to the upside.
Got it.
And then on our, we're about to put in another drive of hidden bullish divergence. 2-day has already confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. The daily has confirmed bullish divergence. All of our momentum pivots are flipping back up, rejecting the bearish control zone. The 4-hour is now starting to flip up. The 2-hour is now starting to flip back up. It's kind of looking like all the stars are aligned to the upside, and we're probably going to get a retest of 102s first. Maybe a slight rejection there, and then up to our previous all-time highs, which at that point the 5-day setup will be playing out. Probably we get a little bit of correction there, but the 5-day setup will continue towards probably 130s.
Let us motherfucking go. We got Litecoin and Mr. Garlic House's XRP.
Isn't it amazing how the bull moon plays out again?
Yeah. Unfucking believable. I'm just gonna open a portfolio just based on that shit at this point. Holy shit.
Crown has an automated strategy that just trades the moons.
Well, yeah, of course. He's got the quantum blah 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 strategy tester or whatever. I was watching Crown this morning and he was saying it. I love that fucking statistics motherfucker. And he was mentioning it, and I was just thinking about our conversations about the fucking moon. It's crazy. It's so crazy that
it's
works.
Like a 68% chance probability.
Unfucking believable. All righty, boys. XRP and LTC, Litecoin.
I got garlic bread.
Thank you. Of course, being the CEO of the garlic bread, you should. By the way, the 15-day one has never closed above where it is. That's just something that I found interesting. It's never closed a candle higher than this.
Got a Hamas set up on the 15-day.
You had the Hamas setup, yeah, of course. And it was a very clean one too, by the way. Once it went up, let me see. Nah, 15% would have been here. So now you would have missed a lot of the move on the 15-day if you waited for that. But just interesting that's how that looks. All righty. Probando. Vale, vamos a analizar Bitcoin rápidamente. Bueno, les voy a pasar exactamente el análisis que me acaban de pasar para no hacerla cansada. Ok, déjenme quito el Trend Wave Catalyst, bla, 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 bla. Listo. Ok, podemos ver, y voy a usar mi tabla limpia de los Bitcoins, podemos ver a Bitcoin todavía en una tendencia alcista, postulando en este cierre trimestral que todavía faltan 2 meses y medio, por encima del último cierre que fue $93,000. En este momento estamos cotizando en 99,433, creando de bajos más altos a altos más altos. Esto sigue en tendencia alcista. Vamos a voltear a ver la volatilidad. Volatilidad continúa expandiendo. Ya saben, esto es el BBWP. Para todos ustedes que gusten, este es un indicador gratuito. La volatilidad es la línea de colores, la blanca es el promedio, y estando por encima de la blanca y por encima del 15% cuenta como expansión, y lo está haciendo con el movimiento a la alza. Esto pinta bastante bien a largo plazo. Una vela trimestral tarda años en jugarse, así que en darse en el mercado, así que simplemente algo que vale la pena mencionar. La mensual, un poco de lo mismo, con una vela, con una posibilidad de vela topera por acá. Justamente en este momento tenemos una vela de indecisión en la que sigue, que es en la que estamos. En este momento que cierra en 16 días y 9 horas, básicamente 2 semanitas más. Pueden ver que hemos estado tranquilamente creando bajos más altos, altos más altos, poniendo esta vela topera. Definitivamente no nos gustaría cerrar debajo de los $91,000, 90,800. Un cierre abajo de eso estaría dando confirmación a este tope y eso nos llevaría para abajo. Por ahora estamos por encima y está pintando bastante bien la situación. No tenemos nada en volatilidad mensual, solamente para que lo sepan y lo tengan presente. Con eso dicho y hecho, les voy a poner el HPDR, que aquí es donde empezamos a ver nuestros objetivos. Podemos ver que nuestra media está en los 89,000, que fue justamente donde venimos a rebotar, lo que nos está diciendo que tal vez hayamos visto el fondo local de este movimiento. Eso es una indicación, pero nos debería llevar a la parte alta de 38.2%. Antes de este cierre mensual, de nuevo faltan 16 días y 9 horas, y eso estaría en $111,000. Eso estaría por encima de los máximos históricos. Podemos ver que nuestro promedio del 9 está subiendo, está en 78,278, bastante lejos de donde hemos tocado todo el precio. Hemos detenido y tenido el bajo más bajo en esta vela en $89,028. Así que esto fue lo que fue esa. Vamos a la de 2 semanas rápidamente a analizar eso. 2 semanas tenemos un poco de lo mismo que nos está jugando ya en esta temporalidad, un juego bastante más divertido, que es, tienes estos altos y ahora tuviste este alto que no fue tan alto y este es un mínimo más bajo que los de antes. Eso nos debería espantar. En cierta manera no, porque rebotamos en el promedio del 9, tal cual como, o en mi línea meme mal dicha. Rebotamos justamente acá, rompimos la parte alta de la zona azul, que es el 38.2%, y ahora estamos rangueando justamente en el 50%. Queremos llegar a tocar la parte alta del 50%, está en $105,000. Hay más probabilidades de que eso pase a que no, solamente para que sepan. Y este cierre semanal le faltan 4, de 2 semanas, faltan 4 días y 9 horas para que lo tengan en mente. Ahora, con esto dicho y hecho, teníamos nuestra volatilidad viniendo debajo teníamos nuestra volatilidad que venía desde los niveles más bajos, expandiendo por arriba del 15% en este movimiento que estamos viviendo en este momento. Volatilidad continúa apuntando para arriba en esta tabla, por arriba del promedio. Esto nos debería de dar continuación al movimiento una vez que la volatilidad empiece a empujar con fuerza. Ahorita está yéndose como de ladita, pero para arriba tantito. Semanal, vamos a poner la semanal. En la semanal, y aquí ya voy a usar mi tabla, perdón. Brinco de una a otra por los dibujitos. Ahora van a ver por qué. Porque en la semanal podemos ver, uno, no tenemos nada en la volatilidad, está contrayendo en este momento, buscando ese 50% donde podría rebotar a la alza. Vamos a tener un ojo bastante bien abierto acá. Y acá estamos simplemente en la semanal. Esto es algo que yo había hecho, lo puse esto simplemente basado en la diaria. Esto para mí es bastante importante. Una vez que rompamos esta línea meme, en mi opinión, está en un lugar bastante bueno. Cierres por encima de eso es lo que vamos a buscar, que también coincide con la media, estando en los 103,962 en este periodo semanal. Ahora, rebotamos en el promedio del 9, no lo perdimos, simplemente fue un huicazo de liquidez, justamente a nuestra línea meme, donde habíamos colocado un soporte. Rebotamos y ahora estamos yendo a buscar la parte alta del 38.2%, está en $121,452. ¿Qué va a ser lo primero que queramos tomar? Definitivamente los 104, básicamente $104,000, que es donde está la media en la semanal. Una vez tomada esa y pudiendo cerrar o pasarla para encima, vamos a tener ese viaje a los $120,000, pero esta vela va a cerrar en semanal en 4 días y 9 horas. Así que todo y mucho puede pasar en esta temporalidad. Nos vamos acercando. Habíamos visto volatilidad, no hay nada en volatilidad exactamente. Vamos a la de 5 días. La de 5 días se me hace una de las mejores tablitas en este momento para leer Bitcoin, de las más limpias. En la de 5 días estás justamente entrando al 38.2%. El 38.2% está en 98,586. Estamos por encima de ello por casi $1,000. Y esto, un cierre de estos en 8 horas y 5 minutos, nos daría, vamos a ver a dónde se iría la media, pero eso nos haría un viaje a la media, que esperemos que baje. Si llega a bajar la media, también probablemente baje el 38.2%, que está en $123,000. Si eso llega a pasar y baja, nos va a dar una mejor idea de dónde podemos ir. Solamente faltan 8 horas para este cierre, así que tengan un ojo abierto en esto, en lo que la volatilidad está dándonos un setup. Está creando un setup de Hamas o Nagasaki en este momento. Vamos a dar más validez al de Hamas. Esto le da una probabilidad de 80% a un movimiento de precio. O sea, tenemos 80% de probabilidades cuando vemos esto en un movimiento de precio de 30 a 35%. Son simplemente, todo trading es probabilidades, ¿no? Como cuando estás apostando en deportes. Sí podemos mantener esta zona en los 98,662 en este cierre y podemos cerrar encima de ese número. Vamos a tener un viaje gratuito a la media. La media está en all-time highs, está en altos históricos en 109,272. Vamos a esperar este cierre en 8 horas, que se viene, señores, con esta expansión de volatilidad estaría bien, porque momentum en este momento en esta tabla está apuntando para abajo, pero como todavía falta bastantes periodos creemos que va a haber 2 periodos más de volatilidad nula en este setup de Hamas o Nagasaki que se está dando. Eso daría tiempo al promedio, a la volatilidad de resetear y empezar a empujar a la alza. Eso ayudaría a que el momentum empiece a apuntar para arriba. Si el momentum está apuntando para abajo y esto empieza a expandir y el precio tiene una vela roja, eso sería un setup de Nagasaki, pero por ahora no lo estamos viendo. Por ahora todo se ve bastante alcista en los gráficos, que es lo que platicamos en la mañana. Ahora, la de 3 días. En realidad, este es mi gráfico favorito. Lo que pasa es que no tengo un setup de volatilidad. La volatilidad está contrayéndose en este momento en la de 3 días. Lo pueden ver ahí. Acá, ¿por qué me gusta? Tengo confluencia con mi línea meme que se me hace muy importante en los 101,632, teniendo la media en 101,887. Esta zona va a ser muy importante y pueden ver justamente la primera resistencia que tenemos que doblar va a ser esta línea meme en diagonal. Yo sé que las líneas memes diagonal no cuentan, pero en esta ocasión es bastante evidente que es una resistencia, perdón, puta madre. Una resistencia. Después, simplemente nos tenemos que comer esta zona en los 101,887. Una vez que hagamos eso, vas a tener un cierre de los más altos. Y vean, simplemente esta línea meme está acá porque has tenido este cierre, has tenido esta vela que lo pudo lograr y tuviste la expansión a precios altos históricos e instantáneamente perdiste este nivel. Este es un nivel muy importante para el precio de Bitcoin. Si podemos romper y tener cierres por encima del 101,887, nos va a dar un viaje gratuito a los 110, creando un nuevo alto histórico que también coincide con los 109 de la de 5 días. Voy a acercarme aún más, vamos a la de 2 días. En la de 2 días pueden empezar a ver cómo se correlaciona un poco más esto. En la de 2 días tenemos la media en los 98,512, estamos por encima por $600 en este momento. Queremos aguantar por encima de la media, aguantar y tener este cierre en un día y 9 horas por encima de la media, nos va a dar un viaje a los $104,500. Una alta probabilidad de un viaje a esa zona. Esto se ve bastante bien en la de 2 días, acabo de dibujar como imbécil. Bueno, cada quien dibuja como puede, ¿no? Y no tenemos un setup de volatilidad. Está en el 15%, pero no está expandiendo oficialmente. Ah, no, sí. Espérame. Ah, bueno, están viendo cómo se está doblando ahí la volatilidad para arriba y para abajo. Tenemos que ver cómo cierra esto en un día y 9 horas. Vamos a la de harina, la diaria, damas y caballeros. En la de harina es donde pueden ver exactamente cómo esta línea meme ha sido completamente respetada. También coincide con la parte alta del 38.2%. Lo pueden ver, confluencia, señores. Y también venimos de rebotar justamente de la media que está en los 95,934, estando muy por encima y ahora en la zona azul. Queremos tener este cierre en 8 horas justamente acá, ver a dónde se mueven nuestros niveles, poner nuestro siguiente objetivo, pero muy probablemente el 103,836 sea una zona de interés para el precio en este momento, viendo todo lo que se está dando. Y también tengamos presentes que la volatilidad está intentando expandir, y una vez que expanda sobre esta vela verde, veamos si Momentum la apoya y eso nos podría llevar justamente a nuestros objetivos. Viéndolo en todas las temporalidades, se ve bastante alcista con objetivos de altos por ahí de los 110, entre los 109 y los 111 mil dólares. Y esto es apoyado también por la dominancia de Tether, estando cayendo, pero ahora importante, esto todavía no tiene un breakdown oficial, ¿ok? Y lo digo porque a veces a veces nos queremos adelantar a algo. Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo por fin en lo que está cayendo el precio. Vamos a ver si va a continuar expandiendo en eso, porque saben que a veces la volatilidad expande, el precio está yendo para un lado, después se da vuelta para otro y continúa expandiendo sobre eso. Por ahora tiene cara de que va a visitar mínimo la línea meme en los 3.92%, y mientras más retesteamos esta línea, más probabilidades tenemos de romperla a la baja, pero también tenemos que decir que a la alza. Aquí hay un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Hombro, cabeza, y el hombro sería acá. Entonces, tienes las dos, ¿no? Porque acá también has estado tocando esta parte alta de esta zona. Al estar tocando tanto las dos zonas, vas a tener, ahora sí que ahí es donde te preguntas, ¿para dónde vas a romper, tío? Y acá lo que tenemos que ver es que perdimos todos nuestros promedios, se ve bastante bajista, un rechazo del promedio del 100, nada mal, volatilidad expandiendo. Esto se ve bien para Bitcoin en este momento, se ve alcista, damas y caballeros. Y todo el mercado está en muy verde, así que tengan eso también en mente, todo muy bien, los bonos están bajando y la dominancia de Bitcoin debería de, ¿dónde está BTCD? Acá. Y nuestra dominancia de Bitcoin justamente en un punto muy importante. Si llegamos a perder esto, hemos oficialmente creado un alto más bajo, un segundo alto, un tercer alto más bajo, porque este es más alto que estos. No. Sería un alto más bajo. Importante esta zona de donde está el 57.88%, con volatilidad expandiendo también en estas velas rojas. Así que vamos a ver si la dominancia de Bitcoin cae, permite a las alts correr, pero la relación de ETH-BTC es la que me parece está en el hoyo, efectivamente. Por cierto, está en los niveles más bajos de, creo que toda la historia, esta madre. Déjenme pongo la de un mes. Justo. Sí, es la primera vez que se cae de acá. O sea, esto en teoría, a menos de que Ethereum vaya a explotar, y cuando digo explotar es que se vaya a cero, esto en teoría no se podría poner peor. Debería, porque todo ha aguantado todos estos mínimos con mínimos más altos, debería poder aguantar. Esta madre está expandiendo con estas velas rojas. Así que atentos ahí con las alts. Bitcoin tiene fuerza, tiene cara de crear un nuevo alto histórico. Otras alts lo están haciendo, pero no, digamos que no todas uniformemente. Todavía no podemos declarar una alt season, sobre todo viendo Ethereum tan castigado como está acá. Pero ahí lo tienen. Bitcoin se ve bastante bien. Definitivamente estamos buscando tener un cierre justamente donde estamos, por ahí de los 99,000 en diferentes temporalidades. Volatilidad está apoyando en temporalidades altas como la de 3 meses, etcétera. Está apoyando continuación hacia arriba, pero en temporalidades más cortas empezamos a ver que la volatilidad está contrayendo o yéndose de lado. En temporalidades más cortas tenemos divergencias alcistas en básicamente la de 5 días, la de 3 días, la de 2 días, la de 1 día, la de 4 horas. Y eso hace que nos pongamos en una postura bastante alcista en este momento con el precio de Bitcoin. Podemos romper el máximo histórico. Eso no está descartado por ahora. Tenemos que ver si lo podemos lograr. Y ahí lo tienen. Eso es Bitcoin. Vamos a Litecoin, ¿no? O XRP.
I'll do XRP.
Ok.
Having fun with our garlic bread. The
You
best
guys
tasting
enjoying your garlic bread?
Best tasting garlic bread you've ever had, and I've had lots of garlic bread.
Oh, at the Olive Garden. I bet you that shit fucking is explosive.
I've never tried Olive Garden. Well, actually, I tried it once, but I didn't have the garlic bread. But
I
I
did
remember,
when I lived in New York. It was terrible.
yeah, I remember I didn't like Olive Garden very much.
Yeah, dude. It's
Which is funny
I think-
because Olive Garden is considered like a high class restaurant here in Mexico.
well, yeah, but also the Cheesecake Factory, right?
Yeah,
They have that here.
I'm pretty sure in certain places they do. Yeah.
I think in Mexico City.
And
Yeah,
we take certain franchises and elevate them in Mexico. It's just what happened. Like when Krispy Kreme hit Mexico, it was like only people with a lot of money went to Krispy Kreme.
Oh
It was
yeah,
very
I
strange.
went to TGI Fridays, and I was thinking TGI Fridays would be the ghetto dump that it is in America, but it was very
No,
nice.
dude, I used to love TGI Fridays. When I moved to New York, I was like, what the fuck is this bullshit?
We had a dance floor in this TGI Fridays, and I was
Whoa.
forced to learn how to dance salsa on the minute. Gotta look like a
TGI
fucking
Fridays.
idiot.
Where'd you learn how to dance salsa? At TGI Fridays. It's pretty
I
legendary.
look like a fucking idiot, but my girlfriend loves to dance, so I had no choice.
Boom.
I think I'm gonna start with the 6 month on XRP.
Woo.
So right now, the 6 month is currently quite a good amount over the median, and we broke this previous wick high at $2.90. Makes it pretty likely that we're going to end up testing this wick high at the previous all-time high, somewhere around $3.30. We're just making our way up in closing, and especially if we get a close over this median, it's going to be a long time for that happens. 5 months and 16 days. Our next target is going to be 38.2%, which this number is going to change. It's going to change a lot. Just to give you previous context, it went from around $12 all the way down to about $4.40 when the last time it moved down. Right now it's at $15.94. It can move down a significant amount. What I'd like to see is for it to move down to where this 161.8% is, and that puts us solidly at $6.38. Quarterly is now over the 61.8% level, over this previous wick high. Just about to come up here and test these all-time high wick highs. Very likely it gets a rejection the first time around. We tap this $3.30 area, maybe a little bit higher. If we do get a rejection, I'd look for some pretty solid support if we get a long form downside move to somewhere around $2.90, which this current wick high is right here. You use that as some strong support in the spring towards our 161.8% level, which is around $6.38, especially if it closes over the 61.8%, which is at $2.34. Monthly is now getting over the 88.3%, getting over this rejection shooting star high. And if we close over 88.3%, especially with momentum pointed to the upside in the bullish control zone, volatility pointed up, that likely takes us towards probably first or all-time highs, rejection there, and then once again, 161.8%, $6.38. I feel so dirty seeing the number every single time. On the quarterly, momentum is pointed up, getting into the bullish control zone, volatility supporting it. 6 month as well, momentum is pointed up, volatility supporting it. Last time we got a setup like this on the 6 month with volatility support and momentum up, that was around 2017 when we did that several thousand X move. Back in 2017, you could have put $1,000 into XRP and turned it into tens of millions of dollars. But I don't think most people would have the balls to hold $1,000 investment past 100K. 2 week now, momentum is pointed solidly up within the bullish control zone, getting pretty close to getting to extreme levels though. Volatility is doing the same thing. Currently over the 88.3%. First target would be somewhere around the 95%, which would be a sweep of our all-time highs right now, sitting at $3.59. And then since we're going to be tapping the 95%, very likely we end up getting a little bit of a consolidation and pullback there. Same thing as whenever we went to our current highs on this rally at around $2.90, we ended up getting a pretty decent sized pullback. It doesn't look like that much, but that was about 32% of the downside. Sheesh. So very likely you get another maybe 20 to 30% move after we tap this 95%. Let's see what percentage our $2.90 high would put us at. About 18 to 20% of the downside. 30% puts us down somewhere around $2.46. So somewhere around $2.90 to $2.46 we probably see to the downside after we sweep our current all-time highs, which would be natural considering how many people probably bought around those current all-time highs and want to get out at that point because they've been holding it for about 7 years. Good Lord, 7-year community members. A lot of them probably don't want to be community members anymore. Probably just want to cash out their original investment. On the weekly, the 38.2% has risen significantly after having price away from it. And what our current spring is right off the top of this 38.2%, showing that XRP is pretty fucking bullish right now. If it went sideways while the range is moved up, then you use the top of the range to get a spring. Momentum is right now just about to test the edge of the bullish control zone. Volatility is still flipped to the downside, and the jewel is starting to curve back around, but to lose its neutral white posturing and flip back into the blue cyan buy. And that'll be because the first time around we rejected the critical zone. This time around we probably enter into the critical zone. Last time we've actually been in the critical zone on weekly. Let's see. Only time around was in December of 2014, and it was a quick tap and go of the critical zone. We've never actually been in the critical zone. That kind of makes that $6 target seem not so crazy. And we're getting a solid close over the 38.2%, close over the 50%. We get a close over the 61.8% as well at $3.10. That opens the door to going up to $4.07 after our correction at around 350s. 5-day is now also getting over the 38.2%, over the 50%, brushing against the 61.8, which is at $3.16. Momentum is now flipping back up, re-entering the bullish control zone. Volatility is now flipping up. And also, momentum went lower than all of these points here, but we made a higher low, giving us a possible hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day. To confirm that divergence, you would have to close over these highs at about $2. Now, this is just going to be safe, $2.72. And that would very likely take us up towards the 78.6%, which is right under $4 at $3.90. Fuck. 2-day is still within the. Can you hear me?
Sorry, I need to figure out the market cap of XRP. It's fucking driving me nuts.
The 2-day is still
170 billion. Got it. All right.
Yeah. So that $6 would make it bigger than Ethereum.
$6 would double this. That would be 325 billion.
Do the fully diluted market value.
Damn.
That I believe is significantly higher than the market cap, the fully diluted cap, if you count all of the coins.
I don't know how to do that and why.
Google FDV XRP market cap, because that one would be bigger than Ethereum. Right now, it's brushing pretty close to Ethereum.
Whoa.
What number is it?
Hang on, I'm sitting now. I was standing. I'm old and I'm hurt.
The fully diluted is 298.5 billion. So that would put it roughly at $600 billion.
What the fucking fuck? I need to
600 billion XRP would be bigger than Ethereum, I think.
Well, yeah. Damn.
That would put XRP once again at the second largest cryptocurrency. It did that for a little bit in 2017. But then people started talking about XRP flipping Bitcoin, and that's where it topped.
So we just got to wait until that's the conversation theme one more time.
That's when the XRP community members become the meme once again. When they start talking about flipping Bitcoin.
Yeah.
On the 2-day, we're still above these current wick highs while we're brushing up against the 78.6%. If we close over these wick highs, high probability of hitting that 88.3, which is $3.79, giving us more confluence towards that $4 number. While momentum is still within bullish control, volatility still pointed up. The jewel is now entering into the bullish control zone. It's looking good all around the board. Daily is now flipping back up on momentum within the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipped up. The jewel is now crossing over the pink and the yellow, and the pink is about to cross over the yellow. This is about to give us one of the most picture-perfect jewel signals ever, where we're getting the pink crossing over the yellow, and they're all bunched up together. That's the ideal jewel buy signal. Like right here, we got basically the ideal jewel sell signal. That's fucking insane. Whereas the candle is now getting solidly over the 78.6%. Volatility is still not that high. That could take us towards 95%, which last time we topped out at the 97.5. So 95% is sitting at $3.87. Right along $4. The 97.5% is at $4.62. All signs kind of point towards that $6.38 area. 4 hours started once again expanding on momentum. Volatility is expanding again. Also, 4 hours now getting a little bit of resistance right around this 95%. If we lose 95% at $2.95, probably see a nice little pullback towards the 5 EMA, which is at $2.87. Would be a nice retest of these previous wick highs at $2.90. But if we keep holding this 95%, it makes it more likely we go up towards this 97.5, which is at $3.17. And that's when we likely get our tap of our current all-time highs before we get that pullback. Pat yourself on the back, Mr. Garlic House. Garlic bread is here.
Step aside, Mr. Garlic Cock.
Was there any
Is that a
pictures
feature? By the way, is that a feature or a negative? Like
It's
having
a
a
feature.
garlic cock.
Depends who you ask.
What do you think, Alex?
Depends who you ask, I'd say.
Yeah, I guess so. I want to ask Belinda if she she loves garlic. There you go.
No. So the 2 week did put in 3 drives of bullish divergence, but that was before this massive pump. We've already hit the critical zone, so not much to do with that. No. 3-day has now put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this last higher low that we had here at $2.27. While volatility is once again expanding, the jewels flipping back around into light blue buy, flipping back into the bullish control zone. That's pretty nice signal. That would first give us a target of the simple moving average and then the critical zone. Right now, the simple moving average, wow, what do you know? $4.01, right alongside that $4 number, $4 target from the HPDR. And then the critical zone is sitting at $5.10. That would take us towards that $6.38 number. 2-day now has confirmed 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Target from here would be the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at $3.11. Tap of our current all-time highs at 330. Four-hour now just put in another fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low at $2.76. But we've already hit the critical zone, so not much we can do with that. Volatility is getting pretty high. It's at 98%. Moving averages at 93%. It's like that scene from Breaking Bad where he walks in and he's like, someone cooked here. Why does it smell like garlic bread?
What if XRP smell like garlic bread for real? Like you could buy an XRP and smell it. Like remember this scratch and sniff or whatever those were called?
Scratch your XRP coin and smell it. It smells like garlic bread.
How delicious.
The 6 month is now getting volatility expansion from the lowest period it's ever been. Momentum is pointed up. Going to exit the bearish control zone as long as we're above 40 cents. We're about 5 times, no, a lot more than 6, 7 times over that right now. Maybe 8 times over that right now. I can't do the math, so correct me if I'm wrong.
What? Throw me the math one more time.
40 cents to 295.
What? How many X's that is?
I think that's 6 or 7 X's.
7.
7?
Almost 7. Between 6 and 7. I'll say 6.5x to be safe.
Meet in the middle. The 3 month is now pointed up, about to enter into bullish control zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above 91 cents. Monthly is going to enter the critical zone with expanding volatility and pointed up as long as we're above $1.32. 2 week is now maintaining its volatility expansion after threatening to get volatility contraction. we're still above that moving average, but we're actually slightly below it. So there is a possibility we could get volatility contraction in the next 4 days and 8 hours. Just got to see how this expansive candle goes. If it starts expanding it once again, but we're gonna remain within the critical zone, and we're gonna remain pointed to the upside as long as we're above $2.11. Volatility on weekly is contracting though. We are below the moving average, but likely that if we close over this wick high at $2.90, that we get a double extreme on the volatility and one more pump before we get the real volatility contraction. And what goes along with that is momentum is starting to flip back up, maintain the critical zone, and going to be flipped up as long as we're above $2.60. Same thing with the 5-day. Looking like we might get a double extreme on the volatility, and momentum is flipping back up, regaining the critical zone as long as you're above $2.45. 2-day is getting expansion on volatility, giving us that double extreme very likely, which gives us more probability that the other time frames are going to give us a double extreme, rejecting the bearish control zone, and we're flipped up and going to enter the critical zone as long as we're above $2.63. Daily as well, giving us another volatility expansion. We're at 79%, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and we're flipped up as long as we're above $2.72. Looks like that derp of death is about to be invalidated too. We got how much of a percent move from it? From 246. Let's just do it. I don't want to do the math in my head.
Do you invalidate it when you go above it?
Yeah, whenever you close above the high.
Got it.
So we went almost 10% to the downside after a daily dot, so that's not too bad. And we will remain to the upside within the critical zone as long as we're above $2.72. Four hours now hitting our first extreme on the volatility, while momentum is now starting to turn on the downside. It's going to be flipped down as long as we're below $2.97. Makes sense since volatility is at 100%. So possibly we get a little bit of sideways action here to around maybe $2.90 all the way down to $2.80. Then from there, volatility should have contracted a little bit, so we can get our double extreme. Momentum flips back up, and then we can get another move towards $3.30. Come on. Volatility is already starting to contract on the 2-hour, just like we were expecting to happen on the 4-hour momentum to the downside. It's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $2.98. So all of the high time frames, the monthly, the 3-month, the 6-month, they're all heavily pointed to the upside. It's going to take 40 cents to turn that 6-month down. Pretty unlikely. It's going to be around 80 cents to flip that quarterly down, around $1.30 to flip down the monthly. So pretty unlikely that any one of these time frames flips down anytime soon. And then you go down to the 2-week, that's still flipped to the upside. Weekly is still flipped to the upside. All of them are looking like we're very likely going to get a retest of our current all-time highs at a minimum around $3.30, which would then close over significant levels on our HPDR, which would then very likely take us up towards $4. Our bullish divergences all have a target of minimum around like $4. So some of them have a critical zone target of over $5, which will then have that volatility expansion and very likely play out towards that $6.30 number, 8.30 cent number. Then you go a little bit lower, and the 4 hours now starting to turn down, 2 hours now starting to turn down. Kind of looks like we're going to get a little bit of a correction, maybe if not here, a little bit higher towards $3.30, but then very likely there we get a correction like we did before from $2.90. We got about like 30-something% to the downside. So very likely that we end up getting a little bit of a correction, maybe 20% down to 290, maybe 30% down to like 270, 280. Then from there, I would expect a pretty strong move into the 4s.
I see it, sir. I absolutely see it. The next one, Roblox. Let's get it. Let's do the XRPP.
The XRPP is massive.
My God, it's massive. It's the biggest gainer right now on my chart, 10%. Aside from
the biggest XRPP I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of XRPPs.
I've seen lots of XRPPs. Most of them are tiny. They're very disappointing, I gotta say. Not this one. This is a good XRPP. I don't know why. Also, it became a little bit Middle Eastern.
We're measuring it from the base, to be fair.
I don't know why that's so funny, but it is. All right. Vamos a empezar el análisis de XRP que nos acaba de pasar Grant Farhan, por supuesto, el CEO inoficial, no oficial de XRP, por supuesto, el señor Casa de Pan de Ajo, ¿no? El señor Garlic Bread, por supuesto que sí, ¿cómo de que no? Aquí enfrente de todos nosotros tenemos la tabla de XRP, tenemos nuestro alto histórico en 3.3 y tenemos que poner atención a él. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos con todos estos bajos más altos. Esta es una tabla de 6 meses. Estamos logrando seguir empujando el precio por encima de todo lo que había logrado antes, sobre todo de estos dos cierres. El cierre más alto que había tenido en toda la historia este tipo de gráfico era en 1.99, después fue $2 y ahora estamos en casi $3 y sigue moviéndose para arriba. Estamos muy por encima de nuestros promedios, pero en realidad estamos viendo este gráfico de 6 meses por esto. Pueden ver que la volatilidad está apuntando para arriba con fuerza, está en el 73.91%, viene el punto más bajo de toda la historia, justamente en enero, y eso está catapultando a XRP a altos históricos y que todo el mundo que cree que es la moneda mundial del nuevo están, pero con todos los miembros de la comunidad de XRP, como de que no se lo merecen si han aguantado por tanto tiempo. Ok, eso dicho, vamos a acercarnos un poco más a la de 3 meses. 3 meses también, muy por encima de nuestros promedios, todo pinta bastante bien, tienes expansión de volatilidad también del punto más bajo que ha llegado por encima del promedio, está en 67.39% y empujando para arriba junto con el precio. Esto nos pone en una excelente posición para instantáneamente sacar el HPDR, ya que tenemos bastantes datos con XRP. Y vemos que XRP está entrando en la zona del 68.1% y es, no seas mamón, espérate. Ok, aquí está el objetivo, ese loco que todo el mundo pone los $21 en los 78.6%. Vamos a tomarnos la ligera, vamos a ir paso a paso en esta cosa, no vamos a ponernos como loco, volatilidad expandiendo, precio expandiendo bien, pero no vamos a instantáneamente pensar que nos vamos a ir a $21, no se preocupen. Este no es ese canal. Hay un güey que le pregunta a ChatGPT qué tan alto va a ser, ¿cómo se llama? El precio de XRP y hace videos de eso. Muy divertidos. Ok, podemos ver que en la mensual también tenemos esta expansión de volatilidad empezando a llegar a extremos, pero de nuevo, a XRP le gusta estar a toda potencia, al 100% en extremos de volatilidad, por lo que todavía tiene camino para continuar. Estamos viendo que estamos entrando en el 88.3%. La parte, cabrón, no seas mamón. Ahí vamos otra vez. La parte alta del 95% está en $14. Ahí es donde vamos a empezar. Ok, $14 en la mensual. No tomaría objetivos mensuales para nada del HPDR, simplemente porque las bandas y todo se mueve demasiado. Así que el próximo cierre, que todavía le faltan 2 semanas, la más de la mitad para el cierre de esta vela mensual, puede cambiar bastantes cosas. Pero vemos volatilidad apuntando para arriba, precio apuntando para arriba, momentum apuntado para arriba, vientos. Vamos acercándonos más a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas vemos, nunca habíamos tenido un cierre por encima de los 2.4. Esto va a cerrar en 4 días y 8 horas y nos da un objetivo más realista por acá de los 3.5, rompiendo altos históricos en la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas tenemos nuestra volatilidad bien. Este es el setup de Hamas Express, donde tienes doble periodo de doble volatilidad nula en la de 2 semanas. Vienes al punto más bajo y explota a la alza con fuerza. Por ahora la volatilidad está contrayendo por debajo del promedio, lo pueden ver. Esto podría darnos idea de que va a haber una pequeña, que la volatilidad va a contraer. Por ahora tenemos mínimo nuestro siguiente nivel en los $3.5 por XRP. Vámonos a la semanal. Denle 30 minutos a mi computadora. No, la neta, se ha portado muy bien mi computadora. En la semanal estamos justamente por encima del 50% y estamos intentando llegar al 61.8%, que son $3.09. Por ahora acabamos de romper los $3 por 3 centavos y queremos romperlo por otros 7 centavos para poder romper la parte del 61%. Tenemos la media que está justo con el promedio del 9%. En la zona del 2.2, algo que no nos debería de sorprender si llega a ver, porque esto va a subir, obviamente, en 4 días y 8 horas. eso podría venir hasta esta zona y darnos una idea de dónde podría ser nuestra próxima zona de soporte para el precio XRP. Voy a eliminar esta que por ahora no nos va a servir de nada por un rato en el precio de esta madre. Y me atrevería, tengo que ver cómo cierra esta vela para poder crear otra zona de interés, pero yo creo que el 2.6 va a ser la siguiente. ¿Por qué? Porque tengo el cierre de esta vela, tengo la abierta de esta vela que nunca pudo subirlo, el cuerpo de la vela, y tengo este flashazo por acá. Esta yo la pondría como mi siguiente zona de interés. Es más, vamos a hacer esto en tiempo real, señores. Atención, qué súper consejo les acabo de dar. Pues, vamos a ver si tenemos algo. Uy, en la semanal tenemos ya la volatilidad contrayendo después de varios periodos de extremo al 100%. Y en eso estamos viendo al precio continúa subiendo y subiendo y subiendo. Siguiente objetivo está justamente en los 3.9 que habíamos discutido. Siguiente serían los 4 una vez que lo podamos tomar. Faltan 4 días y 8 horas para el cierre de esto, así que pendientes. Por encima de los 3.9, 3.10, una gran probabilidad de irnos a visitar eso de los 4. Acercándonos más, vamos a poner la de 5 días. La de 5 días, bastante fuerte, rebotando justamente en la media en 2.39, y eso nos ha catapultado a romper la zona alta del 38.2%, el 50%, y ahora queremos ir a testear el 61.8% y de ahí el 78.6%. Faltan 7 horas 29 días para el cierre de esta vela. Un cierre acá nos removería esto, pero sería bastante alcista y nos daría a continuación. Veamos a dónde se da el siguiente nivel de XRP en esta tabla. En la de 5 días venimos exactamente del volatilidad contrayendo más que la semanal, simplemente por la temporalidad, ¿no? Es lo que estabas viendo. 3 días. 3 días, estamos en la zona del 61.8% que coincide con mi línea meme por acá, bastante bien. Y eso nos dice que nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser los 3.2, 3.3. Esto ya nos pone en alerta de alto histórico, así que estén atentos. Y además, la volatilidad ahora comienza a expandir una vez más, justamente acá, haciendo este gran velazo. Esta volatilidad nos puede dar un doble extremo donde llegue una vez más al 100% y lo pinte otra vez así. Y eso quiere decir que XRP tiene camino para correr todavía aún más. Puta madre. No sé qué le dieron de comer a esta madre, pero volatilidad 2 días lo mismo. Podemos ver cómo venimos de extremo, cayendo, contracción, expansión. Y esta expansión justamente se dio en esa vela, la que nos pone justamente acá también. Esto nos pinta una excelente fotografía de poder visitar la zona del 3.15 y de ahí el 3.79, 3.78. Vamos a la diaria. La de harina, ¿qué nos pinta la de harina? La de harina tiene un poco de lo mismo, volatilidad expandiendo, lo pueden ver por acá, por encima del promedio, aunque aquí es un poco más chopeado, pero está apuntando arriba, como el tío sabe en las mañanas. Es porque es saludable y no estoy viejo todavía. Eso nos va a llevar a la zona del 3.15. Una vez rota la zona del 3.15, tenemos un viaje al 95%, porque a esta chingadera le gusta no solo llegar al 95%, sino al 97% que se encuentra en los 4.6. En temporalidades más cortas, como la de 4 horas, por ejemplo, ya estamos llegando con volatilidad en extremo. Eso quiere decir que la expansión de volatilidad que estamos viendo en otras nos va a dar probablemente una corrección a corto plazo. Esa corrección a corto plazo viene perdiendo la zona del 95% y nos podría llevar a la zona del 2.8, 2.7 o a donde está mi línea meme por acá. Ponerlo un poco claro para ustedes. Hay probabilidad de que corrijamos a esta zona, crear un bajo más alto y de ahí dar continuación a la alza, simplemente por lo que estamos viendo con volatilidad en más cortas temporalidades. Pueden verlo acá también y ya la volatilidad comienza a contraer en lo que tenemos esta vela verde, roja, y eso sí, probablemente me dé un objetivo por acá entre los 2.8 y los 2.75 para poder encontrar una nueva zona para rebotar a la alza, crear un nuevo crear un bajo más alto y dar continuación a esto. Así que XRPP se ve bastante bien. Tiene cara que los 4, después de los 3, de conquistar los $3, va a tranquilamente irse a 4. Y obviamente el sueño mojado de todo el mundo son los 6. Estamos lejos de los 6. Todavía no me atrevería a ponerlo enfrente de todos ustedes, pero el 4 yo creo que es algo más realista viendo estas tablas que se den en un par de, o 3, 4 semanas o un par de meses. Tiene cara de. O veamos qué tan rápido. La neta, timear el mercado es muy difícil. Pero XRP se ve con fuerza, con mucha fuerza. Vientos, vamos a Litecoin. Boom.
Nice. Let's see this coin.
That's lighter than others.
Yeah, basically, it's definitely light upside. Okay, so this is LTC BTC. We call these.
It actually looks a little heavier than the others.
It looks what?
If you know, I said it looks a little heavier than the others. If you know what I mean.
Light to the upside, heavy to the downside.
Oh yeah.
So, this coin is known as a legacy coin because luckily for Litecoin, unlike all the other coins like even Solana, we have a lot of data with this. So, we're dealing with a chart from data from all the way from 2013. But on the monthly, I want to start here because it's actually looking interesting. We actually opened up, we quickly lost support here. This was basically, big support for what we can draw as big support down here, just basing it on a few monthly candles. So for me on the meme lines, we see we have a nice SFP. It was a pretty nice hammerhead on the monthly. The expansion after that, was pretty big. This coin move, or I guess LTC BTC, the Bitcoin pairing, moves a lot. I mean, this is a 32% wick before rejecting. Why it's looking okay to me is for a few reasons. So we see monthly volatility now is at it's basically resetting, approaching some of the lowest volatility reads we've ever had on the Bitcoin pairing of Litecoin. So once this actually breaks under 15%, this should actually give us a volatility setup, which we haven't had since 2022, when LTC actually had that basically parabolic move up. And then bears got control, and then that moved us all the way down. It's funny on the monthly too, because we've just steadily been going down. I mean, really since the start of 2019 up until now, we've just been going down. And even now, I mean, we had a major 32% wick high rejection. So LTC BTC is really, it's hard for it to get up. But I do think with this monthly volatility contracting, and us actually still, I mean, per the meme lines, giving us an SFP, we now view the HPDR. What you can see is we're actually back above the monthly median. And this is actually the third candle above it, which is nice. So generally, I'd want to start seeing some kind of expansion soon around here. We see we reclaimed it on this massive wick high rejection. We came down, back tested the monthly median, came up, and then held support. And now what we see is we rallied up to the monthly 9. And now we're kind of at a major spot for LTC BTC. You're essentially going to want to see a bounce here, or you're going to run the risk of a breakdown back to the median at the very least. Why that could be kind of conflicting is because we're really going to want to see the December low hold. If we go now to, let's say, the weekly, let me do this. Let me go back to the monthly real fast and show another thing. Depending on how you view trend, which I viewed on a wick basis, technically this last major wick high we had broke the last lower high. And so now what you're going to want is us to essentially not break, this wick low, preferably this one that was formed on December. Why? Because if you start breaking this wick low, what you'll get is on the weekly, you actually get some structure breaking, because what we see is, right now we haven't been invalidating the prior last lows. And each time LTC BTC essentially breaks out, we come down, never broke the last low. And so now this is why I'm going to want to see bulls actually step in, because as long as we don't break this low, they can make the argument that the monthly is shifting trend, and now we're on that higher low watch. It's just a small amount of hopium I have. But it is still there, and it is still valid. And we even see on the last lower high here on the weekly, we came down, formed that lower low, came all the way up. LTC BTC was supposed to reject around here, keeping the weekly trend. We actually broke from that, came all the way down, got a bounce, wasn't sustained, still the EMA 34 held us down. And now it's basically going to be crucial for bulls to actually get a bounce here, or we're just going to run the risk of this whole kind of bullish scenario kind of going out the window. So if you're bullish, you're going to want to start seeing some kind of move from this point. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, we are now, after reclaiming this support zone, back at the bottom of it. So it would make sense to, at least at the very minimum, go back to the top, assuming this area holds on like a weekly or above. You know, and my top of range essentially is 1176. So if you're viewing LTC BTC, you're going to want to see this 1031 area hold. Your metric will be as long as we don't take out the December low. And then at that point, as long as we're holding around here, you can at least gauge this as just some kind of bullish consolidation. Why I do believe that we're going to start seeing a bigger move basically occur on LTC BTC is not only because the monthly here is contracting on volatility, but if we start looking at the other time frames, let's go here, like a daily, and we start actually throwing on the Bollinger Bands, what we can see is the Bollinger Bands are actually starting to get tight here. You know, I always say this, but I like when the Bollinger Bands match up at the bottom of the range to the top of the range. So it kind of just can make it easy for us to understand if we're actually going to get a bigger move down or up, at least. Because, right, if Bitcoin was, LTC BTC was going up and did something like this, we would already be kind of on long watch. But the fact that we have that Bollinger Band, the upper Bollinger Band right at the top of the channel here, just makes it easier for us to trade. And then, like I said, if we start losing that 103 level, getting dailies under there, you know, that could lead into a bigger breakdown, leading to that weekly low that was formed in December getting lost, and then the monthly kind of just, you know, trapping bulls, not flipping the monthly trend, rejecting off the monthly 9. At that point, I mean, if we do break, let's say that December low, I mean, from that area, we still have a pretty massive drop of like almost 13%. So, you know, you're, as a Litecoin bull, going to need to see the Bitcoin pairing get a bounce basically at this point. Let's start seeing. Now, we start seeing the 2-week here pinching as well in the Bollinger Bands. But we also see, which is nice, BBWP is giving us a nice setup here with actually the lowest 2-week volatility read we've ever had recorded on Litecoin. We actually could be approaching a 0 volatility read for the first time, assuming this keeps contracting within this next 2-week close. But that's important because, you know, we're now SFPing potentially on the 2-week. We've actually gotten above the 2-week EMA 9, something that Litecoin's basically been under since it lost it in June of 2023. So all of 2024, we've just been steadily under that 2-week 9. We've now reclaimed it. So now, again, just ties into why I need to see a bounce here. If we get a bounce here, we can actually have a good chance of this 2-week getting back above the EMA 9. And at that point, it'll just look like a simple retest of support, and it held a major level that has basically been holding LTC BTC down for like over a year now, while giving us a volatility setup. So you kind of can see the shift in price structure. You can kind of see the monthly, if you really, you know, view trend on like a wick basis, start to shift. And then you really start seeing the bigger volatility setup start to come into play. You know, I do think not many people are really talking about Litecoin. So it is interesting to see. You also see that this volatility that we had on the weekly is actually firing off. So far, I mean, when we were pumping, it gave us a 40% move, which is actually kind of insane because at this point, it doesn't really look like a 40% move, but that just is what you get when you have a very sold down chart. Why this is important to me is because it could just tie into what I'm saying. As long as this low holds here that was formed in December, yes, we had a nice pullback, which basically reverted this whole pump. But as long as support holds here with this volatility expanding, ideally this can start giving bulls the upper hand to actually kind of pump us out of here. We saw the 2-week Bollinger Bands getting tight. Let's see how the weekly is. Let me just delete this. Okay. Yes, we saw that fake breakout, fell back into the range. Curious, where is that mid band? Yes, we see. Okay. it's always with the all the moving averages, it's hard to find the mid band, but we see here the mid band right now, we're kind of slightly falling under that on the BBWP, I mean on the Bollinger Band. So again, you're just really going to want to start seeing bulls step in here. Preferably, my bounce scenario really doesn't get invalidated until we actually break the December low. But you can start getting really cautious about that once we actually start losing support. Again, you're not really dealing with a lot of data at this meme line support. That's why it's a meme line. But with what we know, we are at the 38.2% on the weekly. You know, we do see the median now has gotten lost. It's right around where the EMA 9 is on the weekly. So you're really, again, just going to need to start seeing a bounce here. Bulls can bounce this back up, bounce from the 38.2%, also holds the meme line. Then we can actually start potentially getting out of here. And then the objective is simply going to break this wick high, solidifying that this was a higher low in the making. You know, so even with the little amounts of data we have from this point, you know, on LTC, BTC, even on the weekly, we do still see we're kind of at the last stand here, because you can just see we've essentially been in the blue zone for a very, very, very long time. We only really broke out of it at this point. You know, I do believe that's when the Bollinger Bands had that false breakout. Yeah, right here. You know, but even at that point, I mean, once we lost the blue zone to the upside, this still gave us a 24% move from the wick. It was a 36% move. So pretty massive. I mean, let's see what happened when we lost it to the downside, just because I'm curious. So it was right here. Let's take it from the wick high. That was a 15.4% move. It's not the worst, but it's also, you know, that's still pretty bad if you're on like a 10x leverage. Here's a little better. We see here, rejected it, came off, went down 24%. So again, it just ties into why we really, if you're bullish on the LTC BTC pairing, you're actually going to just really need to start seeing a bounce here very soon, or you're really going to run the risk of breaking down potentially, which will occur once we break the December low. So just something to be mindful of. Yes, the monthly trend is looking okay. We potentially have shifted it. So now as a bull, you're just really going to be gauging where that monthly higher low is, assuming that that idea holds. And I do think it's wise to just gauge that on lower time frames, like a weekly, a 2-week, and we are now at support on the weekly. So, you know, your objective is getting a bounce, getting back above the weekly EMA 9, holding above it, and then just making your way back up to that wick high. Potentially then we'd have a pretty big gap up from that point. If we're actually right on this uptrend shifting and the downtrend being over, and actually this being like some monthly higher low, once we break this wick high, a move back to that weekly EMA 100 really wouldn't surprise me. That then is going to be a major decision point for LTC BTC. Is it going to, you know, anytime we've had those major big pumps, you know, is the EMA 100 just going to not hold and then we fall through it, or are we actually going to flip that support major level into support, which for now at least is right around where the meme line support is. You know, we saw the taps here before we formed that bottom. And then simply once we lost it, that just led to a bigger breakdown. So, you know, that to me seemed like the nice objective at this point, assuming we actually do break the high. I mean, that is like a 73% move up. So you can just take that however you want. It's pretty massive, actually. But I mean, you're dealing with a lot. You're dealing with an altcoin. You're dealing with its Bitcoin pairing. You're also dealing with a coin that just an asset literally that just goes down only. You know, plus you're getting pretty big volatility setups on the 2-week and the monthly. So, I mean, if we end up actually doing that scenario, I don't think a 70% move is too degenerate per se. Yeah, we'll just have to see with time. Now I'll take it on the daily and we'll see. And then I'll do LTC because, you know, I always like looking when I'm viewing an alt. First, how's the Bitcoin pairing? Like, is it screwed? Is it just looking terrible? Because if so, then it's just going to kind of guide our Tether pairing bias, because, you know, we're going to have to keep our bullish bias in check if we potentially think this is about to nuke. But if I potentially think support's going to hold and this actually could give a nice move up, then that'll just bleed into the Tether pairing. So right now what we see is, again, we see support hold. We had a beautiful, you know, candle coming off support. So again, you're just really not going to want to start seeing this come back under that 103 level, or you're going to run the risk of breaking down and actually testing the December wick low. But as long as we keep holding support, your objective as a bull is just going to simply to get back above the 1-1 level. If we can do that, we've reclaimed the SMA 200. Pretty massive zone for this chart. It's not really many times where we've actually been above that, you know, SMA 200. And this consolidation here, if you can see real carefully, kind of reminds me of this. You know, where we were held down for years on end, just going down. And then we started to get really tight. Volatility started to contract. And then what we see is that SMA 200 came really down. And it wasn't really until price reclaimed it and held it where we had that really big move up. We see here for years, we've just been held under that daily SMA 200. Now it's come all the way down where price is at. Now it's trying to flip it. We just need to start seeing, you know, it actually hold into support. So getting back above the 1-1 level is going to be really key for bulls. And then once you do that, that at least will give us the next target around 117, if not, like I said, all the way back up, testing these highs for that higher high break. So, you know, it's not looking the worst, not looking the best. It's just you're kind of in an interesting zone on the chart where the moving averages are telling us, yeah, it's bearish, but trend and other things, like especially on the weekly and 2-week, are kind of telling us, well, you know, some things are shifting here. We definitely should be looking at this with possibly a different lens, which is just the bull lens. So getting back above 111 will be a really key metric for me on LTC BTC. That'll be really good. And then that'll just play into what we see on just the higher time frames. You know, weekly 9, 2-week 9 holds, shift after being down for years. And then we potentially can slingshot out of here once we get that BBWP expansion, which again, we're at the lowest ever recorded. So, you know, that's LTC BTC. Let me look at the Tether pairing now, because, you know, the Bitcoin pairing is not looking bad. And really a move should be brewing here on Litecoin soonish at least, especially with the daily Bollinger Bands as tight as they are. So let me put that there. And then let's go back to the monthly here. So on the monthly on Litecoin, it's interesting because we've been talking about basically how easy these lower highs on the monthly have been to identify. You know, back in July of 2023, you made that high, you came down. Then you made another lower high back in April, and then you came down and finally made that lower low. And then you were basically for months held down under that monthly 9 for, you know, 3, 4 or 5 months before on the 6th month, you finally got that reclaim. Usually, you know, you often then get a massive deviation. Whenever Litecoin likes to actually bust on through and actually reclaim, you know, especially that EMA 9 on the monthly, generally speaking, we've always just done that, busted through, and then quickly reverted. Busted through, quickly reverted. So now it's nice to see, yes, this candle really, you know, it makes it harder for bulls to actually break this high. But what we see is, I mean, it just plays into kind of what I saw in LTC BTC, which is it still is slightly looking like a monthly shift here on the trend. You know, we had that major lower high, we had the lower low, then we had this major wick high. I always, and I know Farn does this on a closing basis, I do trend based on the wicks. And so how I'm looking at this is the monthly trend is looking like it's trying to grind some kind of higher low around the monthly 9, which is kind of what you'd expect. You know, for me, as long as we're above that $85 mark, that's generally good for Litecoin. And whenever we're under it, is generally not good for Litecoin. So the fact that we've come down twice, almost hit the support, basically a front ran that monthly 9 twice now, 2 times. To me, this is still looking quite nice. And really the only big point on this is essentially finding that resistance right around that $113. If we can actually reclaim the $113, that'll be a really nice flip overall. We can see here once price on the monthly got back above that 113, retested it here. That's kind of what sparked the major move back, you know, during the alt season in 2021, where, you know, Litecoin, once reclaiming that, went up. I mean, how much was that? 264%. You can even see here it came all the way down held support again. And from that point, I mean, it went up another 159%. So, I mean, again, you're on LTC, BTC, it's really looking like a big move up or down is coming. I mean, the way that the monthly is shifted now, the way that we're basing off that EMA 34 is really looking to me like, you know, as long as we're holding above the monthly 9, this really is looking like it's trying to break out. The only thing is just that $113 level keeping us down. Curious how the HPDR is looking even. And you can see here that we've actually on the monthly broken out of the 38.2% and then also back tested it, and now we're basing off of it. Just ties into why you really want to start seeing that monthly 9 continue to hold, you know, because I mean, let me see, there's only really been a few times like we reclaimed the monthly 9, lost it, reclaimed it, chopped all the way down, held it, got the expansion, lost it. Like I'm trying to see, like, has there been like bull moments where we've just kind of broken from that and gone up? Really, I guess it just has to be here. When we came down, we finally tested it because it populated, held it, and then got the move. So the point being, there really hasn't been too many times where this monthly 9 has actually held and then we've broken away from it. So again, just an interesting point that I see. We do see here we have resistance right around that $125 on the HPDR. You know, so for me, you're really going to want to first gauge on Litecoin spot pairing that $113. If we break that $113, you'd have already been gauging essentially this wick high, which is right around, or actually it's at $147.38. So when it's being said that on the monthly, you know, we're seeing some resistance at $25. So I just mentally note that essentially. But I mean, this is in the stage of a breakout. And we also see monthly volatility. Yes, it didn't go under 15%, but we're still expanding above the moving average. And it did expand at the lowest point on the volatility ever recorded on the monthly. So, you know, very actually interesting how good Litecoin is kind of looking actually. Let me go here to the 2-week. 2-week. You see here nicely that we're actually basing off that EMA 100 on the 2-week. Now, I'll always say this, granted, you don't have a lot of data with this, but you're generally going to want that to hold for the small amount of data we do have. And it's always interesting to see a major moving average populate like this. So, you know, it's always interesting why to see the reaction. So we do see we quickly reclaimed it. We're holding it. I'm really, though, gauging that 2-week EMA 9 again, just like I was on LTC BTC, right? It was held down very, very aggressively for years. Now we're above it on last closure. Now we want it to hold on this closure. On this 2-week, we actually see that there's a fresh silver cross on the 2-week, which is interesting to see because this is actually the first silver cross on the 2-week for Litecoin I think we've ever had. Assuming I do believe Binance is the longest exchange for this coin. So that is interesting to see. Again, just ties into why I'm more cautiously bullish on LTC BTC. I do believe that a bigger move can come. I just do believe, though, that we first have to really break above that $113. But what's nice is this silver cross just happened. And so now what we see is we've actually retested the EMA 9 on the silver cross, which is the first place you're going to want to look to. So that is interesting. It kind of plays into, you know, we're again, just you're going to kind of want to start seeing expansion here on Litecoin. You're really not going to want to start seeing it go much lower. Now it can go lower and it can even break this low. That's fine. But we're, again, just gauging, in my opinion, the December low. I'm really not going to want that December low to get taken out, in my opinion, or it'll just really start shifting the analysis. The whole trend idea is back down. And you know, the trend always is first your key metric as a trader to kind of guide your bias. And for now, I mean, the trend looks like it shifted to an uptrend, and this is still looking like we potentially are forming a higher low, exactly where you'd expect it, right around, you know, that $98 mark, close to the $100 psychological number. On top of it, you have a 2-week silver cross, which you've never had to the upside ever on LTC. So again, just I do think it's going to be actually funny when this does bust out, because it's really reminding, it's kind of looking a lot like Chainlink before it had its major move. I think that move was like from $12 to $13 all the way up to over 20. So, you know, when you get these coins that no one's really, I definitely know no one's really talking about Litecoin right now. You know, these legacy coins, like we've seen this on Bitcoin Cash even, or even Ethereum Classic, they just get these spur of the moment pumps that just really can't be explained, and they just kind of happen. But, you know, whenever Litecoin does pump, it's generally not a good sign for markets. So I would just mentally note that. You know, if we end up seeing a nice move up, assuming we actually reclaim the $113 mark on Litecoin. Let me see here. Interesting. So yeah, we do see here close to that $113. The top of the bottom of the 38.2% is right around there, close to, you know, $109. So it's just good confluence that this area is good resistance. We see the weekly median actually has been lost. So again, you're just going to want to start seeing bulls work a lot to push us up. We see that weekly median is at $121. Why that's relevant is just simply because of that monthly resistance we talked about, right around $125. You see, you know, once we break that, it's going to be a pretty big gap up. So that tells me, you know, bulls are going to try to reject us around the 120s. I don't find it a coincidence that the weekly median has now shifted up, and it's all the way back right around $121. So why I'm bringing that up is because if we actually do reclaim $113.35 and actually hold on to support, I'll be bullish, yes, but I just don't want to disregard that $120 resistance. That to me is like the second stop before testing that wick high. Essentially, we do see the top of the 38.2% is right around $139. I do find that interesting because it's right by the wick high that we talked about. In order to actually sustain that higher high and solidify this being a higher low, so you know, again, you break this wick high, you're going to break out. The weekly also solidifies that. And breaking that, we're going to be well above the 38.2%. You know, and we just know big moves occur once we lose the blue zone. So for now, you're just, again, going to want this low to hold. You're not going to want the December low to get taken out. And you're actually going to want to start seeing bulls really put in the work to take us back above $113. Quickly do the 3-day. 3 days contracting. Again, we just see more resistance right around the $113. The 3-day median is at $110.56. We're now testing the 3-day EMA 9. So as a bull, you're just going to want to start getting back above that level. That's why I'm really calling for that $113 mark, because then it'll get us back above the weekly, you know, median. It'll hold the weekly 9. We'll have then bounced and reclaimed the 2-week EMA 9 and held it. The 3-day will then have reclaimed the 9 and the median. So $113 is a very good gauge to know if Litecoin's actually going to go up or not, in my opinion, more than it is right now. Let's see here. Yeah, daily's okay. We're just at resistance. We're kind of on the precipice of a breakout on the daily. We saw LTC, BTC, Bollinger Bands on the daily were pretty tight. Let's just see how this is looking. Let me turn this off. Yeah, similar to LTC BTC. So again, you start really losing that December low, which is right about $86, $86.50. It's not going to be good. It's the whole uptrend thesis is dead. But you'll know that this will really start being of concern if we actually start losing this meme line and the EMA 100. The EMA 100 is a big zone on Litecoin. If we start losing that, I don't see a point. If we start losing this and also the meme line, you know, I'm going to really then start questioning this low in December. So if you are going for like a long scenario and you have your stop here around $86, there's no reason to run the stop if we start deviating the daily EMA 100 and also closing dailies back under $94. It'll just greatly solidify that we're most likely going to go lower and probably actually go to $80 potentially. So just a little point there. Yeah, I mean, that's it. The 12-hour has a silver cross to the downside, but this could get invalidated. The fact that we're already testing up, you know, the 55 is already making the silver cross weaker. That 12-hour EMA 9 has been pretty much rejecting us since we lost it, you know, in January 6th. So now we're above it. We held it. We're getting expansion. The question now just for bulls will be if we can actually reclaim the EMA 34 and have the EMA 9 cross the 21 again. That way, then we can unsolidify this silver cross to the downside, which is, again, looking still weak for bears. And even the 12 hours, once we get above the EMA 34, we'll then have gotten above the median on the 12-hour. Just an interesting point. Plus the EMA 100, we'll have reclaimed it. Something to note about this 12-hour EMA 100 is, generally when we do reclaim that and hold it, that's the key, is holding it. We end up getting nice moves from there. So, we're at a very interesting point on Litecoin. You're going to need to start seeing bulls actually step in here, or we're really going to run the risk of the 2-week losing that EMA 9, which just won't be good. We're now starting to see, bulls step in. It's looking like Litecoin is potentially going to put in a bigger move here. That's just what LTC BTC pairing is telling me, especially on like the 2-week and the monthly. So it'll be interesting to see what that correlates with its Tether pairing. Let me just quickly see BWP. Yeah, we talked about that. Interesting. The 2-month also is above its moving average for the first time on BBWP. We even see here the 2-month is now back above the 21, EMA 21. But most importantly, because we have more data, we're actually back above that EMA 9. So, I kind of like this chart because we start really losing that $94. Most likely then going to go to that December low. We start losing that, then yeah, we're most likely then going to go back to $84, if not possibly lower. So Litecoin's looking good. I'm quite bullish on it. I do think actually this year we could potentially see a major move on Litecoin, which is interesting because this is like the first time I've actually liked what I've seen on Litecoin. But with those low-key trend shifts, depending on how you look at it, the 2-week EMA 9 getting reclaimed for the first time in years, monthly, 2-week, weekly volatility setups, potentially something to keep your eye on. I mean, I just want it, like I'll keep saying, that December low to hold. If that December low doesn't hold, then it greatly will diminish this whole bullish idea because it's going off of that this is a trend shift and we're actually grinding out a higher low here. So we'll have to see, but it's not looking worse.
It'd be interesting if Litecoin actually if it does that, because that's one of the coins that I've bought a lot of times, but never to actually like as an investment. I just bought it to send money. Then I'd be looking at my chart and looking at all those buys at those low prices and be like, fuck.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Nvidia right after. So you're doing Sir Roblox and then Alex Nvidia.
Cool.
It sounds good.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think my short was invalidated on Roblox.
It's phenomenal. That's just great news for Alrighty. Aquí tenemos Litecoin, damas y caballeros, y como pueden ver, justamente estamos en lo que queremos ver. ¿Qué es eso? Esta es un gráfico mensual. Pueden ver el retesteo de lo que antes era resistencia, ahora en soporte. Solamente quería enseñarles eso porque este dibujo lo hemos tenido por un rato. No sé ni cuándo fue que lo hicimos, así que solamente quería que vieran que se dio. Ahí está. Vamos a empezar por la trimestral. Trimestral en Litecoin bastante bien. Litecoin ha tenido, y lo que todo el mundo ha dicho es que no va a volver a regresar a sus altos históricos en $419. Está cotizando en 104 en este momento, 69. Tengo la de 2 meses puesta, no la de 3. Un segundo, aunque la de 2 meses es algo que Alex acaba de usar como un buen ejemplo. En la de 3 meses, en la trimestral pueden ver que estamos... Lo primero que vamos a ver es que no tenemos nada en volatilidad más que está en el punto más bajo en el que ha estado en toda su historia. Esto volteándose y empujando a la alza con una vela verde nos podría llevar bastante arriba. Lo que podemos notar instantáneamente es esto. Como todas las buenas altcoins, creando bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Y nos ha llevado a este punto donde estamos ahora. Este fue un alto, más alto que todos estos, rompiendo la estructura de hasta abril del 2021. Y eso nos dice que podríamos ir a buscar un nuevo alto. Lo que también vemos es que estamos por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, del 21 y ahora el 34, que también ya está populando. en la trimestral. Vamos a la mensual, bueno, la de 2 meses que fue la que nos estaba enseñando Alex en este momento. En la de 2 meses también tienes al 9 que está a punto de cruzar encima del 21. Eso es importante porque una vez que lo perdimos acá fue el mercado bajista por completo y acá atrás, una vez que lo cruzamos a la alza, explotó. Y también vale la pena decir que acá tienes una potente expansión de volatilidad, en lo que la volatilidad viene el punto más bajo en toda la historia de la tabla de Litecoin en la de 2 meses. Y viene en una vela verde. Por ahora es lo que estamos viendo. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver el front run de esa volatilidad literalmente explotando por acá. Donde explota en esta vela verde que nos llevó de... Vamos a ver cuáles son los números. De un bajo de 62.42 hasta un alto de 106.58. Y ahora vemos que estamos yendo un poco de lado, aunque si elimino esto, sí, creaste un alto más alto con esta vela y ahora estás acá justamente jugando el baile mamalón de a dónde va esto. Con apoyo de volatilidad también estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado si esto sigue empujando a la alza. La última vez que tuviste un cruce plateado fue a la baja y fue este movimiento de acá, de este cruce plateado de acá hasta acá, un 45% a la baja y ahorita se puede dar exactamente lo contrario. Apoyado con volatilidad también, estás por encima. Y estos son los escenarios que me encantan a mí personalmente, cuando veo todos mis promedios justamente acá, todos. En la fiesta, cuando el 9 está por encima de todos, un rebote en esta zona no me sorprendería. Creo que tal vez ya lo vimos, pero esto es bastante alcista, en mi opinión. Ahora voy a poner el HPDR, ya que estamos en la mensual, para darnos una idea exactamente de dónde estamos parados en esto. Vale, y lo pueden ver, estamos muy por encima de la media está en $75. Nuestro precio justamente ahorita está en nuestra línea meme, por supuesto, demostrando que esas líneas meme son poderosas y potentes. Esta línea meme, lo único que tenemos que hacer es poder romper los 104.89 para poder darnos un viaje a los 123. Ese sería nuestro primer objetivo, viendo que todo esto se está jugando. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más para confirmar. 2 semanas que tenemos. Estamos por encima de la zona azul. Bien, vamos a ver si tenemos un cerebro de volatilidad, si tenemos la expansión de volatilidad, pero ahora está yéndose de ladito. Y esta volatilidad de ladito son estas 2 últimas velas. Ok, con eso dicho, vamos viendo por acá. Habíamos tocado la parte alta del 78.6%, por lo que cerrar por encima de 107, ¿dónde lo tenemos ahí? 107.08 sería lo que nos catapulte al siguiente movimiento de los 119, casi $120. Y por encima de ahí nos llevaría hasta los 176. Dentro de esta misma tendencia bisemanal de 2 semanas, pueden ver que aquí también estamos creando bajos más altos. Es bastante bueno y es probablemente lo que quieras aguantar en el próximo retesteo. Simplemente no romper esos bajos en los que estás viviendo en estos momentos. Vamos rápido a la semanal. En la semanal que tenemos en la semanal. En la semanal tenemos volatilidad contrayendo, bien instantáneamente. Pero ¿qué más tenemos por acá en el precio? Tenemos este alto, tenemos esta vela de indecisión potente. Después tienes toda esta consolidación de precio en esta zona. Lo pueden ver acá. Y justamente estamos por encima del 9. Lo habíamos perdido en este caidón. Luego te di una vela de tope para decirte, salte, güey, salte. Pero no hubo confirmación instantáneamente. La siguiente vela semanal nos llevó hasta los $115 en el cierre. Y de ahí se dio una vez más la vuelta para abajo a retestear que el S&P 200. El S&P 200 que está por acá y aparte el promedio del 9. Este podría ser el resorte que estamos buscando si somos alcistas en Litecoin, para poder darnos un buen viaje a un máximo, a superar este máximo de los 147 e ir al siguiente punto, al siguiente nivel en el gráfico, que sería en mi gráfico los 164. Voy a ver si HPDR me lo valida. Correcto, acá con el 61.8%, teniendo la media justamente en el 121, que es justamente lo que habíamos dicho, y queremos cerrar por encima del 106 para poder entrar en la zona azul. 106.23, ¿cuánto le queda a esta vela para cerrar? Vamos a ver, 4 días y 7 horas, nada mal, creo que es bastante posible. Vamos acercándonos un poco más a la de 5 días, tío, y en la de 5 días vamos a ver la volatilidad. Perdón, me estoy volviendo algo loco. Acabo de hacer cuentas, acabo de hacer todas las cosas que no debería. Es medio de mes. ¿Qué quieren que haga? ¿No? O sea, brother, ¿qué quieres que haga? Vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad, venimos de extremos, que fue este movimiento, y ahora la volatilidad está contrayendo para volver a resetear y después dar ese empujón a la alza. Estamos en la zona del 50%. Queremos ir a buscar estos $111. Definitivamente en este velazo que le quedan 6 horas 45 minutos. Con que cerremos donde estamos y no abajo de los 104.96, vamos a tener posibilidad de buscar esta zona en los 110 y de ahí dar continuación a la alza. O sea, la de 3 días. 3-day. Bloop. Se nos acerca, nos acercamos más, podemos ver que la media se está acercando más y aquí tenemos el promedio del 9, que es con lo que nos estamos peleando en este momento, pero siendo apoyados por el 21, que también está en la parte baja de la zona azul. Queremos cerrar esta vela en 6 horas donde está. Eso permitiría que esto se rebalancee, puede que la media baje y usemos la media para catapultarnos a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 120.78. Vamos a ver la de harina. Si nos acercamos más. ¡Uy! Ok. Me encanta cuando tienes toda esta confluencia. Pueden ver que justamente en nuestra línea meme, que es por donde está el precio, también tenemos el promedio del 34, el 21. Estamos apoyados ahora del 55 y el 9. Definitivamente queremos cerrar esta vela en 6 horas arriba de los 105.31. Arriba de los 105.31, que también nos pone justamente con el otro objetivo que teníamos en la otra temporalidad. Eso nos pondría en una excelente zona para no solamente buscar el 38.2%, pero romperlo y buscar nuestros siguientes niveles por encima de. Por ahora, yo creo que lo más fácil del Litecoin que has visto y la mejor manera de poder medir el riesgo en esto es si estás entrando en un long, porque esto tiene toda la cara alcista del planeta, definitivamente quieres apoyarte en estos mínimos. Si hay una oportunidad de entrada donde está el promedio del 100, la tomas y tienes tu invalidación o abajo de esta o abajo de esta. Y obviamente como tu invalidación está tan lejos, muy poco apalancamiento sería recomendado, si es que nada, y simplemente tener un buen. Y es más, yo pondría mi stop loss con el 100. Si tienes un cierre abajo del promedio del 100, que es justamente lo que había dicho Alex en la diaria, ahí es donde cortas el long. Por ahora estás en medio de la nada. Hacer un long acá tiene demasiado riesgo por todo el espacio que tienes acá. Pero una vez que superes estos niveles, tengas 3 cierres encima de esta línea meme, vas a poder ir a buscar siguiente nivel en los 128. Así que, y todavía sigue siendo un 20 y tantos % con 1, 2, 3 cierres aquí arriba. Así que yo creo que puedes medirlo con la de 3 días. Una vez que, este va a cerrar acá. Ok. Entonces, no puedes ahorita porque estás ya en la parte final del cierre de esta vela. Pero simplemente, quieres que la de 3 días retome el promedio de la 9, que está justamente por encima del 34 y de todos estos. La de 3 días cierra en 6 horas y 6 horas y 42 minutos. Estate pendiente a eso. Y ahí nuestro siguiente objetivo es romper 117. Una vez roto los 117, vamos a tener demasiada confianza en irnos para acá. De nuevo, lo único que no quieres hacer es perder esta zona en la trayectoria alcista que lleva el precio, simplemente porque últimamente has estado haciendo bajos, altos más bajos, pero acá parece que lo está rompiendo con este bajo y este bajo más alto, y también con este alto y un alto más alto por acá. Esto va a tener que romper esta zona y vamos a ver si va a continuar el chop o no. Pero por ahora se ve bastante bien con toda la volatilidad apoyando esos velazos verdes. All righty. It's Litecoin, the lightest coin on earth.
Until
It's practically nothing, just like it's worth.
What do we got? Roblox. I got the ticker ready for you.
All right. So unfortunately, it did swipe the stop loss. Stop loss was at $64.05, and the high of this candle is at $64.43. So that's a little bit of a scratch, but it is what it is. It was a logical stop a logical short at that point because we were tapping the 100%. But it looks like we went slightly higher than that 100% on another sweep and swiped the stop loss and then quickly pulled back again. It might be one of those things where we got stopped out exactly at the top of the wick and what it got, and the move was for the entire purpose of stopping out people like who were short like us at with that wick high as our stop loss. On the 2-week now, momentum is still at extreme levels. Volatility is still at extreme levels. I still think the pullback is coming. It just happens to be that it swiped up a little bit higher before it started pulling back. Momentum on the monthly is still at 100%. Volatility is still at 100%. It can only stay there for so long. On the quarterly, volatility is momentum is all the way nearing 100%. Volatility is nearing 100%. Gonna have to be a pullback mathematically programmed sometime soon. Weekly is the one thing that's giving a little bit of a doubt to a pullback right now, because now momentum is starting to reset and it's not nearly topped out yet. Volatility is doing the same thing and expanding now. It's still not close to being topped out. So we can get a close over this previous wick high at around $63.58. Likely goes up somewhere around maybe $65.44. And then from there, I would expect like momentum to finally start contracting at the higher time frames with volatility. Then maybe we get our pullback from there. And if you were to see like a confirmed local top, then you could just re-enter into that short that was stopped out. 5-day has now closed over the 38.2%. Came back and retested this 5-year May, and now it's using that 5 as the spring. If we get a close over this wick high at 63.58 on the 5-day, should get a move up towards the same number, $64.75, maybe $65. I have trouble giving much higher targets than that because the weekly is at such high areas and monthly is at such high areas on the HPDR. 2 days currently rejecting the stop 38.2. Got a day and 4 hours to go. If we close like this, probably coming back down at a minimum to this median at $60.13. That should be a nice psychological level because $60 round figure. 2-day momentum is starting to pump back up. Volatility is expanding. And the jewel is starting to go back around and give us this light blue cyan bicolor. We get a confirmation of that on this next maximum two opens. It should shift back into the bullish critical zone. And momentum is on the verge of re-entering into the bullish control zone as well. Last time we entered into the bullish control zone, it stayed there was actually right here, right around $51.63 before it started going up towards $62. And that's also when the jewels started flipping back around as well, basically from the same area that we're flipping around from now. Daily is starting to flip down momentum, rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipping down. Whatever move we get should be around a corrective move. If we close like this and lose a 38.2%, we would very likely see it move back down the median, which also sits at around $60. So it seems a lot to make a lot of sense to make our next local bottom somewhere in that $60 area, to where this median will get hit and likely uses that median as a support. Four hours now starting to flip back up on momentum. Volatility is trying to flip back up. We're still getting a rejection of this 38.2. So even if momentum does flip up, what I think would happen is that this median would move up to somewhere around right here, 62, 60, and then use that as this support and spring area towards going higher towards the 50%, around $65. Monthly still has that hidden bullish divergence active. This is a monthly candle, so it's going to take a good amount of time to play out. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above $47.95. It should have another target since volatility is still expanding on the monthly. It's only 76%. Our target of the critical zone does seem kind of reasonable. Right now, the critical zone sits at $83.64. That'd be somewhere around this area. It does make sense because this is the area of previous consolidation, so that wouldn't be resistance. 2 weeks still has regular bullish divergence active. Going to be active as long as we're closing above $57.49. And our next target would be the critical zone. Critical zone sits at $75.30. While we're getting volatility expansion along with the bullish divergence. Nothing on that. Nothing. 2-day now has a hidden bullish divergence confirmed off of this last higher low at $57.86. Our next target would be the critical zone, especially since we're coming from very low levels on volatility. The critical zone right now is at $78.39. Daily has now also put in hidden bullish divergence, along with volatility expansion from around 4%, pretty extreme lows. Should theoretically be, well, should be pretty easy to hit the critical zone from that point. Right now, the critical zone sits at, oh, beautiful, $69.41. 4 hours also put in regular bullish divergence, along with volatility starting to expand. It hasn't confirmed quite yet, from around 7%. Once that confirms expansion, we should be targeting the critical zone on the 4-hour RSI. That level is at $68.28. Momentum chart. Monthly is still going to remain to the upside, but in the critical zone, along with the volatility expansion, as long as the price is above $58.12. We're about like $5 over there right now, so pretty solid amount. And if we do get a close, that should take us towards that $83 number, which was our divergence target as well, and our next level of significant resistance. 2 week is now freshly going to turn to the upside, along with volatility support, as long as the price is above $60.60. And 2 week has a fresh silver cross as well. All signs kind of point towards getting towards that $83 number. Weekly is still contracting on volatility, but price has a chance to flip back up in the next 2 days and 4 hours if we close over $63.20. We're just dancing around that number right now, only 4 cents below it. So it is very possible that the bulls can manage to hang in there and keep that price over that number on the close, and then volatility will start to support them, and we would accelerate towards the $73 divergence target. 5 days also contracting, gonna have a chance to flip it back up or maintain the upside move on momentum as long in the next day and 4 hours, as long as we're closing over 63.33. So bulls got basically like a day and a quarter of a day to like get the price up by another 20 cents, and they can confirm momentum to the upside on both the weekly and the 5-day. 2 days getting to pretty low levels on volatility, starting to try to flip back up from around like 5%, or a little bit lower than 5%, about 2%. And now momentum is pointed to the upside, and it's going to remain to the upside as long as we're above $62.20. Dancing on the edge of that. Daily has already started confirming volatility expansion from around 5%. But daily is currently pointed to the downside. We have about 3.5 hours to go. For the bulls, now it's changing a little bit. It's just dancing around the pivot. Bulls have 3 hours and 31 minutes to close it solidly over this number. And momentum will remain to the upside, and it should enter into the critical zone too.
Very dramatic.
That should make it a pretty good chance of getting into the bullish. That next resistance target of around $73. I'm getting my feet clawed at right now.
I thought he'd do good. I took him out of the bathroom.
He was in kiddie prison for a minute. 4 hours now, also getting close to getting volatility expansion from somewhere around like 7%. So the move that we see should be pretty massive, assuming and praying that it happens to the upside. Because if it happens to the downside, we're probably coming to fill in this wick somewhere around $43. But momentum is going to remain up, maintain the bullish control zone as long as we're closing above $62.07. Actually, not remain up; it's going to flip up.
Basically, 63,
right now,
yeah.
Yeah, because right now it's pointed down. So if we close over this number, then we'll flip it back for our momentum back to the upside, and we should see that move towards $70. So all of the really like high time frames that you can actually get some use out of are still pointing to the upside. We're still getting volatility expansion. Bone Vigo in the middle, it seems more like we're going to get a little bit of a pullback because we're tapping the 97.5% and the 100% on the HPR bands. Usually from that area, you almost certainly get a pullback because probabilities are just not on your side. So it seems like we might get that pullback right now, which is what the 4 hours telling us, since it is technically pointed down. And the daily as well as also technically pointed down. That maybe we see that pullback, or maybe we see a little bit of a swipe up higher than where we are now to $65. Then probably see that pullback while the momentum oscillators and the HPDR ranges step up. Then the monthly would probably continue to take over, and we probably go towards somewhere around $73 to $83 area zone from there. And that's the next area we probably get a significant pullback.
Let's see. Okay, Farhan, let's see what happens. By the way, what a fucking rise from the price in Roblox.
Yeah, that's a massive gap, too.
This one, right?
Yeah, huge gap.
Yeah, humongous.
Gap bigger than Diddy's asshole.
Let's not exaggerate, okay? That's still quite huge.
So Roblox, it's just a game. That's all they do. It's just like
Roblox, yes, but it's got its own ecosystem. People create games within Roblox. People can spend Robux. I think that's what they're called.
Yeah.
And all of their parents are basically going broke because their kids are playing this shit and spending a fuck ton of money. This shit's gonna there's nothing that comes close to this video game in the type of users that it's taking. Nothing. Yeah. Hence why it's so fucking bullish. Alrighty. Tenemos Roblox, damas y caballeros, por acá. Interesantón. Creo que hay tantos datos acá para la de 3 meses. Vean nada más. Tenemos básicamente la trimestral preparándonos para este oficial breakout tan potente. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, creando bajos más altos, altos más altos. Y ahora vamos a ir a buscar esta zona de los $73. Es lo que sigue. Viendo la de 3 meses, tenemos que también poner atención a esto. Volatilidad está a todo lo que da, contrayendo al punto más bajo que ha estado en toda la historia, pero todavía no tenemos un setup. Vamos rápidamente a la de 2 meses. La de 2 meses del otro lado tenemos expansión de volatilidad después de venir en extremos. Este fue el punto más bajo en toda la historia que ha llegado. Es todo. Y acá tenemos básicamente la expansión de volatilidad. Esto nos dio estas belongos verdes. La volatilidad continúa expandiendo, pero se está yendo un poco de lado en vez de para arriba. Tengamos que poner un ojo, poner tantita atención por ahí. Pueden ver que esto continúa 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 por 2, 10 meses, velas verdes seguiditas. Nunca lo había hecho la tabla de Roblox antes, por lo que probablemente estemos esperando un poco de consolidación. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual ya les puedo tirar el HPDR. Pueden ver que tenemos este super cero de volatilidad potente que se dio. Déjenme ver dónde. Justamente acá en lo que estamos pintando estas nuevas velas verdes, y continúa la alza. Pueden ver que a Roblox le mama estar a 100% en volatilidad. Lo estuvo por 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 meses. De ahí consolidó al punto más bajo que ha visto la volatilidad de Roblox en 31% en la mensual, y hemos tenido una catapulta a la alza. Nuestro promedio del 9 cruzó por encima del 21 justamente en esta vela verde, indicándonos fuerza en el precio, y está continuando a la alza. Vamos a ver dónde están nuestras bandas en el HPDR. ¡Uy! Malas noticias. Malas noticias. Puede que veamos un pullback en lo que todo esto esté subiendo, justamente. Cuando estás en el 95% o hasta el 100%, te queda nada de probabilidades de poder continuar. Acá te queda básicamente 3%. Así que Roblox va a tener que tomar una ducha fría, calmarse. Pueden verlo también en la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas empiezan a bajar los rangos del HPDR, lo que nos dice que mientras más nos vayamos acercando, más lo va a hacer. Puedes ver que la media está en $41, el precio está cotizando en 63.25. Falta todavía para... Ay, perdón, güey, qué pendejo soy. Uy, güey. Ahí está la de 2 semanas. Ya no estamos en el 100%, pero seguimos en el 95%, lo que de todas maneras da confluencia a lo que les estaba diciendo. Acá tienes un cruce plateado a la alza que acaba de ocurrir hace 1, 2, y esta sería la tercera sesión. Faltan 2 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela. Atentos. Atentos que normalmente nos gusta venir a testear el promedio del 9 en este tipo de entornos con un cruce plateado a la alza y no lo hemos testeado, está en 54.77 que coincide con la zona del 78.6%. Eso nos debería de relajar un poco el ambiente para poder ver, puede tomar aquí el descanso y continuar esta línea. También puede llevarse esta entre las patas. ¿Tenemos un cero de volatilidad? Sí. La volatilidad está expandiendo poco a poco en todo este subidongo y continúa. Está en 58% en este momento por encima del promedio. Ok, ahí vamos. Ahí vamos. Vamos a la semanal. La semanal en punto, vean, aquí es justamente, ya no estamos en tan extremo, estamos en el 78.6%. Faltan 2 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela semanal. Y queremos cerrarla definitivamente por, si somos alcistas, arriba del 61.21%. Aunque esto tiene cara que vamos a ir a probar el promedio del 9 semanal, eso tendría más sentido. ¿Por qué lo digo? Lo tenemos acá, nuestra línea meme diagonal para arriba está acá. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Porque esto mantendría esta estructura intacta de un bajo más alto, y acá llegaría el próximo bajo más alto por encima de este. La invalidación sería claramente con el 57, perdiendo el nivel de los 57.06, y eso también te tiraría la zona azul, y la zona azul te tiraría la media, y eso te llevaría al 50, que aquí ya se ve eso como una corrección bastante exagerada en mi opinión. Volatilidad está contrayendo, lo pueden ver ahora, y está relajándose rápido en lo que tenemos el precio por acá. Vamos a ver la de 5 días, a ver qué nos dice en 5 días. Volatilidad relajándose también, contrayéndose, pero no al mismo nivel que en la semanal. Y acá tienes también, una vez más, otra confluencia con tu promedio del 9 en la de 5 días, donde probablemente vengamos a retestear esta zona de la línea meme en diagonal. Nos acercamos un poco más a la de 3 días para dividir un poco más al ganso. Y estamos justamente rebotando en la media que está en los 60.51, justamente donde está nuestra línea meme. Impresionante confluencia. Y deberíamos ir a buscar un testeo del $65.22 por acción. También tenemos al promedio del 21 subiendo ya a la parte baja de nuestra zona azul. Volatilidad estaba expandiendo, está por encima del promedio, pero está bajando. Entonces, hay una contracción de volatilidad, no lo consideramos expansión en la de 3 días. Vamos a ver la diaria. En la diaria tienes esta volatilidad, expansión de volatilidad que has tenido desde esta vela, desde acá. Y nos ha llevado básicamente del lado un poco para arriba. La volatilidad, pero sigue apuntando para arriba, está en 37.30% y sí, superó el 15% acá, en realidad. Eso fue, sí, no sé, es una vela roja, pero sigue subiendo. Esto nos da volatilidad empujando el movimiento para arriba. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que tenemos acá? Tenemos nuestra suculenta media diaria en 60.61. Tenemos nuestra línea meme, nuestro promedio del 34, justamente donde está nuestra línea diagonal meme, y también la parte baja del 38.2%, 57. nos podríamos ir a 57. Sí, sería la zona de mejor oportunidad, en mi opinión, para poder comprarte unos Roblox. Pero la gran probabilidad viene que esto simplemente venga a consolidar acá, en lo que todos los rangos suben y después dar continuación a la alza. Roblox pinta muy bien, honestamente. En la diaria ya te empieza a dar espacio para relajarte. En otras temporalidades pueden ver cómo el HPDR está completamente perdido, que ya estamos en los niveles de extremos, por lo que un poco de consolidación de lado en lo que vamos para arriba es esperado, no un movimiento tan acelerado y fuerte, pero déjeme, me acerco y veo la de 8 horas. Un poco de lo mismo en la de 8 horas, justamente con nuestra línea meme por acá, 34, volatilidad continúa en su expansión. Cuatro horas, volatilidad está a punto de darte un cero una vez más. Arriba el 15%. Pongan atención acá, que ya viene el promedio por acá con la volatilidad subiendo y eso nos podría dar otro empujón, viendo también cómo todos los rangos del HPDR han estado bajando. Esto pinta bien. Esto pinta muy bien para Roblox. Siguiente objetivo, $73, pero no antes de tomarse un poco de un descanso por acá, tal vez, para ir a buscarlos. Pues es lo que tiene cara. Es lo que tiene cara. Tiene cara que va a subir. Tiene cara que va a subir, papi. Okay, Alex, we're doing Nvidia now. Gotta be serious myself. So, this is a really important subject to everyone that's in the microprocessing business
Sector.
I am in the
So
micro
like
something else.
half of our audience then in the microprocessor business.
They all, yes, they are. They're always very, that's what they do. We got a great audience right here.
Oh, nice.
Very influential.
Nice. Yeah, very, yes. Let's see. Nvidia, it's over. It's over. It's going to zero. It's done. No, I'm just kidding. It's actually not looking bad. I keep seeing people talk about that. Nvidia, to me is actually an interesting spot. So we'll first take it on the monthly. This EMA 9 is this blue line. As you can see, throughout this whole rally, we saw bears trying to short this and try to be the hero, just getting blasted every single time. It makes no sense, because if a level like this simply holds, to me, it's like really makes shorting, like swing shorting, trying to catch a top, really improbable. Because as history has shown, this just EMA 9 on the monthly always holds. And so why am I bringing that up? Well, it's currently at $121.33. I don't know if that's going to actually get tapped. So for scenarios like this, I always then gauge the monthly EMA 5. The EMA 5 for me can almost act like a nice range, especially in the higher time frames. We lose the EMA 5, we often go to the EMA 9. That's just how I kind of gauge it. So what we can see on this monthly, even though people are getting extremely bearish on Nvidia, talking about the top, for me, I'm just gauging these wick highs right now as support, and that's exactly what we kind of have. Every time Nvidia goes to that 129 region, we essentially get pretty nice bounces from that point. That makes sense. We broke out, we formed another high, we came down, formed another high even. Let me see here. What month was it where we got that higher high? I actually think it was this month. Yeah. So we've already formed a higher high on Nvidia. Let me see how the trend wave catalyst is looking. Yeah. So, I mean, we got the higher high. This was a very shallow higher low. Then we, boom, popped up, made another higher high. And so right now, currently on Nvidia, I just essentially want to see this meme line hold. I want to see these wick high rejections get flipped into support. And I have that right now at $129.50. So long as we hold that zone, to me, that's looking really good. And it's kind of like what I've been saying, and through this whole analysis, we really just want to see that December low hold. For a lot of assets across the board, that December low seems like a good point, at least for me, to use that as like a churning point. Losing the meme line at $129, but then also breaking the December low, just with how the trend is looking, I mean, would really then put this uptrend in question on the monthly, which there really hasn't been a time where we have been able to really question this monthly uptrend. So as a bull, you're really going to need to see either this low hold or for just $129.50 to hold. Then that'll greatly that'll just solidify the bear case of the top being in on Nvidia, and rather than just this being healthy consolidation. Yes, it's very volatile, but so far that is what it's looking like, assuming this December low doesn't get taken out. We also see on the monthly, we are now starting to contract pretty nicely. That is something, after we had the double derp here, something that was pretty likely to see this start contracting. So having this consolidation is no surprise to me, especially when we had volatility, above 90% for quite a while here, for a few months. So it's nice to see this starting to reset. We'll see where this actually starts going into February. Let's see the 2 week now. The 2 week as well is kind of telling me the same thing. Let me turn that EMA 5 off. So the 2 week, just like how I represent on the monthly, where we're at the $129 zone. We're at the EMA 5 on the monthly, but also the 2 week. I mean, very simply, that 2 week EMA 9 also likes to hold in super bull markets. We only really get a chop scenario once we start losing that. Often when we lose it, then we get a nice squeeze up. This forms some kind of, momentarily lower high to bears that then starts shorting. We do get that dump. We don't break the previous low, and then we spike up. So what we see now on the last 3 candles here is we've tapped that and bounced nicely so far, assuming this does get the bounce. So in the last 2 candles, it's a better way of framing it. We've gotten nice bounces. I mean, this one on a closing basis was a 2%, and then this one was at 5.4%. So we're really now going to we really now need to see this EMA 9 hold, just like it's been doing. I mean, since the reclaim in September. So long as this holds and price, can consolidate and go below it, or can go up and form these wick highs and then come back down. But as long as we're above it, to me, it's still more of a bias to be bullish in your overlook on Nvidia, in my opinion. That to me is why I'm not too bearish on Nvidia, but rather just looking at this as some kind of like bull flag here. You can even see the flagpole, the actual flag, if you took this line off. So you essentially are gauging this consolidation as bullish. We also see here that volatility is still contracting on the 2 week, and we're even approaching the setup point where once we go under 15%, we easily could get a setup on Nvidia on the 2 week. So that puts the monthly contracting pretty nicely. That gives us a 2 week BBWP setup possibly looming, assuming this keeps going down. To me, it's just really looking like this is just gearing up for a big move. If the bias is that Nvidia has topped, then to me it seems like people are probably shorting into this a lot, possibly even disregarding that 129 level on Nvidia, which is pretty important. I mean, every time we reclaim that level, we quickly deviate it, and then that leads to downside move. Curious to just see from that point. Yeah, I mean, this was still a 8.68% move on that wick high rejection here. We see the follow through, and then even here, it wasn't until we actually busted through it, made a new high, and then came all the way back down where we really started to base on it. That's exactly what you'd want to see in like a bullish consolidation scenario. The only concerning part is this weekly. We don't like that weekly 9 got lost until last week's close, especially when we see here that we have a pretty massive setup potentially brewing, a nice Hamas setup on the weekly. We saw the last one in 2021, where that once expansion occurred, basically led us to from $13 all the way up to $34, $35. Pretty well, no, I guess not. It took us, let me see here, $23. My apologies, but still a pretty massive move overall. Percentage wise was 77%, which for a stock is pretty impressive. I'd be happy with 77% gain. So now what we see is, we have 3 volatility reads of 0%. Once this starts breaking above 15%, assuming that we hold first at $129, which bulls are doing, but then most importantly, get back above that weekly 9. Generally, once we're back above the weekly 9 after losing it, it just leads to nice expansions from that point. So that is, even in this example here, we lost it, came up, we expanded, lost it again. Wasn't until this point where it actually held it, where we actually formed that new high. So it's just going to be important for bulls now that we're holding the $129 mark to actually get back above the weekly 9. we now shift and look at the HBDR, we see we are actually potentially in 2 days going to pop back into the 38.2%. Again, just why you really want to start seeing that EMA9 get reclaimed. If we can actually get back above the 38.2%, then we can make an argument for maybe a move back up to the median. And that's why it's just going to be crucial for us to hold that zone and then get back above the EMA9. And these ranges can easily move down and then open above it. So we'll have to watch that carefully. Luckily, this is closing in 2 days, so it should be coming up soon. And then we'll have to gauge where this median actually moves, because for now we still are under it, and we've been under it since essentially November. So getting back above there would be really good confirmation to me that bulls are starting to shift, and this consolidation could actually start looking more like potentially gearing for maybe a breakout even on the weekly. So that's really all I see with Nvidia. I can check the daily here as well, I guess. The daily here is still holding that EMA 100, a pretty massive zone on Nvidia. So again, that's why you're just going to want to start seeing this move up fairly soon, not really break the low here in December. And then we can really make the argument of this being a higher high, this being the higher low. But we really need to start seeing bulls actually push up here. If not, then we already have the 9 crossing under the 21. If this actually starts rejecting and coming back under like the $129 mark, we could actually then start seeing this daily silver cross to the downside. Still hasn't happened yet though, so that's why it's just going to be really crucial for the weekly to get back above the EMA 9. That way, then the daily can actually reclaim the major moving averages, and then actually have a shot of possibly going back up to the 140 mark. If we can actually reclaim, call it like 141, then I don't see why we're actually not going to go and test the $149, $150 mark on Nvidia, which is, again, just lining up nicely with even that daily median. I believe it was the weekly median as well, right around that zone. So it makes sense to me. Reclaim 141, especially on like a daily, then that could actually give us the next move closer to that $145. We want to watch Nvidia closely though, and definitely not want to disregard it or play the bearish sentiment, because I still think that what we saw with that higher high made sense to get some kind of pullback, which we've gotten. Nvidia is just inherently very volatile. So a move down like 15% is pretty aggressive down, but as it stands now, I mean, it's still putting in structure of the uptrend. It's still holding the level it needs to, and the weekly here is putting in a pretty nice setup. That's why it's just going to be really key for bulls to reclaim that weekly 9. So yeah, if we actually reclaim the weekly median though too, so like the objective always for bulls on a higher low will be a higher high. I could easily see us coming close to that $158 area. A pretty nice move from support, if we call this, talking about a potentially 22% move, almost 23% move. But with volatility where it's at, and with what we saw on the last setup in 2021, a 20% move on Nvidia is definitely not out of question over time. So as it stands, if we end up really breaking the high on a weekly and closing above it, that'll put us back above the median. And then the next target is the $158 area. So we'll have to see kind of where bulls take this, if they can reclaim the weekly 9 and actually defend the EMA 100 on the daily. But I am going to be confident here that we should see some kind of bounce on Nvidia, assuming that that weekly 9 does get reclaimed. So I'm not really bearish on Nvidia. I again just still think this is healthy consolidation. It's doing exactly what we want. We're resetting BBWP and slowly shifting it in favor of bulls. Let's just see if we can actually reclaim that weekly EMA 9 and then actually hold above the daily EMA 100. Get back above 140, and then it really will look like we're going to test the highs. And at that point, that'll really then start solidifying that, this low that we're forming is potentially the next higher low after we just made that higher high. So Nvidia is looking bullish. I'm not too bearish on it, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good. I just think people just wanted to break all-time highs every single day, and that's that. I think it's consolidation.
What if it doesn't break all-time highs every single day? Why even bother trading it?
I agree. I completely agree. I didn't even think about that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, good point, Farn.
I'll do better. I'll do better now, Mr. Garlic Bread.
I take my garlic bread with queso, sir.
Oh, now you're talking my language. Now you're talking my language. We doing Nvidia. You did Roblox. Lucid is next,
Cool.
and yeah, Lucid, and then FNMA. FNMA.
I got Lucid.
Search. Todo muy bien. Ayer me llevó la verga. Sorry, it's just a little question in español.
You said it was FMNA.
F as in fuck, M as in mom. I'm sorry, that's what I got. 1 second. F
Is
as
that
in
what you
fuck.
say when you're talking to the phone company?
Absolutely. Well, dude, absolutely. I mean, sometimes I do because I'm not very good at anything. I really do. It's terrible. F as in fuck, N as in Nancy, M as in mom, A as in Alejandro.
Damn, Alejandro's getting it on with Nancy and the mom.
Perfect.
That's how we
I think
fucking roll, baby.
Beautiful.
That's what we do. Alrighty, thank you. That was fucking phenomenal. Alrighty, vale. Estamos viendo Nvidia en la gráfica diaria. Lo voy a poner rápido en la semanal para que vean esto, para que vean la tendencia y que sea sencillo spotearla, mis hijos. El gráfico en Nvidia, en realidad, más arriba de esta temporalidad es muchísimo ruido. Lo voy a poner en todas las temporalidades, solamente quiero enseñarles esto. Esto ha sido respetado brutalmente. Esto puede haber sido simplemente un gran fake out como este que vimos antes. Aguantó el 21, aguantó nuestra línea meme en los 129, que es una zona muy importante. Pueden ver, abajo de esto, viajes hasta esta zona de los $90. Aguantando este nivel y empujando y expansión arriba de 141 significa altos históricos. Lo hemos logrado 2 veces. ¿Ok? Esto también es lo que había puesto el doble techo, que tal vez no se dé. Se ve esto más alcista que bajista. Vamos a empezar ahora sí bien en la de 3 meses rápidamente. Es más, ¿saben qué? Déjame saco la de 6 meses en Nvidia porque Nvidia tiene un chingo de datos. Y hacemos esto. Vean nada más esta belleza. Todo completamente es fácil de entender este gráfico. Estás creando altos históricos diario, básicamente. El alto histórico más grande que había tenido Nvidia era 123 en la de 6 meses. El pasado fue en 134, la que cerró en Año Nuevo. Y ahora estamos por acá, en esta velita topera, mamalona, que todavía le faltan 5 meses y 16 días. Así que no vamos a brincar a conclusiones. Nvidia viene interesante. Esta zona de extremos, puedes ver que ha tenido 3 periodos de 6 meses en extremos en esta zona. Aquí lleva 2. ¿Logrará un tercero o no? Esa va a ser la pregunta para todo el mundo. Vamos acercándonos un poco más. La trimestral muy buena. Tienes absolutamente todos los señales de alcista. No hay nada que haya roto estructura todavía. Este había sido tu primer retesteo en 70, un bajo más alto y bajo más alto. No hay nada que ver aquí, brother. Aparte, vienes de estos extremos, que por cierto ha sido todo el precio básicamente en total. Y este extremo ahora tiene a la volatilidad contrayendo. ¿Qué pasó la última vez que contrajo la volatilidad saliendo de un extremo por debajo del promedio? Fue acá. Solamente yo quiero ver si hay algo. No, todo verde. Ok. Simplemente, ok, todo sigue verde en Nvidia, ¿no? Sin problema alguno. Ya aquí puedo ponerles el HPDR, que es un poco tonto de nuevo, porque no me gusta tener estos objetivos irreales, o sea, $208, arriba del 61.8%. Se me hace bastante difícil, pero de nuevo, esta es una vela trimestral, por lo que puede durar un año y llegas hasta acá. Y eso tendría sentido. Y también estamos defendiendo la zona del 61.8% que está en 133.99. Estamos por encima de ella. Estamos en 135.22. Lo pueden ver acá perfectamente y claro como el agua y mis ojos, güey. Tus ojos no son claros. Ok, tranquilos. Vamos a ponerla de 2 meses para ver un poco más. Velas bastante parecidas, estas velas de 2 meses. A esta vela todavía le faltan 1 mes y medio para cerrar. Estamos entre la zona del 61.8%, que también coincide con nuestra línea meme por ahí de los 129, y la zona del 78.6%, que está en los 156.75. Nunca hemos llegado a ese precio. Nuestro alto histórico está por acá en cualquiera de estas 2 velas en 152. Déjame te lo pongo acá. El alto es 153.13 y en esta es 152.89, por lo que no se nota, pero estás constantemente después de esta vela, alto más alto, alto más alto, alto más alto. Y este es un bajo más bajo que este es un bajo más alto que este y que este y que este. Así que seguimos en una tendencia en la gráfica de 2 meses alcista. Definitivamente, de nuevo, volatilidad contrayendo. Bien, vamos a la mensual. La mensual tienes la volatilidad contrayendo fuerte. Lo puedes ver por acá. Está yéndose a niveles no vistos desde el 2022. Está preparándonos un gran setup esta madre. Ok, dicho y hecho, hemos visto que la media en la mensual nos está rechazando por ahora en los 154. Ese va a ser nuestro objetivo. Pero con todo y ese rechazo no hemos perdido la zona azul en el 130, en el 38.2%, que coincide con nuestra línea meme en los 129.85. Definitivamente nos gustaría aguantar esta zona y no perder estos mínimos en 127. Esa sería tu primera, en mi opinión, tu primera señal de que esto está cocinado, perdiendo estos 127. Si no los pierdes, esto continúa con todo, continúa siendo alcista, estás en la zona azul, tienes volatilidad contrayendo, preparando un cero para volver a empujar el precio con fuerza. Definitivamente se ve bien. Vamos a ver la de 2 meses, la de 2 semanas. Es mi favorita. La de 2 semanas, un rechazo puntual de la media. Esa sí nos tiró del 38.2%, pero aquí está el 50% y nuestra línea meme deteniéndonos, al igual que el promedio del 9. Recuerden que decimos siempre, estando por encima del promedio del 9, se siente todo bastante bien y alcista. Estamos por encima de, claramente tenemos este gran golpazo que nos dio. Esta vez la va a cerrar en 2 días y 3 horas, este viernes básicamente, y definitivamente queremos poder cerrar por encima de 137. Por encima de 137, si somos alcistas, nos va a dar un viaje a la media una vez más. Ya veremos dónde la media se acomoda para la próxima, pero buscando estos 2 días, 3 horas, poder cerrar por encima del 38.2% en la zona azul. Ese sería lo ideal si somos alcistas. Mínimo, no perder el promedio del 9 que está en 134. Y seguir aguantando esta zona para no tener que crear un nuevo mínimo por ahí de los 127, me parece que era efectivamente. Semanal. Espérame, en la de 2 semanas no vi la volatilidad, ¿o sí? No recuerdo. Deme 35 minutos. Semanal, tenemos, no, volatilidad contrayendo, pero está en un punto bastante bajo. Bastante bajo. Así que pongamos atención por ahí en la semanal. Vamos a ver, denle otros 50 minutos. Güey, ya deja de usar esa broma y también deja de hablarte a ti mismo. Ok. En la semanal tenemos el rechazo de la semana pasada con este gran belongo que nos tiró abajo de la zona azul, pero esta semana hemos decidido retomar la zona azul y también el promedio del 21 que lo habíamos perdido. Esta vela también va a cerrar en 2 días y 3 horas junto con la de 2 semanas. Definitivamente nos gustaría poder retomar el promedio del 9, que está en los 137.32, para sentirnos a gustos e ir a nuestro siguiente punto pivote por ahí de los 145, que es donde está la media, y poder superar la media significa un viaje gratis a los 158. Pero acá ya se pone interesante la cosa. Tienes 3 periodos de no volatilidad en la semanal. La última vez que se dio eso fue acá. Y no fue el mismo tamaño, pero eso fue lo que pasó. ¿Qué pasó en ese entonces? Hasta que se contrajo la volatilidad fue hasta acá, a $20. Pero también empezaste acá arriba, digamos, voy a tomar esta vela de acá. Un movimiento de 40%, nadie se va a pelear con eso. Nadie se va a pelear con eso en Nvidia. Vamos a ver dónde estamos parados ahorita. Sería un 40% en esta madre el día de hoy, cuando se dé el movimiento. Digamos que se da y estamos acá. ¿O sabes qué? Estamos aquí abajo. 40% nos llevaría a los 180. que es el 78.6%, y ha tocado el 78.6% varias veces. Interesante. Básicamente, es básicamente esto. Voy a llevarlos a la diaria para que lo vean también. Es poder retomar este nivel, justamente acá. Poder romper los 136, 138 es el sueño de los alcistas. Bajistas, no quieres perder los 129 a 127. Perdiendo eso te vas para abajo. Pero por ahora todo esto pinta que va a volver a retomar este nivel. Acá, atentos al rechazo y también al cruce plateado, porque sigue activo y no lo quieres perder. Entonces, empujar para arriba el precio, quieres ver el promedio del 9, subir por encima del 21 y ir a buscar esta media por ahí de los $145. No se ve nada mal, se ve bastante potente Nvidia en estos días. Lo único que quiero ver es esto. Un alto más alto por nada, pero por nada al pasado. Tienes estos mínimos, pero has creado mínimos más altos. Y ahora, ¿qué pasa cuando generas mínimos más altos? Normalmente vas a ir a buscar ese alto más alto. Es lo que seguiría en la jugada con Nvidia, en lo que la volatilidad expande ahora. Vamos a ver para dónde, pero esto se ve bastante bien. No se ve terminado para nada, está aguantando la línea meme, creó un alto más alto que el pasado acá, y también no ha creado bajos más bajos desde acá, desde diciembre, así que esto todavía pinta bien para cualquiera que sea un toro en Nvidia, un bull, un alcista, un defensor de la Nvidia. All righty, let's go on to the next one. What is the next one?
Lucid, I believe.
Lucid, yes, sir. Lucid Automotive. Where the guy makes...
Just buy one of our cars, please, please. I beg you, just buy one.
Guys, don't put an order in. We haven't been able to make more than 3 cars this year. Please. I know you want you know you love the Lucid Air and the Lucid Sapphire and the Lucid My Dick, but we can only make 3. All right. And we're going to sell those to the first idiots that want to pay $180,000 for a car that has no shops, no backups, no nothing. Does that sound good?
The Sapphire is $250.
What?
Imagine buying that shit. Imagine buying that.
No.
I could go and buy myself a what do you call it? The McLaren Artura, or I could buy myself a
Maybach.
Lucid Sapphire.
Why
Yeah,
wouldn't you buy a
get
Maybach? Yeah, that is fucking absolutely disgusting.
And
I didn't realize that.
S650?
Makes me want to fucking vomit.
You could even get a gas 7 Series.
Yeah. No, you literally can get like a lot for that amount of money. That is ridiculous. I had no idea, dude. That's insane.
In 2 years, they'll be going for $40K.
Oh yeah. Oh, 2 years. You're being generous. The second they drive it off the lot.
I think right now the Sapphire is already around like 150. That's like $100,000 loss right off the bat.
That's a tough pill to swallow.
So do you want to do the 2 week? We'll start with the monthly. Monthly is shaping up into a pretty ugly candle so far. We got 16 days and 3 hours to go, but you got to remember this is not a crypto and it moves slow because it's a traditional stock. So far, we swept the high of the previous candle, still made a macro lower high, and now we're getting a pretty strong rejection. What in my opinion is going to be the death blow is if we close below this 5 EMA. That's going to make it so this whole thing is just a deviation, and quickly above the 5 EMA for 1 monthly candle, then right below it or right afterwards. It's at $2.91. If we close below there, we're very likely at a minimum to come down to this top 38.2%. Right now, that's $2.28. And then below there, this thing is going to be kind of fucked, where it's probably going to go somewhere around $1.42. Somewhere between this zone, I think if it does happen, it probably gets bought out by some larger entity. Somewhere around $1.77 to $1.42. I don't really see it going that much lower, just because of the brand name or something. It's not as big of a brand as Lucid, but I think at this point, a lot of people, Rivian, but a lot of people at this point, I'm pretty sure do know of Lucid, no?
I'm going to go ahead and say some. It's not as mainstream, but the one thing that makes me lead that, listen, if they could make enough vehicles, they would be great. It's just, I don't understand why they're not hiring someone else that understands that their only problem is production, that they have no clue what they're doing there.
Yeah, but unless they figure that out, they probably go bankrupt.
Well, I mean, they should have gone bankrupt a billion times already, but the Saudis have so much fucking money, like it comes out of the fucking ground. So they just keep like
unlimited
paying.
money.
Yeah, but at some point you would want to get results. What makes me feel like it's got a lot of potential if they can get that shit in order is everyone in here, all my Asian fellows and all my Indian fellows that live here in the area where 3,000 square foot houses are $6 million. Have one. Like there's a lot of Lucids here. Belen loves calling it the sandwich car every time she sees one because he looks like a sandwich.
Once they won over the rich people, it's not that much work even for everybody else.
That's what I'm saying. And I saw that first with Rivian when I first went back to LA in Hidden Hills when they came out. Everyone in Hidden Hills had one. And that's when you know when rich people grab something and they make it something like then it's bound to follow. Like that's how branding and marketing's dream scenario works basically.
Yeah, because everybody wants to be with the rich people.
Yeah, 100%.
Like when it was cool to have a Tesla with the Model S, everybody wanted one, but you could only get one for like $100K.
Yeah, and not everyone could buy it. This is why Elon also focused himself on the higher end models because he didn't want to get into the mass production stuff or anything. He wanted to figure out how to produce, but also get people interested and you basically make a halo car like a Mercedes. You don't want to buy the shit Mercedes, like the cheapest one. You want to buy like the awesome ones, but sadly, all you can buy is the cheap one. And that type of effect was necessary for Tesla. And I think it's brilliant.
The one thing that I hate
same
that
thing with
Tesla
Rivian.
does, I hate how the Plaid looks the same as all the other ones. It's not like AMG where they make it a little bit more sporty. No, it just looks the same.
I think they're starting to do that, no? Because with the new Plaid, isn't it wider and has like I'm sorry,
like
the Model 3 Performance. Model 3 Performance.
I think it's slightly wider, but you can't really. It's like very difficult to tell the difference.
Elon had announced that they were gonna do like that type of thing, like the AMG route. So I want to see.
That'd be cool. They should just buy Mercedes. They have the market cap to do it.
Dude, he can buy anything he wants.
2 week is now getting a pretty nasty rejection. It's very close to a bearish engulfing. If it closes below $2.89, that will be a bearish engulfing confirmed. And that's where the scenario probably happens where this thing goes to fuck the land and somewhere around $2.20 and then probably below $2 after that. You ever took a visit to fuck the land? This thing has been there many times. Now the little bit of hopium is that on this weekly candle we can maintain above 5 EMA around $2.99. If we can maintain that, then likely we try to get another little bit of a bounce. Probably doesn't break towards over $3.57. Probably puts another lower high before rolling over again. But if it closes below $2.99, then it's probably going straight down to 225, somewhere around the top of this 38.2%. And once it gets there, it's going to have erased this entire rally. Probably breaks these lows at $1.90, probably goes a little bit lower into the area I like to call the acquisition zone, where the company probably gets bought.
But I got to tell you, when you buy Rivian, right? Like when I saw Rivian being so cheap, they know how to make cars. They're making 50, 60,000 cars a year, right? And they're expanding their production. They're getting another line. They come from like the know-how from a gigantic other car manufacturing brand. So they're doing it. What are you going to buy from Lucid? A production of 10,000 cars?
Yeah, I guess nothing other than the name and the look of the car.
Yeah. I mean, it would be a Fisker type of scenario, for real.
Maybe one of the German guys could buy them since their electric cars are so shit.
But the thing is, they don't know how to produce electric cars either, dude. Didn't you see that Tesla sold more cars than Audi in general?
Did they?
Yeah, for the first time ever.
Good Lord. Whatever happened to once the big boys are in, Tesla's going to be cooked?
Well, that's what this is my what I've been saying to everyone, that what no one understands is the Chinese and the Tesla model and the Rivian model works because it's economies of scale. And Ford and those guys are not understanding any of it. Even though Ford has produced 100,000 cars last year, or sold 100,000 cars, and it's twice what Rivian did. That's Ford.
Yeah, Ford is basically as American as it gets.
Yeah. I mean,
Henry Ford going back 100 years.
But like Henry Ford's more like Elon Musk than the fucking clown that they have on right now, Jim Farley, that looks like Peter Griffin and saying, "Oh, the Chinese cars are so good." Yes, Peter Griffin, we know. Are you going to do something good? Like, no, he's not.
No. Just make me a video of why you deserve to give me $500,000.
Make a video and we'll see if we give you a 4GT begging me and licking my nuts. No. How about no?
Please let me give you $500,000.
How about I keep my $55,000 Model S Plaid and destroy anything that you sell for $300,000?
On the 5-day, it kind of looks like it's about to start turning down. It's right at the moving average right now, getting right to the zone where bulls absolutely need to hold this, or else we're going to get a 5-day flip momentum to the downside. Once we lose the bullish control zone, likely tries to get to the bearish control zone. That's where the scenario plays out, where we go towards $2.25, possibly even breaking the $2 low. Right now, on the two-day right now, it is kind of bouncing where you would want to see it bounce right around the 9 EMA. And it's still rejecting. It's kind of front running the 100. The 100 is probably going to be a very significant resistance. And if we do close like this, we're very likely to test the 55 again at 38.2% at $2.87. This time around, it probably doesn't hold. Probably goes straight towards the 61.8, around like $2.87. But at that point, momentum is going to be well within the bearish control zone. Volatility is going to be strongly to the upside. Right now, it is trying to pick back up. Then it probably goes somewhere around, what is this, 78.6%, which right now is at $2.52. We would have erased basically all of this move to the upside. Probably gets a little bit of a bounce from there and then like more down. Daily is just about to break into the bearish control. Volatility is pointed pretty sharply up to support it. And we're losing the 38.2%. That probably takes us somewhere around, volatility is coming from like 6%. So maybe somewhere around the 88.3 to the 95. It's about that $2.69 number to maybe around $2.50. Four-hour 38.2% move down a lot, giving you more space to go down. Because right at this point, we were kind of bottoming out at the 88.3% and the 95%. So now the ranges have stepped down, allowing it to go down further. We're losing the 38.2%. That would give us, with volatility, at only 26%. High probability of coming somewhere between the 78.6 and the 88.3. It's priced at somewhere around $2.68 to maybe, again, $2.50 area. Monthly still has an active bullish divergence with volatility just about to start expanding. The way to invalidate that divergence is you'd have to close below about $1.93. So even going back down to $1.90, $1.80, and then bouncing would still keep this divergence active. The way to confirm a continuation on this divergence is you'd have to close above $4.43. That very likely sends us upward towards, yeah, pretty unlikely. But that'll probably send us towards somewhere around $12 if we can close over $4.43. 2 week also has several drives of bullish divergence confirmed. Invalidated if you close below $2.89. But if you close over once again $4.43, that would continue the divergence towards somewhere around like first $8.30 area, then eventually $12. That's a big if. You got to close over 443. Oh, fuck. The jewel is starting to curve back around, giving us a pretty nice curvature right at the pink. It's if you get one more close continuing the blue, it would break out of the bearish control zone, and that would be the first time that the jewel has ever broken out of the bearish, flipped back around and broken out of the bearish control zone and on the 2 week chart. Because all it's been ever since it's in IPO, it's straight downwards move into the bearish control zone, and it's been staying there ever since it broke in for about 2 years now, or 3 years. It's been staying within the bearish control zone. So it would be a significant change in structure if we could break out of it. Nothing. 5-day does have active bullish divergence as well, multiple drives. Invalidated if you close below $2.89. Move back up would be activated if you close above $3.64. Then you probably go somewhere around $4, like somewhere around 443 area. Test that area next. Probably that area gets rejected, but if it does get accepted, then you would confirm on the weekly that it would be, and the 2-week that it's breaking out of the bearish control zone and it's giving you a solid buy signal. Then you probably go towards 12. That's a very big if. It's like you say, but, and that's a very big but.
That's pretty good. I'll steal that from you.
Daily has active bearish divergence, which is on the opposite hand of the other time frames of bullish divergence. It will be invalidated if we close above $3.16, but it's going to continue towards the downside as long as we're below that $3.16 area. And the signal to get another dump on these bearish divergence, the next logical target would be closing below $2.85. Then from there, we very highly likely tap this bearish control zone. And right now, the bearish control zone sits at about $2.75. And then below that, which lines right up with this 55 EMA. And then below that would be the bearish critical zone, which right now is not going to give you a very useful number because it's so low to the downside. It's giving you the number of $1.44, which is a little bit unlikely, but that would be that level on the HPDR if you were to fully break down and go towards the bottom 38.2. 4 hours now invalidated. There's some hidden bullish divergence, but now it's invalidated. Momentum on the monthly is starting to point to the upside, breaking out of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're below $2.63. But on the opposite hand, volatility is declining while momentum is pointed up, making it much more likely that this would be a corrective move versus a reversal of all of this downtrend. 2-week is flipping back up, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $1.98. This one as well, volatility is declining while momentum is to the upside. Weekly momentum is pointed up, entering into the bullish control zone, pointed up as long as we're above 236, while volatility is declining the whole time. Same thing with the 5-day, breaking into the bullish control zone and pointed up above 229. Volatility is declining. 2-day is now starting to flip back down, rejecting the bullish critical zone and pointed down below 324. Volatility is still declining. It's already going to max levels of volatility on this little bit of a bounce that we got from about $2. So we should see a mean reversion from that, which would be a pullback. And right now, if we break these current lows at about $2.85, likely volatility starts expanding with this move to the downside. Daily is now starting to get volatility expansions, and I'm expecting on the 2-day to happen, where we're just getting to the moving average. If we can close above it, it'll confirm volatility expansion. And right now, momentum is pointed down, entering into bearish control, and we're pointed down as long as we're below 335. So if we get this volatility confirmation of momentum, it's down, pointed down below 335, and the 2-day likely starts expanding to the downside and leading on to the higher time frames, which then very likely breaks this shit down. Let me break it down for you, and then just start breakdancing. 4 hours now starting to get volatility contraction right at the moving average. Looks like just about to start contracting on this next open, and momentum is starting to point up as long as we're above $3. Looking like this is going to be a very corrective bounce to put in another lower high before this continues much lower. So if you look at the high time frames, the highest ones that you have data for, like the monthly, looking extremely bearish. It's looking like maybe it's going to make a lower high based off of lower time frames, giving us momentum starting to point up with volatility about to contract. Looking like we're going to get another lower high. But then if you look at the weekly and the 2-week and those, it's volatility is contracting while momentum is pointed up, looking like it's likely not going to be a reversal of the macro downtrend. Looks like it's very likely going to make another lower high and then continue downwards towards around 225. Maybe I get a bounce at 225, and then below $2, somewhere around 150 to 160. And validation is if it can close above $4.43 on a weekly, then it probably goes up to like the $8 to $8.30 area. It's a pullback and then towards $12. But that's a very big but.
And I like very big butts, so thank you. Thank you. I'm an ass man. What can I say? What was I get? Actually, no. No, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Alex, for sharing that. I forgot if I had told you, but yeah, we were doing the whole spelling, bee. Thank you. So Farhan, what you're saying is you're going to invest in Lucid, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I'm going all in.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Let me pass on the message to everyone. Damas y caballeros, tenemos Lucid por acá. Como de que no lo pueden ver, Lucid está en una caída precipitada desde el principio. Llegó a tradear en los 60 y cacho dólares. No, 30 y tantos dólares. Ahora voy a tener que bajarlo para ver. Por chismoso. En los 60, exacto, 64 dólares. Ese fue el alto más alto. Y desde entonces ha estado muy ocupado creando altos más bajos y bajos más bajos. Lo pueden ver acá. Ahora, empezamos en la mensual y empezamos también acá porque no hay tantos datos. Esto abrió un año después casi que ¿cómo se llama? Que Rivian. Déjame ver cómo se ve la de 3 meses, por ejemplo. Vienes totalmente de extremos, literalmente no tienes nada que ver. Estás creando este bajo, alto, un bajo más bajo, y esto parece ser un alto más bajo. Esto es la trimestral, no hay mucha información ni tanto que podamos corroborar con. Obviamente estamos pero mega por debajo del promedio del 9. Mensual fue lo que acabamos de ver. En la mensual también venimos de crear estos altos, creamos mínimos más altos, este alto, y luego creaste un mínimo más bajo, y ahora parece que estás creando un alto más bajo acá. Estás por debajo del promedio del 9. Lo puedes ver acá. Lo habíamos superado solamente una vez en toda la historia de Lucid, me parece, en la mensual. No en toda la historia, pero desde que cayó. Fue la única vez que hicimos este SFP, luego instantáneamente lo perdemos y creamos un bajo más bajo. Ahora pueden verlo, pues tengo los triangulitos y las líneas blancas puestas para que puedan ver exactamente cuáles son los altos, bajos, bajos. Y pueden ver que ahora estamos en riesgo de crear un alto más bajo, y eso daría con un bajo más bajo y luego un alto más bajo. Normalmente lo que sigue es un bajo más bajo. Volatilidad está contrayendo y ha estado contrayendo todo este tiempo. Intentó romper acá justamente en diciembre 2. Déjame ver qué pasó acá. A la alza no pudo y rebotó a la baja. Eso fue literalmente la vela verde. Y no hubo continuación, y ahora estás viendo esto que se está formando. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tampoco tenemos un cero de volatilidad. Volatilidad está contrayendo. En 2 semanas también habíamos creado este alto, un alto más alto. Tenías todos estos bajos más altos y luego fuiste a poner este bajo más bajo justamente en noviembre del 2024. Y desde entonces, pues ahí vas creando este alto que podría ser el siguiente alto más bajo, y básicamente nos daría libertad de poner algo así. Un segundo. ¿No? Si es que se llega a dar esto. Faltan 2 días y 3 horas para el cierre de esta vela. Esta vela cierra así y muy probablemente sea lo que estemos viendo. Así que atentos a ello. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9. Es la única buena noticia en la tabla de 2 semanas, en las velas de 2 semanas, pero estás por debajo del 21. Estás literalmente haciendo un SFP muy probablemente como lo que vimos por acá. Ahora, ¿qué tenemos? Tenemos el HPDR. Vamos a ver si estamos tal vez ya muy caídos. No estamos muy caídos. Esto tiene cara que tiene mucho más. Puedes ver la media justamente coincidiendo con mi línea meme en los 2.23. Muy probablemente si perdemos el promedio del 9, que está en los 2.91, vamos a ir a visitar esta zona en los 2.20. Con eso dicho, volatilidad no está expandiendo. No hay nada en volatilidad. No hay un setup en volatilidad. Acá lo mismo, volatilidad está contrayendo, el promedio está por encima, no tenemos nada. Y acá en el HPDR vemos que venimos de zonas de extremos, ¿no? El 95% está acá, el 88% está acá. Y ahora estamos justamente en esta zona. Caímos a la zona del 78.6%, y eso nos debería de, si no nos aguanta el 2.88, el 2.89, que es nuestra nuestro promedio el 9 y el 21, y esto cae a la zona del 2.53, va a caer fuerte y tan fuerte que puede que nos quiera llevar a la media a los $2. De ahí haríamos un nuevo mínimo. Aquí atención con esto. Y de nuevo, volatilidad en la semanal no nos está diciendo nada. Vamos a la de 5 días. En la de 5 días, buenas noticias, estamos por encima del 21 y el 9. Queremos definitivamente, si somos alcistas, doblar el 9 por encima del 21, pero por ahora parece que el 55 nos rechazó. También venimos de la parte alta del HPDR y ahora estamos justamente en la zona del 78.6% rebotando en esto. Si podemos cerrar esto por encima de los 2.98, nos debería dar probabilidad de poder ir a visitar los 3.75 y esa probabilidad es de 12%. Así que atentos a ello. Lo que más tendría sentido es que vayamos a los 2.50 y eso crearía un nuevo bajo más bajo que este. No tenemos nada en volatilidad. Vamos a la de 3 días. Volatilidad contrayendo. Venimos de extremos en la zona del 95% por acá. Y ahora estamos una vez más acá, por encima de todos los promedios. Lo pueden ver, estamos en el 9, 21 y 34 están acá. Si perdemos esta zona del 50% en los 2.80, vamos a ir a darnos una vuelta a los 2.38 o hasta la parte baja, más bien a la parte baja del 38.2% de la zona azul, en los 2.19, 2.20, que es donde está mi línea meme. Diaria. Volatilidad está a punto de expander por encima del promedio. Atentos acá porque esto podría ser a la baja, simplemente por donde está todo. Pueden ver acá justo, venimos de la parte alta de la zona azul, nos rechazó. Subimos, intentamos retomarlo, pero ya ni siquiera pudimos retomar el promedio del 9 en la diaria. Lo estamos perdiendo y estamos cayendo. Si no podemos cerrar hoy en 2 horas por encima de $3.05, vamos a ir a testear el promedio del 21. Si no podemos aguantar el 21, vamos a crear un nuevo mínimo y perder también el promedio del 100 en la diaria en los 2.86. Si eso llega a pasar, pues básicamente es lo que estamos viendo. Esto se va al culo y sobre todo porque Momentum está apuntando para abajo en todas las temporalidades donde importa o para arriba. Para abajo. Así que atentos. Lucid tiene cara de que quiere hacer un nuevo mínimo. ¿Por qué lo decimos? Yo creo que aquí se puede ver perfecto en la diaria. Alto, más alto, pero creaste este bajo más bajo y este sería un alto más bajo para después dar esto y continuar yéndote a la zona de los 2.22. Por ahora no hay nada que veamos que se vea alcista. Creo que la de 4 horas tenía... pero estás a punto de perder el promedio del 9 en la de 4 horas. ¿Lo puedes ver? Pierdes el promedio del 9 en el 4 horas y vas a volver a revisitar esta zona y ahí puede que ya no aguante. Esto puede ser un alto más bajo que este e ir a buscar esta zona de los 2.85. Así que somos alcistas en Lucid. Definitivamente queremos verlo en la tabla semanal. Queremos aguantar el retesteo del 9 y el 21. No queremos perder esta zona. Y en la diaria, para hacerle el front run a esto, no quieres perder el 21 ni el SMA 200. Si los llegas a perder, vas a venir a esta zona de los 2.84 y nosotros pensamos que al crear un nuevo mínimo más, un bajo más bajo, eso básicamente nos indicaría que podemos crear un nuevo mínimo en el precio de Lucid. Así que lo tienen. Lucid no se ve tan bien, que digamos. Vamos con lo que Alex trae, que es, tengo que crear el banderito FNMA.
Fannie Mae. I've never heard of this, but
you don't know who Fannie Mae is?
No.
Isn't it the student loan company?
Guys, these motherfuckers loan money. They do loans backed by the government.
Oh,
So they do the loans, and the government makes sure that they're guaranteed with your tax dollars. This is one of the greatest companies of all time.
Isn't that
Although the
breakdown
chart
in
doesn't
2008?
reflect it. Well, yeah.
Is
Anytime
it
you have a
breakdown
mortgage
2008?
crisis, anytime you have a mortgage crisis, that happens because you're providing paper. So of course your shares are going to go down because you're going to get bad results. But I mean, look at it now; it's going on the way to fall.
I mean, yeah, just to put in perspective, I mean, this is down, I mean,
Holy shit.
99.7% from its low. So,
What do you
I
think
mean,
would happen to them if the government were to follow through on forgiving everyone's student loans?
They would pay him. They would pay them, dude.
So then this would go up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think Biden, didn't he just do something with loans? I think
We forgave
recently,
like a couple $1 million, but there's like 1 point something trillion of loans.
oh yeah, isn't there, no, there's not more student loan debt than credit card debt. That, I think, number is just massive. But the student loan number is pretty massive all alone. I think it's is it in the trillions now? I think so.
Yeah, I think it's over 1.5 trillion.
God.
The student loan debt is the most lucrative one, and also it's the only one that's unforgivable. Like, even if you die, you basically owe that money. If you were able to come back from the death, you would still owe that money.
It follows you for life. You can't bankruptcy out of it.
Yeah, which is crazy. So
thanks, Mr. Biden. He wrote that bill.
but now, by the way, now he's gonna well, he did in the past, but now he's forgiving student loans. He's not forgiving student loans, he's making us pay for those student loans.
Yeah.
Taxes.
I hate that word, forgiveness.
Yeah, it's not
AKA the taxpayer. Well, I mean, so here's Fannie Mae. It was kind of hard to chart this just personally, but you know, we work with what we're given, and right now I just want to focus on this red for now. So we were in this range for years. I mean, top and bottom, and we have like a little mid range. You know, this formed in 2008. So up until all this time, we've just been in this range. It's interesting to see, actually, because, you know, this range is pretty massive. I mean, support at 88 cents, mid range at $2.50, and the top is at $4.31. So a definitely tradable range. But one thing to note here is whenever you get to the top of the range here, and this is on a monthly candle just to make it easier to see, you often quickly lose it, and then that just is what sparks the move down every single time. So now it's going to be actually interesting to see where this monthly closes, because unlike all these other pumps, we're actually reclaiming some pretty major levels on Fannie Mae. You know, we see here, I was looking, you know, when this was kind of in bull mode, like what was the posturing of the monthly candles kind of like, and where were the moving averages? Well, before that big dump, we see there was really only a few times where, you know, that monthly EMA 100, we basically would lose it and then be under it. Lots of chop in this scenario, but it wasn't until we were nicely above that SMA 200 when it populated, and then that EMA 100, once it got reclaimed, that basically is what started to spark the move up. We reclaimed it, it went up, lost it, reclaimed, and then it just continued to hold this whole move up essentially for years on end. And then we get to the top here, we finally lose the EMA 100 on the monthly. First sign of just, that's not good. Dump all the way to the SMA 200, get a bounce, and then you can just see here, it was very hard for bulls to actually reclaim and hold that EMA 100 on the monthly. It was a pretty massive zone. Then we basically dumped, lost the SMA 200, very bearish once you lose on the monthly. And then here we have just years of chop under there. Now what we see is those two levels have dramatically come down in price. We've actually had 2 monthly closures above it. So this one is now confirming that, yeah, this is pretty much like flipped into support, something that we haven't seen since basically it was lost in 2008, pretty massive. So now what do we see here? Well, on the monthly, we are at resistance at $7. I mean, even on the HBDR, if we view this, it's really like we are at the extremes here. We see volatility is approaching the extreme zone, something that really hasn't been done in years. Last time it hit the extremes was in 2009 and 2008, 2009, and 2010. So it just kind of shows you how long, you know, this can stay at these levels. it's going to be really important, in my opinion, for bulls first to hold above the EMA 100 and the SMA 200. You know, they're slightly around each other. Let me just see, because when you get a chart like this, the gaps can just be massive. You know, so yeah, 30%. So relatively slightly close to each other. Not really. What I like about the monthly, though, is we have steadily reclaimed the monthly 9. That's come up all the way above all the slow moving averages like the SMA 200, the EMA 100, and now it's even grinded up above support. So as long as we're holding above the monthly 9, that really should just kind of spark the bullish momentum, in my opinion. You know, we're now focused on the red zone. When you're getting a multi-year range break, essentially
It's almost 20 years.
20 years almost, that if you really focus at the top, the mid-range, and the bottom, it's kind of what you're doing now. You're like breaking out. So this really does make sense on why it's pumped so much already this month. It's up 91%, 92% now. So it's really going to be important here, first for bulls to actually hold above these monthly levels. As long as we're above the monthly 9, it's very, very good for them, because that just inherently means we're above the monthly SMA 200 and the EMA 100. But also, if we go here and throw the EMA 55 back on this monthly, it's actually quite interesting to see, because I do believe, yeah, you're getting a monthly silver cross now. So it just ties into that idea. As long as the monthly EMA 9 holds, it's holding the monthly silver cross. Yes, volatility is approaching the extremes, but just like what I showed here, this can stay at extremes for years. And it's pretty insane, actually. So the fact that it's only right now at 94% tells me that this easily could go up more, and then it easily could stay at extremes for years. Obviously, we want this to just keep heading up, for bulls really to have control here. And preferably it takes a while for it to actually hit the 100%. But granted, it is almost there. So that is just something to note. You know, once we actually, let me see here before I say that. Yeah, once we actually broke under this moving average, I mean, that is generally when you got that chop in downside scenarios. So that can be always our first metric, for me at least, is when we start breaking, especially like a monthly indicator like the BBWP, the moving average. When we start breaking below there, generally tells me that we're either going to consolidate or even come down a little bit, assuming that move, right, was to the upside. So monthly is still looking pretty insane. Again, not getting much on BBWP. I mean, on HBDR here, because, you know, I would think that there would be a lot more data, but only thing I can really have is, yeah, once we get monthlies back above $7.17, I mean, we're most likely going to hit this range here. My range is at $10.30. We see the HBDR monthly 100% is at $11.29, and then the top here is $11.50. So I am liking that. If we get up to that point around, you know, which is still insane because we're only at $6, we actually do hit $11.30. I mean, it is going to reject around there most likely.
If you do look at the chart in the 6-month view, because
Sure.
otherwise it's going to be a nightmare, you'll notice that before the huge dump on the left, the important level where it got up to was about 1171. And that's like a big level on previously, before it blew the fuck up towards the upside on the left, all the way on the
Oh,
left.
you're talking about this level?
Yes,
right,
sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that, I mean, that is kind of what was guiding the meme lines around here. You know,
Yeah.
it holding above the $7, obvious. That was really good for price. It then getting back above the $11.50, again, sparked the next move. These ranges and these moves, yeah, that's why the ranges here are pretty massive. I mean, from wick low to wick high, that was a 73% candle. From this to this, that was a 49. So these ranges are big, and that is what you get generally with these terrible stocks that have just gone down only. It's not out of the nature. But you're right. I mean, that is a very important zone here. You know, because we can even see on this major rally up, we rejected it the first time. We rejected it the second time. So it's a year now that this area has been rejecting us. We rejected it again. So a year and 6 months. Until then, on the next 6-month candle, we actually busted through it. So with that, you know, this area is definitely not out of the question to get a major pullback. The hopium on that is just that the ranges do move onto the next monthly open. But I mean, statistically, if you reach this zone this month, you're probably going to, I mean, you are going to reject per the HBDR. There's 100% chance of no continuation here and of us going down, or at least at minimum just consolidating. So that's the monthly view on this chart. Let me go to the other ones now, because it's just a lot to dissect when you get this. But it is looking okay. So another point on why that $7 is important. I know this right now, this 2-month EMA 100 is kind of what's holding price down. It is right now at $8. So, you know, we have to just keep that in the back of our mind, especially if we're talking about the $7 zone, because really it's just a meme line. However I drew this would have dictated the levels. I could have drawn it here and it could have matched up nicely, but I am liking where this is drawn currently. Let me get that exactly back. Sweet. And so we are at that monthly 2-month EMA 100 again. So like if we do get a pullback here, it wouldn't surprise me. You're just essentially again going to just really want to defend. Personally, I mean, as long as we don't break back below $2.50, but that's a massive range. So that's why on the monthly it's just easier to guide, because we do still have that monthly silver cross. So if we get any kind of major pullback from this zone, you first obviously need to look at the $4.30 region. Again, the top of this range that we were in for almost 20 years. Each time we would reclaim it, once we deviated that, we essentially would go down. And the downside moves were pretty aggressive. I mean, this here all the way down was a 74% move. And then even this bearish retest here, it's very simple, led us all the way down to 80%. So, you know, you're really essentially going to want to keep this $4.30 level holding, essentially. I think I measured this. Let me just quickly do that because my brain. So, I mean, that rejected, that was a 43% move. And then really fast on this wick high here, that again took us all the way back down to the bottom, another 43%. So, you know, basically with this chart, it's looking good. It's looking like it's breaking out. We just really want to see it sustained and actually not deviate. So if we do get a rejection, like right now, it pressing $7 doesn't make sense to me to start longing this. The easier long for me, in my opinion, is honestly probably to either trade the 2-week or the monthly and wait for this EMA 9 to move up closer to the $4. What we could have now with this breakout is we could just open next month and then quickly flash down, hold that, and then go up. Again, just flipping all these rejective highs into support, still holding above the SMA 200 and the EMA 100, while still holding the silver cross intact. Because, you know, let me just really fast see. We have a monthly silver cross confirmed now, and the EMA 9 is now above all the major moving averages we look at. Curious to see if we've had a monthly silver cross ever. Let me just quickly see.
Monthly silver only to the down. Oh no, I have it on the 6-month.
Yeah, I mean, we've had quick ones. So like here was, I believe this was the first one we've ever had, actually. This one crossed at this point, and so we'll just take it
in like 88. Yeah. This is so fucking crazy.
That's a 52% move. Okay, cool. We never really crossed there, came up. Right, we never did that. Let me just make sure before I say that. Yeah. And then, so this might actually be the second one in the history of the chart. Maybe I spoke too soon. Let's see. Down one to the downside. That definitely played out well. I'll just measure because it's very obvious. Here, boom. I mean, yeah, that gave a 37.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, this actually might actually be the second one in the history of this chart. Yeah, this is literally the second
upside, right?
Yeah, to the upside. So we've actually only ever once had one, and that was honestly, I mean, just back in 1982. So
I wasn't even born.
Yeah,
that's how long ago that is.
Damn. So I mean, that just puts in perspective, though. Like this range break actually might be sustained now. What I don't want is to say, yeah, from this point we're going to $11, because I don't think so yet. I think a logical place for a pullback is around the $7 or $8 mark. That'd make a lot of sense, especially since we know that 2-month EMA 100 is right around $8. Get a fat rejection there, come all the way back down to $4, $4.36. flip all these rejective highs into support, form another higher low here, and then blast off for that higher high break. That to me seems a lot more likely. It obviously is going to take a lot of time. You have to be very patient, but then at least you know you're not longing resistance right now. After we've essentially went up from SFPing the support, 800%. That's pretty insane to me. And really, I mean, it occurred in 2, 4, 6, like 10 months. You could have made 800%. You threw $1,000 in, you would have 8.3K now. Pretty insane. So like, you definitely don't want to be longing into that. Something also to note is the quarterly EMA 9 and 21 have crossed. Again, just playing into the bullish momentum that we're kind of getting now. I know this is closing in 2 months. I'm curious to see just if the HPDR says anything. Again, I mean, for what it's worth, we are at the 100% on the HPDR on the quarterly. So a pullback here definitely wouldn't surprise me. The question just will be how deep will pullback and where will that go? And really, for me, I'm just gauging now that $4.32. For every 2-week close we get, we should see this EMA 9 keep grinding up. We should see these ranges keep stepping up. That way on the HPDR, we're not just at the extremes. And also that way we're not having like a massive gap of 56% from a simple 2-week EMA 9. So if you're a bull right now on this chart, you're very probably bricked up. You're very happy. You're finally, after almost 20 years, getting a breakout. But now, unfortunately, after waiting all these years, you now need more downside, in my opinion. You need a flip. You need this $4.30 to actually flip into support. That to me would be very logical. It would wipe out a lot of probably late longs and trickle a lot of shorts. We can actually get the flip and base off $4.30, that possibly then could start resetting some of that lower time frame volatility. Now we understand the monthly can easily stay at extremes for years, but at least here we can see the 2-week can kind of start shedding it off a little quicker, if not even the weekly. That's going to be kind of the objective for bulls. And if you're bullish here, you're simply just going to be waiting. I wouldn't recommend shorting this here because the chart's insane. I mean, it's going up, weekly candles of 20%, 17%, 79%. So it seems very hard to short, especially when we know liquidity grabs can happen with these charts. For me, the easier trade is just to sit in your hands, wait, let, again, this BBWP shut off, reset, actually get a logical flip, because then at least if you long this here at this $4.30 mark, you at least then can use your invalidation as a closing basis at the very least. If you're longing here, where are you going to keep your stop loss? Like, it has to be on like a very low time frame. And with these charts, very low time frame trading just doesn't work. Viewing the HPDR and the weekly, we see, we're at extremes. The weekly 9, just like what we want with the 2-week EMA 9, is again approaching that $4.30. So into next week, this most likely will be around there. You're generally just going to want to keep eyeing that region. If then at all we start losing this this weekly EMA 9, and then also losing that $4.30, then you can make the argument we're back in this range, and then we're most likely going to end up going back down to the low $2. If we go to the low $2 though, I'm at least going to be watching this very closely, because that then could act as an opportunity, since we do know we have a monthly silver cross for the second time ever in this chart, and the last one occurred in the 80s. So if we end up actually losing that weekly 9, deviating $4.30, then I do think we easily could get a move back up to $2.83, if not a wick back to $2.58. But until then, I'm just going to be gauging that $4.30 as major support, and that's just kind of it. I know I really just stuck to the higher time frame on this, but the lower time frames, even the 5-day, aren't really giving you much. Just okay, the EMA 9 is coming up to that $4.30, which is what we want. The 3-day here, again, $4.30 makes sense. We'd want that area to hold. And now the daily here is just rejecting. We're, at least it makes sense where we're rejecting, especially when we're at the extremes. We do see that 2-day EMA 9 is at $4.82. So maybe we come down to there and have a wick to $4.30. But I'm still going to just be on the buys, because it's very simple and easy. That we're just going to patiently wait for $4.30. If it doesn't ever occur, that's fine. Then we'll just gauge the monthly silver cross. And if we get any kind of deeper pullback at this point, once we lose $4.30, then I'll be gauging the $2.80 region for possibly a nice long opportunity. Because then at least at that point, it gives us an easy invalidation and it sticks to the overall trend. So interesting chart. Fannie Mae is looking interesting. And we'll really see if this breakout is sustained or if this just becomes a massive bull trap.
Yeah, man, this is really a fun chart. It's got a lot of noise in it. I'd stick to like the, basically, I myself would stick to the 6 month, but I think, yeah, the month seems like a good way of like measuring it, especially just like to me, the trade seems kind of like idiotically simple. This shit's got to go back and retest wherever the breakout happened, right? So that's where you're going to go in. If that shit holds, dude, he just went over the SMA 200.
Yeah,
the
on the
SMA
monthly too.
Yeah, you haven't been over the SMA 200 in 20 years. Like, what the fuck else do you need? No, like
100%.
It's so crazy. This is fun. All righty, my
Government
boys.
supported loans are the best.
Say that again.
Government supported loans are the best loans.
They're the best kind of loans, dude. That's fuck. Someone is actually getting me into they want to do a real estate business like that. My problem is with the homeless. It has to do with it, and I feel so shitty making money from it.
They're also gonna fuck. They're also gonna fuck your place up.
No, you buy the worst piece of shit place that it's unlivable, and then you tell Gavin Newsom, hey, this is for the homeless. Give me money. And they give you $800 per homeless, and you can fit 8 of them in a room. 8. And the thing is, they don't stay in because they're crazy. Like, if you've really dealt with the people, this is not like, you're not really helping. This is why it's a scam, housing. You're not really helping people that need help. You're just taking money from the government because it's free and it's just getting to you. That's really it. So
I see. All these guys who are like, I'm in Section 8 housing and driving Rolls. So
that's why, because the government is guaranteeing you the poor people's loans, and the poor, and it sucks to say it, but where do poor people live? In shit areas that are really cheap. So as long as you do that, you're golden. But yeah, man, Fannie Mae, interesting. And I wonder why now? Like, what's happening right now?
Same. Like, what's the shit here? What's gonna happen? Why is this now breaking out after almost 20 years of consolidating?
Like, that should be that to me is going to be the interesting answer, because there's something going on here.
Would rate cuts cause them to have more business? Because more people would be taking loans, right?
You would think so, but no. First of all, they get a certain rate that it's kind of like fixed no matter what like interest rates are. Yeah, of course, if interest rates drop, I'm sure that they drop them and the government pays the spread, whatever it is. But I don't know. I was trying to find a relation, because when did it go up? Like, and then when it started to come down, I can't find it. It could be that
really break out in November of this year. Personally, I mean, that's when we got it back above the EMA 100.
Yeah, but also interest rates are not dropping, dude. Even though the Federal Reserve is saying that they are, if you go get a house loan, it's more expensive than before. If you want to go get a car loan, it's more expensive than before. So effectively, as Jerome Powell has been telling everyone, that rates are coming down, and I hate that people tell me this every single day, rates are going up. Like, I wish I knew. It's just interesting. Yeah. So either way, anything else you boys like to add?
Let's call up Tia Nancy Pelosi and ask her why.
I'll call her right now. She's probably beating her husband with a hammer. All right. Too soon? Nah. It's all right. All righty, my boys. Well, thank you so much for everything. I appreciate you. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Cool. See you.
Have a good one.
Thank you. You too. Vale, pues vamos a ver FNMA, Fannie Mae. Esto es muy interesante. Estos tíos les dan préstamos a estudiantes y también para casas garantizados por el gobierno de Estados Unidos. Lo tengo en un gráfico mensual porque esta madre empezó en el 1970, ¿ok? Para que tengan una idea de todos los datos que existen en esta tabla. Personalmente, me gustaría rápido analizar la tabla anual. Cada una de estas es un año. Y lo quiero ver porque esto se me hace una locura. Por primera vez, o sea, quiero que sepan, esto de aquí, de básicamente esta vela del 2007 hasta acá son casi 20 años. ¿Ok? Y por primera vez en esos 20 años estamos por encima del promedio del 9, que está en los 376, y teniendo el momento del breakout. Ahora, estás encontrando una resistencia importante, has visto intercambiar aquí manos al precio, lo puedes ver mejor en una temporalidad mensual, pero me atrevería a decir que el siguiente objetivo son los 838. Ahora, ¿qué está pasando para que esto esté reventando ahorita después de 20 años? Recuerden que por los últimos 20 años hemos tenido un tipo de política monetaria. Esto es solamente un análisis extra. Se me hace muy interesante, entonces lo voy a tomar porque pues, quiero expandir un poco mis horizontes. Soy una prostituta con clase, ¿ok? Vemos que habíamos creado este máximo, hemos roto ese máximo. Estamos oficialmente creando una tendencia alcista, ¿ok? Podemos ver que el promedio del 21 coincide con mi línea meme acá en los 10, algo que me dice que definitivamente va a traer el precio a esa zona. En la... Estamos entrando en la zona más baja de toda la historia de esta madre y está a punto de voltearse. Estas son velas de 12 meses cada una, anuales. Esto está a punto de doblarse y la volatilidad está a punto de expandir en lo que estás viendo esto. ¿Qué? ¿Qué? Voy a acercarme un poco más a la de 6 meses. Veamos cómo se ve la de 6 meses. En la de 6 meses ya retomamos el 21. Acuérdate que nos vamos acercando y nos está dando el adelantamiento de lo que va a ocurrir, por lo que probablemente los 10.31 en la siguiente sean posibles porque estamos por encima del 21. Vamos a ir a pelear con el 34 en los 8.15, que es justamente donde les dije que la zona más o menos de donde creo que vamos a continuar. Puta madre, qué locura. Y de nuevo, ¿no? Habías roto solamente 2 veces en todo este tiempo, en 20 años casi, el promedio del 9. Aquí tienes 1, 2 y tu confirmación está acá. O sea, ya tienes confirmación del breakout. En mi opinión, yo creo que esto es confirmado. ¿Tenemos algún setup de volatilidad? La volatilidad está expandiendo en lo que el precio está subiendo. Lo pueden ver acá. Una vez que se detuvo, cayó y volvió a expander, fue en esto. Y esta expansión, esto es a lo que me refiero, de que empezó a caer y esta expansión fue fresca. Esta expansión pueden ver la vela en la que lo hizo. ¡Wow! Nunca he visto un gráfico así. Vamos a la de 3 meses para ver qué nos detiene el destino. Ahí también podemos ver el promedio del 100 por acá en los 11.57, lo que lo va a hacer caer. Ya pudimos romper encima del 34, 21 y 9. El 9 está por encima del 21. El 9 nunca en 20 años había estado por encima del 21. Lo pueden ver acá. El 9 ahora está por encima del 21 y ahora va a ir a buscar el 34. Acabamos de romper sobre el 55. Siguiente objetivo, nuestro 100, que probablemente baje este nivel en los más o menos los 10. ¡Wow! Algo en volatilidad. Volatilidad está en extremos ahora. Pero recuerda, a la volatilidad en esta madre le gusta estar potentemente en extremos y también antes de la subida le gusta hacer extremos, y estos son, o sea, ¿cuánto tiempo pasó de extremos a extremos? Del 81, los extremos acabaron en el 84. ¿Qué? Y después de ahí tuviste un gap en lo que contraía la volatilidad acá y volvió a estar en extremos una vez más hasta el 90. No mames. Qué gráfico tan loco. Ok. Esto nos quiere decir que esto puede continuar, por cierto. Esto es lo que la volatilidad nos está diciendo en esta temporalidad. Vamos a la mensual, donde ya nos podemos acercar un poco más a ver qué exactamente está pasando. Y aquí es donde, la mensual es donde les quiero enseñar esto. El SMA 200. Estuvimos por encima de él desde los 80s hasta que lo perdimos en el 2007. Desde ese entonces no hemos estado ni cerca de olerle las patas al SMA 200, que es la línea morada, y ahora lo superamos y además tiene esto uno de mis setups favoritos. donde todos los promedios se juntaron antes del subidongo. Este es un setup de no mames. Ahora, ¿qué pasa cuando tienes uno de estos breakouts? Necesitas venir a retestear tu nuevo piso. Lo vas a necesitar hacer. Esto, ahorita entrar y decir, pues, güey, ya tuvo el breakout y se va hasta arriba. No has tenido un retesteo de absolutamente nada. Y para nosotros el nivel a retestear van a ser los 4.27 a los 5. Y la razón por qué es por estos altos. Simplemente, o esta zona donde estás intercambiando el precio y puedes ver que hubo un cuerpo que no pudo y luego tuviste este rechazo, o los 5. Entonces, tu segunda opción sería por acá y que rebote. Tu primera sería por acá y que rebote. Esto tiene toda una pinta absolutamente alcista, brutal, como algo que nunca he visto. Pero también entiendan, tomó 20 años todo esto. ¿Cuánto tiempo va a tardar en reventar? O sea, lo ha hecho 1, 2, en 3 meses. Definitivamente quien haya comprado en $1 y esté ahorita en 6, está muy contento. Hizo un 6X en 3 meses. Pero ¿cuántos de esos vas a tener? ¿Cuánto se va a tardar esto y por qué está cambiando en este momento? Simplemente es una época muy interesante en todo lo que es inversiones. Lo he dicho, la razón por la que abrimos el podcast de Emprendedores fue porque era una época muy importante e interesante para aprender de la economía y porque iban a haber todo tipo de cosas. Y yo creo que en verdad ha pasado y creo que hemos aprendido muchísimo todos juntos. Los que han estado aquí un buen rato, hemos aprendido todo junto. Los que son nuevos, bienvenidos. Vamos a seguir aprendiendo, no nos preocupemos, nadie lo sabe. Nadie sabe nada. Así que vamos a seguir aprendiendo todos juntos. Vamos a ver cómo se mueve este mercado. Muy interesante. Me encantó ver esta gráfica de Fannie Mae. Muchísimas gracias a todos los miembros de Lead Trading Academy y sobre todo a Piche Gonzalo por mandarlo. Como de que no, se aprecia muchísimo. Saludos a Trump, a Juan Pablo, a Ángel, a Abu, a Luigi, a Sergio, Gonzalo, Abraham. Gracias a todos ustedes por estar acá. Vamos a estar al pendiente mandándoles alertas también. Vamos a estar más activos con las alertas. Estamos buscando setups en Apple, Nvidia, todos estos. Así que ahí los vemos. Muchísimas gracias por todo. Pórtense bien y nos vemos en la próxima. ¿Cómo de que no? Oye, brother, qué buena onda que contrataste a Gabriela